Yo, what up, what up, what up, what up? Forza Milan, Forza Milan. Let's do a little bit of Let's Talk Milan. We have a game coming up Sunday, the main event, Verona Milan. So we'll talk a little bit about that. The issues surrounding the squad, the renewal of Leao, and some interesting moves that Cardinale has done. So, positive news, some positive news mixed in with some not so. The most positive news so far is that Magnan looks to be ready for Monza. Now, there are voices saying that Magnan is going to be ready to play against Monza. So that is excellent because Magnan is such an important. Magnan to Milan is like what Vice Veraskiglia is to Napoli. Magnan to Milan is that. So it is so important to have Magnan in the team, on the field. It really elevates the team to another level when we have Magnan there. So the best news that we have so far is that Magnan is going to be possibly ready, fit. Not maybe necessarily he's not going to play, but he's going to be recovered by the Monza game, which is excellent news. Let me say hi to chat. What's up, Emmanuel? How you doing? Giochino giocoso, buonasera. Ciao, come stiamo? Ma forse dobbiamo fare le live in italiano, eh? Forse dovremmo fare le live in italiano, poi vedremo. What's up, Alexanders? What's up? Hello from Armenia. How you doing, Murat? Jean Villiam? How's it going? What's up, Roy? Hello to all fellow RossonARI. Yes, sir. Okay, first thing I want to look at is Verona, since we're playing them next. And we're going to talk a little bit about Verona. Okay, guys, look at their form. Look at their form. Verona has lost against Bari. Bari, by the way, in Serie B is apparently playing really good football. They lost against Napoli, 2-5. They tied against Hellas Verona. Atalanta 0-1. Empoli, they beat Sampdoria. Lost to Lazio. Lost to Fiorentina, lost to Udinese, lost to Torino. They're very poor form. Very poor form for them. So let's see their last game, what they look like. Okay, so this is the Verona formation. They played with a 3-4-2-1. Nice formation, by the way, 3-4-2-1. I don't mind the 3-4-2-1. I don't know any of these players. Temese, Simone Verdi. We know who Simone Verdi is, right? Okay, so what are our excuses? I don't think we have any excuses. What are our excuses? What do their stats look like? So they had 12 shots on goal, 2 on target. Let's see their passing accuracy passes. 81%, not bad, not bad. One thing about Serie A teams, if you look at the difference between accuracy in Serie A teams and in the Premier League teams, this is what you see in the Premier League. You see a lot of this. A lot of 71%, 72, 69, 68. While in Italy, you see a lot of this. 81, 79, etc., etc. So, okay, it's a team that can hold the ball, obviously. Who scored for them? Let's see who their scores are. Let's see who their best. See what they're looking like as far as roster goes. Okay, so their highest rated player according to SofaScore is Simone Verdi, ex-Milan. Okay, we were linked to this midfielder, Ivan Lilic, earlier in the season. Di cosa parliamo stasera? Stasera si parla del Verona, si parla di Leao, si parla di Cardinale, le cose che sta facendo, e si parla anche di Magnan. Magnan ritorna per il Monza. Okay, so this team here shouldn't be a worry for Milan. Let's put it that way. Now, Milan right now is not going through the greatest form. Okay, so they're in a relegation. They're 18th. Goal difference -9. By the way, guys, I want to say something very interesting. Lazio is dominating in a very interesting statistic. Huh? Guess what statistic that is? It is the team that has conceded the least amount of goals. Maybe Romagnoli wasn't that shit after all, right? Maybe Romagnoli wasn't that shit after all. It is very unfortunate that we had to get rid of Romagnoli. The only issue with Romagnoli was his contract, which makes sense. Who wants to keep on going with Romagnoli with that kind of contract? It needs to make sense. It was a contract that came from the previous management. It didn't make any sense. But Romagnoli is having a great season so far, and Lazio, as I said, watch out for Lazio. People are saying Lazio this, that. No, Sarri is doing a great job right now. Sarri is doing a really good job, and we all know, because what is the usual saying? The second year of Sarri. Watch out for the second year of Sarri. Sarri, guys, is a coach that wins. Is a coach that wins trophies. Is a coach that knows how to put together a winning team. And he has a very interesting brand of football. A very progressive brand of football. Very attack-minded, high line defense. Very adventurous. So Sarri is one of the more courageous Italian coaches. And this year, he has started really well. Now, Lazio is a team that, when you tell me, watch out for Lazio because Lazio might start well, but then we're going to lose something. Yes, I think that can happen with Lazio. But a lot of people saying about that about Napoli. I don't see that happening with Napoli. I just don't see that happening with Napoli. Udinese, we don't know because we don't know what Sotil is all about. We still have to discover who the Sotil is, so it's going to be interesting to see how he progresses during the full season. Okay, so what about Milan? Let's look at Milan. Head-to-heads, 3-11, by the way. Milan, so we're in a pretty decent run of form here. Sassuolo tie, Inter tie, Sampdoria. We lost against Napoli. We beat Empoli, lost against Chelsea, beat Juve. So, let's see, our last game, this is what we looked like. We had Tatarusano, Piercalulu, Gabbia, Tomorita, Hernandez. Now, I mean, I would play this defense. I would continue with this defense. I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change this defense. I wouldn't change it. In midfield, is it time to do turnovers? I don't know. In midfield, I would go with Bennacer and Tonali, as usual. Rafael, honestly, what I was thinking, and it is something that Milan is already doing. It is, rather than playing with a 4-2-3-1, play with a 4-3-2-1. I think the 4-3-2-1 with this setup is quite perfect. Isn't that what didn't we play that again? We did play that recently. Who was it against? Let's see. Let's go back. Was it Juve? I think it was Juve. Against this team, yes, here it is. Yeah, there you go. Like, this is the perfect formation. This is how Milan should be playing. This is how Milan should be playing. It is perfect formation. You cannot ask for a more perfect formation based on the players that we have right now, based on the needs that we have in the team. We need a muscle, so we need Tommaso Pobega there, adding that muscle and giving and helping Ismael Benacer and Tonali. And then Brahim Diaz and Rafael Leao, both play them as your number 10s, but on the sides. And then have Oliver Giroud. This team here, 4-3-2-1, like this, is a perfect balance for what we have right now based on the players that are available right now. It can't get any better than this. I really hope that Pioli does the same. Now, it can be either Pobega or it can be Krunic. They can both play that position. They're both born in that position as football players. So as long as they do this formation, I think we're going to be good. We're going to do really well. Um, we're going to do really well. Okay, it's 10 minutes. I'll open up the lines. We can open up the lines and debate a little bit. Anguissa is out for a while. Let's see how. Guys, listen. Stop hoping that Napoli is going to. Let me explain something about Napoli, okay? Napoli, a few weeks ago, lost their striker, their number one striker, okay? They lost their number one striker. You know what happened after they lost their number one striker? They beat Ajax 6-1. You understand that the depth in this team is the real deal. Okay. Now Anguissa is a extraordinary player. It's going to be difficult to replace him, but this team has so much quality that it's not going to take much to replace Anguissa. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe their midfield is going to disappear, but I really doubt it. I really doubt it. Okay, let's open up the lines and let's get some debate going because John is in the mood for debating. Antonio should be joining us too, also. What's up, Joel? How you doing? Anyway, as I was saying, this is the perfect formation. This is the perfect formation. With this formation, I'm sure we should continue going on with this formation for now. Then once Mike Magnan is back, you can change it back to the 4-2-3-1. Magnan just gives you too much. Gives you just too much. It's insurance. Magnan is the insurance policy, right? Magnan is the insurance policy. They got Osimhen, Simeone, and Raspadori up front. Might be the best striker. No, it's the best. It's one of the best in Europe. It's not the best in Italy. Yeah, we already know it's the best in Italy, but we're talking about it's one of the best in Europe. In Europe, Ali would fit in the Christmas tree so good. True, very true. Ali would be perfect for this position here. Actually, Ali over Brahim Diaz. Well, I think what I want to see Brahim Diaz do. I think what Brahim Diaz needs to do in order to win the confidence of the management, he needs to excel in this position. It is his only chance. His only chance to keep on staying at Milan and becoming, a player that they're going to spend money on, is to excel in this position right here. Because if, let's say, Brahim Diaz all of a sudden gets comfortable in that position, starts scoring goals, start doing very good things, then the debate comes, do we even need to get a right winger? Maybe Brahim Diaz was our right winger this whole time. Obviously, he's not a pure right wing attacking. He's an attacking midfielder on the right. I think that's where he does best. Attacking midfielder on the right. Basically, this position right here. This position right here. If you put him in this position right here, I think that is perfect for him. And if he produces in this position right here, then things can change. Things can change. But we got to see if Pioli does that. Obviously, when Salamakers is back and when Messias is back, then I'm assuming that we're going to go back to the 4-2-3-1, and the Salamakers and Messias are going to be deployed in that position where it makes sense. And we need to wait for the explosion of CDK. But in the meantime, you can have Brahim Diaz there in that attacking midfield position that slightly shifts to the right. That's what he's been doing. And then CDK takes the center left. So essentially, Brahim Diaz goes to center right, not CDK. Whoever the pivot is, whether it's Tonali or Krunic. And then Leao on the far left, Messias or Salamakers far right, and then Salamakers usually comes in, and then Giroud off offense. Offensively, Milan, unfortunately, is very weak this year. which is a little bit of a drag. We just don't have depth. What we really need, what we don't have in our team, is what Napoli has. Uh, Players that are really good at connecting with their teammates. Players that are very good at stopping the ball in congested areas of the field, being press resistant in those areas of the field, and then slowing the game down in that area of the field, just in front of the box. This is what Ibrahimovic was. I'm assuming still is very good at, especially when he had more speed to him. Now he's losing speed, so it's becoming a little bit more difficult. He's becoming heavier. But when Ibrahimovic, even like 1 year ago, 2 years ago, was playing that number center forward role, but as a playmaker, remember he was a playmaker. We were calling him offensive regista offensivo. He was basically doing what Pirlo does, but in front of the box. And when you have that kind of class, that kind of technique, when you're that kind of player, all of a sudden the team plays really good football. We don't have that right now. Leao doesn't do that. Leao kind of chooses his own binaries, and he goes according to that. Leao doesn't usually use the team to build. Leao will use the team either to finalize or to assist to, but he doesn't use the team to build. Leao does not know how to slow the game down. What Leao knows how to do is to put on the turbo and then take on players, create numerical advantage, and create goals or create assists. That is the strength. But as far as dialoguing with the team, slowing the game down, be, turning the game into a methodical approach, Leao does not do that. Ibrahimovic was doing that in that position. It takes special players in order to do that, right? It takes very special players in order to do that. So this is what we yeah. So this is what we need. We need highly skilled players that are capable with their technique and their press resistant style of football, capable of allowing our offensive department to use their head. Right now we don't, when we attack, we don't use our head. It's all instinct. It's all power and instinct. There's no brain. We need brain. We need a brain there. We need a brain in our offense, and that's what we don't have. CDK is nowhere near bringing getting to that, doing that. And Brahim Diaz doesn't play that. Brahim Diaz is not press resistant. Leao, his talent is more on the individualistic side. Giroud is a player that is excellent as a player around a player that uses his brain. Giroud is a finalizer, but he does not know how to do what Ibrahimovic was doing. So, lacking this is a problem, and it's one of the reasons why today we only have two guys scoring goals, and that's Leao and Giroud. When you have these players that can, you know, elevate the game offensively with their technique, then all of a sudden you notice, oh, look at this guy scoring, that guy scoring. A lot of more people are scoring goals. So yeah, what's up, Red John? How you doing?
Good evening, Roy. Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm good.
Nice.
What do you want to argue about?
Well, about I don't come with a plan, man. We're gonna find something to argue about. Don't worry. Don't worry about
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, I was just saying that Milan needs a brain. We need a brain in the offensive department. We don't have one, and
it.
yeah, go ahead.
I think we need quality, man. Like I have
Well,
come
yeah,
to
that's
understand
that's
that,
what I mean. Yeah,
like in the Champions League, we just need quality, man. Like we need players that, from one moment to the next, can create something that a normal player wouldn't do. Get what I'm saying? Like when you see Krunic with the ball in his feet, you don't expect him to create something wow, right? We need a player that gives us that exactly that expectation or that feeling. Like for example, when Leao has the ball, right? You expect him to do something. We need a couple more players like that.
Yeah, in specific, I was saying we need players that do have a lot of quality, but not necessarily Leaos. I don't think we need Leaos.
Sure.
We
No,
need
I'm not saying Laos. I'm saying uh, that are able to I don't know to beat the man or are able to see a pass or uh, uh, mm, I don't know make a long ball that normal players wouldn't do. Get what I'm saying? Like it doesn't have to be speed or agility or stuff
no,
like
no, no, yeah. It has to be for me. It has to be someone that is excellent at playing, being press resistant. First of all, in congested areas, like for example, I was saying Ibra was, and allowing the rest of the team to play good football. Like we need players like that, right? Because we already have Leao that can take on players, can dribble, and sure we can get other players. The more the merrier, but we need players that are able to slow the game down in that area and play precise football. We don't have that. That's a thing
that.
that I think we really need.
I agree. I agree 100% with you.
Oh well, that's no good.
Now start saying that, and that player is Berardi, and then
No, Berardi is more like a Leao. We need a playmaker.
okay. What about CDK? What do you think about CDK?
CDK, it's
Is
hard.
CDK gonna be
Hard.
that player in a bit?
Yes, but more with his brain, not with so much with his feet. So I think that's going to. He needs to like he doesn't even can't even grow a beard yet. You know, like he's a child.
Yeah.
But I see CDK being like a Van Bommel kind of person. Do you remember Van Bommel?
Van Bommel?
Yeah,
How is CDK close to Van Bommel?
Van Bommel wasn't an excellent technician. He was a good football player,
Aha. So,
but he
so,
was
so, so so
yeah.
you're comparing the trajectory or of the career, you mean, not
No, no,
the
no, no,
player
no.
specifically.
Impact on the team.
Ah, okay. Impact on the team. All right.
Van Bommel had a very strong personality,
Yeah.
and he was a leader. I think CDK, once he gets comfortable in Italy, once he starts to get a few goals in, he's going to become that person. I think that's the person that he's going to become.
But he's not
I mean,
going to become a leader on the technical side, you mean? Like,
on the technical
or
side, not as much as
really?
as people would want it.
Because that's very disappointing if that's what you think. Because we didn't buy him to carry the flag in the war. We bought him to be the our I don't know playmaker for the next 10 years.
Yeah, but because of the style of play, in order to be effective with his technique, he's going to need personality because he can't do the things that other players can do, but he can do some stuff. And sometimes just one touch is enough to move forward. Maybe he'll take two touches, or maybe once he gets his confidence, his leadership, then he's going to use his technique to allow the team to play well. But no, we're not going to see like
Listen,
Zidane or
I have
others.
a question for you because I got this personal debate with Nathan, and Nathan thinks that CDK should be our striker. Like I don't know what games Nathan is watching, but putting CDK in the striker position, in my opinion, is the last thing we should do.
Um, oh, man, it'd be an experiment. Like
You need me to be
how
able
do
to
you know?
do this.
What's up, Antonio?
Hey, what's up, guys? I have to be like AFK for like a few minutes while I do something. I want to say, what's up, Parmigiano Reggiano? How are you? And also, I agree, Red John. The CDK should not be playing striker because the
Yeah,
guy like we wouldn't be able to score any goals if he played striker.
like he doesn't shoot, man. The guy cannot shoot the ball towards the goal. How do you want the guy to be the striker? Like from
Maybe
CDK,
playing him somewhere else in the like as like maybe a sort of right winger would be better, but not like I don't know, like not striker.
to be fair, I don't even see him as a right winger because I don't think he is like I think Cam or maybe a regista. Actually, I see him more as a regista than a cam because he looks to be pretty good when it comes to long balls or passi filtranti, so to say. Like, how do you say that in English, Roy?
Through balls.
Through, yeah, all right, through balls. It sounded cooler in Italian, to be honest.
Look, the striker thing. There's a few things that you want to consider. In Bruges, he did play that position, and he was pretty successful at that position. I mean, he scored 14 goals and 9 assists in one season, and that does not count in the Champions League, even though he didn't have many numbers in the Champions League. But so that position obviously has worked for him in Bruges. The way he plays it is more like a false nine, so not a striker, not a center forward, not a real center forward, more like a false nine. But I don't know. Like we have to see him do it for me to really have a real opinion. Otherwise, I'm just guessing.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like his best attribute is his passing skills, and therefore, if you put him as a striker, you either are going to have to play him as a false nine in order to utilize his passing skills, or you lose his best skills, and you have to use him as the. I don't know. I don't see him as a striker, to be fair.
Well, I think the cam is a good position for him. I think it makes sense
Yeah.
for what we've seen so far. Against Juventus, he tends to go well. He went a lot here on the right. That's where he had a lot of the ball in this area right there. Mm, yeah, I don't know. He's just not ready. Like you just can tell. You can just tell. This whole Mercato was of players that are not ready to
Yeah.
play.
And I'm also very disappointed with the news that is coming out that we're just going to play our starters again. Like, it feels like we didn't buy players, man. Like, what is Bronx doing? What is Chow guy doing? Like, are these guys not ready yet? It's been 2 months. We have one more month of football before we go to the pause.
Um, I would definitely. Yeah, I understand. I would do what Pioli's doing, though. Here, now we can argue a little bit. How about that?
Yeah,
I
sure.
would do what Pioli's doing. I wouldn't take any risks.
But the problem is the risk that you're taking right now by playing your starters once again, playing Giroud for the 11th time in a row, means that you're going to get them injured. This is how players get injured.
Well, actually, I do agree about Giroud. I think he should give Origi a chance. I think he should
Well,
give
Roy,
Origi a chance.
well, thanks a lot, Roy. I thought we were going to debate. Don't tell me you agree. That's
Yeah, I think Origi
but
deserves a
what about
chance. Go ahead.
what about Tonali and Benacer? Are they going to play again for the
I
10th
would
time in
play
a
them.
row?
I would play them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if these players that we bought, which are young and everything, I understand, are not capable of beating Verona when they are played basically with the starters, in addition to them, which is like what, 2 players, then they are not ready at all. Like, what did we buy them for? Because the thing is, it feels to me like Pioli has this idea that bench players only get playtime when starters are injured, and I don't think that's how you play football, especially nowadays. Nowadays, you have a match every 3 days.
But this is the problem with the Mercato that we got.
Sure, but this is
I
this is
I
like
I can see why Pioli is being
well,
conservative about it.
I refuse to believe that because that would mean that these players are bad or these players are not ready yet, and that would mean that the Mercato was the total failure.
Well, it
I
was.
think
The
I think
Mercato
so.
this year was a total failure. I mean, it wasn't a total failure because of the decisions we made. It was a total failure because of the budget and because of the situation, Maldini having to renew, Elliott selling the club. This Mercato, like, unfortunately, the real truth is that because of the change of ownership and the whole situation, Milan did not improve. Milan stayed where they were. The only thing that improved is the players that were there last year. Now they have 1 year more experience. And you can see that because when we have the full team, we can dominate even teams like Napoli, etc. But as far as the depth, as far as the changes, as far as adding quality, like for example, what I thought in the beginning, maybe when I was a little bit delusional in this calcio mercato, I thought Milan was going to do what Napoli did. I thought Milan was going to just stack the team with quality players and then transcend into the next level. But we didn't. We only got youngsters that just got out of the Primavera that still don't have hair on the balls, you know. So we, because of the situation, Milan had to take the summer off. Let's put it that way.
All right, but my question is, how come? Like, this is what I'm angry about. I'm angry about one thing. How did Napoli manage to get Kim, and he was ready to play in Serie A 30 minutes after he arrived, right? They got Raspadori ready to play 30 minutes after he arrived.
Yeah.
They got Simeone ready to play after 30 minutes for a big team.
Yeah.
They got Kvaratskhelia 30 minutes after he was a superstar already.
Well,
Like,
let's
how
say
did
one,
they
one
manage?
minute after.
Right. Yeah, maybe 1 minute after, 30 seconds, maybe even.
Yeah.
Right? Like, how do these guys manage to get players which have to do a step from a small club into a big club, or have to do a step from a totally lost club like the club in Georgia where Kvaratskhelia was playing, to going and not having this 1 year transition time that we always get with our players? Like, we get Cdk, we have to wait 1 year, at least, hopefully. We get Tonali, we have to wait 1 year. We get Leao, we have to wait 3 years. We get Benacer, we have to wait 1 year. Like, how do they do it, man? And how come we're not doing it?
Well, the thing is that when you get players of a certain level, of a certain quality, right? Players that are on the next level, then it's much easier to adapt because it's not you, it's your feet are doing the talk. Like we haven't gotten these kind of players. We didn't like Leao. We got him when he was 19, and also Leao's not that kind of player. Like we have. That's what I thought we were going to do this year. I thought we were going to get these kind of players that were going to, so we could eliminate this conversation of adapting
Right.
to blah blah blah.
Having to wait. Yeah.
Right. I thought this is what Milan was going to do, but because of the bureaucratical situations that happened, it didn't happen. Let's see if it happens in
No,
the
but
future.
the thing is, we haven't done that ever. I think the only player that came, two players came to us and they were ready. One of them was Tomori, which came from Chelsea, and the other was Teo. That they came and they were ready as soon as they came. All the other players have needed some time, and Magnan as well. I'm sorry. All the other players have needed some 6 months at least or 1 year to adapt themselves. And now I
Yeah,
wonder, how did Napoli manage to get in one
yeah,
window 5 players like this, man? Five.
I
The
know.
hell? Because
They did a great
you
job.
cannot you cannot even tell me that Raspadori and Simeone were playing in Serie A, because Tonali was playing in Serie A as well.
Okay, but uh, good point about Tonali. The thing that they Napoli did, first of all, is get players that are already familiar with Serie A, first of all, but already kicking ass in Serie A. Players that already established themselves as kick-ass players. This Kim guy apparently was kicking ass in Fenerbahce. I don't know about him. I didn't know about him. I don't know how long he was. This is the kind of guy that I don't know. I've never known about him. So for me,
Me
it's
neither.
totally
Me
new.
neither.
So
But he
I
has been
want.
great. He has been great
He's
for
he's he's
Napoli.
an incredible player. He is an
Yeah.
incredible player. Not only his
Yep.
defensive skills are incredible, but on the ball, he's brilliant.
Scores goals with headers. With like head. Like, I don't know, bro. Like,
Yeah, technically he's great, and defensively he's great. So yeah, they got players that have already reached their certain level. Vicha, guys. I mean Vicha.
yeah.
I said it. I'll keep on saying it. Vicha is the next Messi, guys. I mean, if you have the next Messi in your team, I mean, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? You're going to play great football and you're going to win games. You're going to go to Europe and beat Ajax 6-1. That's what
Yeah.
happens.
But then, because I have another problem with Laert here, but with some people as well, because it feels to me like if a Serie A team wins against another team out there, it's because the other team is shit. And I just cannot accept this, man. Like I
Oh
cannot
yeah,
not accept that all of a sudden Ajax is a shit team, Liverpool is a shit team, and Rangers are a shit team. While somehow they have to convince me that Salzburg and Zagreb are super great teams because we struggled against both of them.
well, yeah, but I think that's this narrative of Milanismo that you don't want to admit that your opponents are doing really well. I think it stems from that.
As much as I agree with you, Roy, you also degrade Milan's opponents all the time. Like I
Like
feel like
what?
like Chelsea especially and other players. Like I agree with your point about Napoli. Like we should respect Napoli, but like at the same time, I know there are excuses, and I'm not saying that the things that happened to Milan, of course, they altered the game, but you have to give credit where credit is due. Especially in the first game, Chelsea were just they just out they were the better team.
But
No, no, no one said otherwise.
well, I
I
did.
think
No, Roy said
let me.
otherwise.
Yeah, I know,
Go
but
ahead, go ahead.
let me do Roy's point actually in this regard because I think I've said more or less the same as Roy. After watching the game against Chelsea, uh, I never at any point, even though they played better than us, we couldn't string two passes together. I never had the feeling that these guys are superior. I don't know if you get me. Like I think I have said this in another life as well. I don't know if it was with you guys or not, but when we were winning 2-1 against Liverpool, I joined the live. We were winning, and I told Roy, dude, these guys play different sport, man. Like we are not at the same level, even though we are winning 2-1.
Yeah,
Chelsea beat us
yeah, I
3
agree
3
with that.
Chelsea beat us 3-0, and I still thought to myself, man, these guys are not that good. Like they are right now at this match better than us, but if they find us in a good day, we beat them. With Liverpool, we would need Jesus Christ as a striker to beat them. Like there was no chance to beat them.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that analysis. It's a really good comparison, the Liverpool one and the Chelsea one. Like you saw it when we played against Liverpool, you could tell that we're playing against a team that was way advanced and just faster and better and everything. Like against Chelsea, you did not see that. You saw
Yeah.
us being completely depleted, and what I saw from Chelsea is a team that presses well,
Sits, yeah, but they didn't
but
even press well, to be honest. Like they didn't press with their strikers, which for me it was a little bit weird because all you hear is all the way teams in England press and everything. They didn't press us with their strikers.
no, it wasn't a super impressive press. It wasn't.
Yeah.
But it was their game is basically press and then whatever happens happens. But there's no real order. There's no creativity at all in that team. And when they pass the ball around, it looks pretty bland. So with a Milan that to me is the Milan that we saw at its strongest, you know, I don't know, man. I think that's a game that we can win for sure. Um, I am honest. Like, why? If I saw Chelsea play great football, I would say they play great football. Like, why do you think I have it? I don't have an agenda, Antonio. I mean, I don't know what.
No, but I don't. I'm not saying you have to say that they played a great style of football, but like for example, after we lost 3-0. Okay, yes, we were missing players, but on that day, either for mental or whatever reasons, they were much better than us. Like I think like as long as we should just be admitting that. I feel like I think are we
Say,
clear on
say again. What should we admit?
that they were much better than us when they beat us
Much.
0.
How
Yeah,
can how can I say they were much better than us?
they beat us 3-0.
I want to see Chelsea be in the same situation that we are in against all our team minus maybe one player as they had. I want to see that. I bet that we would beat them 5-0, not 3-0, if that was the case. So how can I say that Chelsea is much better? Like how can I not just forget what our situation? I mean, if that's the case, then we can put anybody on the field. It doesn't matter. Having your starting 11, having your full squad doesn't matter. When you don't have your fullbacks, your goalkeeper, and your whole right wing department, that's a huge chunk of a team. Of course, even Lazio would have beaten us. Atalanta would have beaten us. Maybe even a smaller team in the Serie A would have beaten us. What Chelsea did in England against our team did not impress me. And I'm not being an asshole. It's just these are facts that you can't deny.
Okay, but once again, I'm not saying that you have to be impressed, and I know that there's circumstances that played a role, but on that day, they were
Oh yeah,
in that
but
they
they
were much better. They were better. That's all I'm saying.
yes, but I don't think Roy is saying they weren't better on the day because that would be crazy. Of course they were better. They scored 3 goals.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to say. Like after a game, I just as much as there are excuses, even our better players in that game didn't really show up, and yeah, we're playing away, right? We're missing a lot of players. I know. With I'm not saying that result. I mean, I was just mad overall at the mentality of that result and the way that we lost. But my main thing is I don't really care that much about losing that game. It's more of just But at the same time, let's just admit that they were better that day. Like they were much better than us that day. Like I don't. I'm not saying that if this happened, if we had our full team and we put them in this situation on this day, like I'm not trying to think of the what ifs. I'm just looking at it as it is based on results. Like that's
Yeah,
all. That's all I'm trying to say.
yeah, they were better today. There's no, there's not two ways about it. They were better.
Okay, two things. I want to tackle this comment. I want to know what you guys think, and I want to say this. Like, I did not say this moment. I said both saying to say Chelsea was going to lose 5-0 if they lost one player. I said they were going to lose 5-0 if we only lost one player, and they didn't have their fullbacks. They had to go to the Primavera for the fullbacks. They didn't have their goalkeepers. They didn't have their right wing, whatever. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, guys, no. You need to open your ears and listen to what I say instead of calling me delusional, because what I said is not what you wrote. I said. All right. Do you guys agree with this comment?
Uh, I agree partially with this comment in the sense that I have always, in a way, said that it's one thing to buy super cheap players and hope that they do good because the expectations are low, and it's another thing to buy players which are within your budget but still of a greater value, and the expectations by definition just become higher. Like with CDK right now, when you spend 35 million on a guy, uh, because of our financial situation, 35 million is a lot of money, and people expect results on the pitch. And what you see here is that we have a very young guy who was bought for 35 million, and people expect him to be one of the better players in the team directly without delay. But then uh, we have to result to the same things that we usually do when we buy cheaper players, which is give them time for them to grow and everything. So in this sense, yeah. But then, but then again, you see Napoli that spent 35 million for 5 players, and all 5 of them are great.
No, I think they spent more than that, not 35. Because
Well,
Raspadori was
Barkovica, Kim, uh,
11. 11 for Vicha. Kim, I don't
11,
know.
like
Raspadori,
6, I
30.
think. 30? They spent 30 for Raspadori?
Yeah.
Well,
Simeone,
that's actually crazy. What the hell? They spent 30 for Raspadori.
yeah, that's how much it cost.
Man, they must have spent a lot of money this summer because 30 million is for the second striker of the team.
Do you think that's a lot of money? I don't think it's
Don't
a lot of
forget,
money.
Ozyman is 70 million, by the way.
No, but the thing is that Raspadori was not going to be a starter.
Oh,
He's
oh,
going to get it.
yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. That's
So
crazy.
can you imagine us paying
The
30
thing
million for a guy who's going to be benched?
De Laurentiis, like I don't like the whole Napoli comparison because yes, they did scout some players that weren't expensive and they brought them in, Good job. We knew, like, for Vicha and these players, they were on Milan's radar for a while too, but it seems like we never actually acted on it, which you can call that a dumb decision, whatever. But Napoli's different. Like Redjon pointed out, like, their owner will actually occasionally spend big on a player. Yeah, De Ketelaere, 35 million, that's true, but look at who else we brought in this summer. He basically was our entire budget, and he was supposed to be our starting cam for like many years. De Laurentiis brought like Rajan said, Raspadori, Osimhen a few years ago for 70 million on one player, and other players like that. So I'm not saying that we need to do that, but money is, Napoli is they've been able to spend more than us. So it's not like we should be praising them. I think, but my opinion on the comment is I don't I don't I would generally disagree with the comment because I think that with overall Maldini Massara, with players like Leao who have developed, to Ketteler who I think is going to develop, um, and being able to get these players with high potential, for the most part, it's worked out. Yes, there have been some like players like maybe Balo Toure and others that don't really have the quality, but for the most part, we won the Scudetto based off of on their work. Teo Hernandez, all these players that came in, so I think they're not overrated. I think that we have to applaud them and I'll be grateful for what they've done. So
Also, another player that has been great this season for also Anguissa, because I forgot to tell you about Anguissa, which they got last season for like 10 million or something like that.
Yeah.
Great,
Anguissa is a
abs- great,
super
great, 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 great player, and he would have been a much needed muscle and technique
Yeah,
in our
I
midfield
definitely
there,
agree
right?
with that.
And also Lobotka has been amazing, man.
Lobotka
Amazing. Like
is
what
out
the
of
hell?
this world. Out of this
What the hell?
world. Out of
Amazing.
this world. Well, now going to that question, the way I see it is, I'm very happy with Maldini Massara have done. To be honest with you, this Calcio Mercato is a little bit anomalous, so I'm not going to spend too much time judging this one in particular. Um, but I think with the players they did get this year, I do see a lot of good stuff for the future, for sure. Chow looks great for what we've seen. Vranks looks very strong. Ali, I don't know, he looks like a real baller to me. CDK looks like he's going to become a real leader. And who else do we get? Origi is a useless signing. Origi's just, I don't
why does
understand.
Pioli never play Adley, man? It kind of hurts. Because he
I'm
was.
sorry. I
Well,
don't mean to be rude to Origi. I really don't. But
Why does Pioli
I
never play Adley? Like he had a good preseason. Like I don't understand. I know.
oh, sorry. And let me add this last thing. And Pobega, for me, this experiment has worked really well. And if they
yeah.
can keep on doing a lot of these kind of experiments from the Primavera, winning is going to be even better. It's going to taste even better. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I just feel bad for Adli. Like I know people are gonna say that. Yeah, he doesn't. Pioli doesn't really think he's specific for any of the midfield roles. But if you play with a midfield of three, which especially now we're starting to see sometimes with Pobega or like Krunic coming in and joining to get Tonali and Benacer in some games, like I feel like you can at least should be getting a little bit of time. Like it's crazy because he was really really good in the preseason. Like what else are you supposed to do? But I think Pioli is a little bit stubborn sometimes. I hope that at least for the Coppa Italia, we're gonna see Adli and Malik Thiaw play a little bit. That would be. I want to see them play because I think they are both good, like really good players. So
Well, I mean, if they don't even play in Coppa Italia, might as well just because like I expect to see them in Serie A, not
yeah,
Coppa Italia.
I agree. This is gonna remind me of something, and I know like I don't want to have any like major arguments about this, but Hauge, for example, I so ultimately I think I don't even know where Hauge is now. I think he's maybe in was he in Belgium or something? I
I
forget.
think he's on Anderlecht, if I'm not
Yeah, yeah, something like that.
mistaken. Something like
He
that.
Genk. He's in
what
Genk.
happened
Genk,
to him?
Genk.
I mean, it's different because I think he was given many more opportunities in the beginning. Like Adli and Tio, they kind of just got here and they haven't really played in any Serie A games. But when we got Hauge, like after a while, he was playing and he looked like he was showing good signs. And then all of a sudden, you just never saw Hauge play ever again, like the rest of the season. And I think Pioli basically made up his mind and was like, "Yeah, I don't think that this guy is like that good." So I guess fair play. Like, I mean, he is now kind of being downgraded into many different leagues and teams. So I guess Pioli was right. Um, but I don't want this to happen like where Pioli just kind of precludes Adli and Malik Tiao from being in the team, and eventually they're going to
Oh,
be loaned out or something like that, and they won't be able to ever get integrated. I don't think
well,
that's gonna happen, but I hope. I mean,
no, but
it could.
the thing is that it will happen. Like if Adli doesn't play even when CDK is injured, then we will have to sell him, or we will have to send him on loan or something, because we are not just gonna keep him there as a body. If Pioli doesn't even play him now, next match, he has to get minutes at the very least because CDK is injured. If he doesn't even play next match, it means that Pioli has already made up his mind and he wants him out.
I don't know. I think Ali maybe this is what I said. Maybe it's also I'm trying to kind of be optimistic about it. Ali is accepting his role in the hierarchies of the team, and he's working hard. And when his time comes, he'll play, and then he'll slowly get into the team. That's me being optimistic. I think he has the qualities. I don't think it's going to be another Hagway. At least I don't. I hope. I don't think so because I'm seeing some very interesting qualities there. I did not see the same qualities in Hagway. Hagway was not as good as Ali is in their respective roles. So
Uh,
I would keep Ali and develop him.
I only don't agree in the thing that uh, we didn't see that many qualities from Hauge, because Hauge, first of all, destroyed us when we played
Well,
against him.
I'm saying yes, true, but I'm saying I see more qualities in Ali. Not that I didn't see any in Hagway. I
Okay.
just see more in Ali.
And also, Hauge scored some important goals for us in the league, which we haven't sadly been able to see it with Adli, because Adli never got any minutes in Serie A. He only got some minutes in the friendlies before the season started.
Yeah, I think if he's given the chance to start with the qualities he have, I think he can help the team do this. I mean, again, here, what did you say? I think you said kind of what I said earlier too. We still have the same problem against low block and teams and blah blah blah. The common denominator that makes us struggle in those situations and our ability is to the inability to play possession. We need someone like that can slow the game down, that can be creative, that is press resistant, that can, pass the one touch and one twos and precise. We need Ibra there essentially, or a decent Ibra. Ali maybe can be some sort of that kind of player. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe. Do you guys think so? Maybe not.
I
Um,
hope so.
yeah.
The
But
truth is that. Go ahead.
no, I just have like another topic I wanted to ask you about, but you can read this comment.
The truth is that we kind of physicality merchants. We have good technique. We're very well organized, and this allows us to be dominant in the Serie A. But in Europe, we get exposed because teams don't impress as much as you. But I do want to say that in Europe, with our best team, minus the depth, we wouldn't be struggling against. We wouldn't have struggled against Chelsea. We
I
wouldn't have struggled.
I don't necessarily agree with it, because we had our main team against Salzburg. We played bad. We didn't even play good
I
against.
disagree.
I
I think
agree with I agree with Chunk here. To be honest, I think that like I'm not saying that
oh yeah, I mean
we're not a
yeah,
bad team in Europe, but we definitely like we suffer so much just because naturally like we play a very intense style of play in the city. We usually always beat teams with the ball. We run more than them, but in Europe, it's just everything is so much faster. So like it's like so much more opportunities for our defenders to make mistakes and for us to concede goals, and also the
Uh,
is much higher. So people punish you so fast, and yeah, we suffer
I
from that.
I kind of I kind of disagree there, because the thing is that if we because you cannot say this and then watch Napoli destroy teams in Europe anyhow, and Napoli plays in Serie A as well. So this cannot be just because Serie A is like that,
No,
right?
I'm
But
not saying
but
it's
No,
only.
but I think the analysis you're making, Antonio, is a little bit wrong because you're saying it's about speed and all this stuff.
No, not.
In Europe, it's not about. In Europe, of course, there's intensity, yeah, but it's not about intensity. It's
it's the
about
quality,
precision.
I think.
Precision, and a team like Napoli has a lot of precision. A team like Liverpool last year had a lot of precision. A team like Man City has a lot of precision.
Yeah, but all of these teams you're naming also play with a super fast intensity. Like they have, it's kind of like it's a mixture of both. Like you need a good balance because if you play, I think what my point was this, and this
Super
doesn't
fast
really
intensity.
this doesn't really like go counter the Napoli example. My point is that Milan in the Serie A is very good at controlling the game by being able to outrun opponents, keep the ball more than them, and be solid at the back and like dictate the pace of the game. But when we try doing that in Europe, when we play against opponents who create much more difficulty and contest us more, the game opens up and we suffer like that. And it's not. I think that that's because it's we expect to play a certain way, and we have much more difficulties doing that in Europe because we find it just different atmosphere, better quality, and more intensity. Like that's it's a
Well,
many factors. That's like like but I think Napoli. The reason why they're a bit different is because they yes they are very precise, and they've been able to sort of like maintain. It's like with them, even like you saw against us, right? When we played them, we were dominating the ball. We pushed them into their own half for most of the game. They had their moments, of course, um, and we were dictating the game very well. But with the thing is, they don't really rely on that to play well. They also like they're fine with letting their opponents, counter in, and the way they change their style of play and adapt to situations is just much better than us. I think they're just dimensional compared to the way we play.
yes, I think that's a good analysis. Right now, we are not multidimensional. We are unidimensional. And what we need is the Ibrahimovic that we had 2 years ago. That guy. We need that kind of super high level quality player, charismatically, leadership wise, and technically, to make our offense look like a beautiful piece of art. Because the way it is right now, it's just 1,000 miles per hour that makes it's a lot of
But
gambling. We play in a very
it,
gambling.
it cannot be Ibra from 2 years ago, guys. Come on. Like Ibra from 2 years ago was nice and everything, but Ibra from 2 years ago would have the same issues that Giroud has right now
No,
in
no,
in
no, no.
the Champions League. No,
In the Champions League.
yeah,
Well, I don't know. We never saw that. So I'm talking about how I saw Milan play when Ibra was at least even 2 years ago, where he's basically doing that role of offensive regista, and he's the timing of the runs are perfect, everything connects. All of a sudden, you find that chemistry. You don't rely on having to play at a 1,000 miles per hour, but now you can decide at what speed you play the game. Um, we need quality. We need like genius. We need
yeah,
genius.
but you don't. But uh, let's agree to disagree there. I don't think. I think we need someone in the attack which is strong physically and fast as well. Like if the team decides to press you high, you at least can throw ball them into the goal, right? We don't have that with Giroud, and we wouldn't have had that with Ibra as well, because we have seen Ibra in the Champions League last season. Like he didn't get a ball. He was struggling to get a ball and hold on to a ball because the press was just too high and the defenders were next to him.
Well, I mean, look, if I have to do that, if I have to rely on long balls, um, first of all, Ibra is a great target man. So someone like Ibra is a great target man. Someone that is very good at the one touch is a good target man, and then he sets up the layoffs. If you're looking for direct balls, and I'm the coach, I'm not asking Ibra to do that. I'm asking Leao to do that, or I'm asking the winger to do that. So you adapt the game based on who you have. Now that genius maybe can be on the right wing, and then you can change it that way. And in the center, you can have a more Giroud-esque, Osimhen kind of player. but we need a
But
genius that glues everything together.
no, but you cannot say Giroud and then say Osimhen kind of player because it's two
Well,
very
you're
different
talking
players.
about players that attack space, right? Yeah. So I
Yeah,
meant like
yeah.
if you want, you can have a striker
All
like
right.
that,
Okay. Then I misunderstood you. All right.
But all we need is whoever's on the right or the center or the attacking midfield position. We need genius. We need to start to get genius, not track, not Hans kind of players. We need to get genius players now. Um, what did you want to talk about, Antonio? What was the subject you wanted to talk about?
Oh yeah, I was just looking at the Serie A games coming up, and there's one team that we never really talk about, and I want to give them some respect. Udinese, man, like they look good this year, pretty really solid. Played well against some difficult teams, got some big results, and I think that their coach could be one of the better, another good Italian coach coming up. Roy, like I know Roy, you're gonna Roy likes to make fun of Italian coaches, but he looks good. I wouldn't be surprised if like Juventus eventually sack Allegri and bring this guy in or something.
I don't know, man. It's too early for Sotil. Like this is his first time in Serie A, I think, and this is a
Yes.
team that I have not seen much, so I can't really judge. But I gotta say that what he's doing so far is pretty exceptional. Um, I guess it makes sense. Udinese builds these really young teams, and eventually these kids are gonna grow and get better. I guess all you needed to do was give them a more offensive coach, and then they play football. Um, but I don't know. It's too early for me to judge Sotil. I have no clue. No clue. He could totally be. He could finish 16th this year for all I know. So I don't know. What is this? Give a fuck. You get on my nerves with your takes. It must be based on collective play, not rely on individuals. I don't know who's talking about. What about you, Rajo? What do you think of Udinese? Have you seen them at all?
I saw their game against Roma. They just obliterated Roma.
Oh
That
yeah,
game,
yeah. I remember. Oh Jesus! Look at their fucking record. Wow, it's all
man.
green.
Yeah, they're actually
Damn.
very. They have always kind of been a very like physical team, but this time around they're not parking the bus and waiting for counterattacks. And also Dodofeo has been carrying them, so I think they are a little bit one Dodofeo injury away from not being that great.
Hmm.
So I think the only game that they have lost this season is against us, the first game.
I'm looking at Atalanta. Atalanta looks fucking good, man. Look at these
Yeah,
players, and also
but
their defense.
they are playing counter-attacking football this time around. They're not playing the old Atalanta anymore.
That's interesting. Well, here they had more possession. I haven't watched them since our game, so I'll take your word for it. Um, but yeah, they're kicking ass, and their
And they
defense
have,
is actually really good. It's a good
and I think
defense.
they have conceded like 5 goals so far or something crazy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Here's a topic. Ooh, this one is good. Lazio. Lazio in Italy is a team that has conceded the least amount of goals. I think.
Really?
Yeah.
They've been better in in Europa League.
Oh, they have.
Yeah,
I
they
don't know
lost
if
like
his stat
five
is
zero.
correct. I don't know if his stat is correct. Let me check. But I'll go to the Serie website. So, what does that say about our good friend Romagnoli? Hmm? Maybe he wasn't so shit after all.
Oh yeah, maybe, but he wasn't working in our system.
Yeah. Um, you think he didn't work in our system? Yeah, yeah.
Once Tomori joined, you could see a difference between Tomori and him. Like Tomori was starting because he deserved to start.
Yeah. That's too funny. Um, yeah, so Lazio and Atalanta, the teams that have conceded the least, and Napoli is the team that has scored the most, with Lazio also. So Lazio is the team that has almost scored the most, and the team that has conceded the least. And again, Immobile is right now the forward. So I need a Floki to explain to me, right? Because he was saying this really stupid shit. He was saying, how is it possible? He was saying, if Immobile can score all these goals in Serie A, then Vlahovic, Osimhen, Abraham, Origi. So why aren't they scoring all the goals that Immobile scores?
Hey guys, uh, just about Vlahovic though, I was thinking about this. I feel like his performance now, granted, it's mainly Allegri who makes them play like absolutely awful, but his performance against Milan was probably one of the worst striker performances I've seen in a long time. I mean, in the sense that he didn't his movement and just Juventus overall, I guess, but he barely got into good positions. He actually should have pretty much conceded a penalty, but they didn't give the penalty. Uh, he gave the assist to Brahim Diaz for us to score. I mean, not only was he just not really doing his role of being a striker, but he was just so sloppy. I don't know what I mean. I feel like he just needs a reset with this. I mean, this Juventus overall needs a reset though. So
Yeah,
like.
but I feel like when you play as a striker and you play in a team that's basically has no plan and doesn't attack, like what do you do as a striker? You get completely demoralized and you try to, I don't know, handle the situation and try to do your best while not feeling your best. So I think this is like the problem he has. I don't think like Cdk Vlahovic is a bad player. I think Vlahovic in our system Vlahovic would be the striker we so much needed right now instead of Giroud for Europe. But at Juventus, put whoever you want. Like as a striker, they will struggle.
Bro, if you put Erling Haaland, he would still like play better than Vlahovic.
And Erling Haaland is one in a million, man. Like
No, I'm just saying. Well, I think Vlahovic was, regardless. I know Juventus. I'm not saying Vlahovic should have scored goals, but the way he like his touch was bad, his decision making was bad, and I mean I know it's the same for everyone, but like holy crap, like what the hell has Allegri done with them?
but I just want to tell you this. Uh, how has Giroud been so far for Milan, for example? How would you, in Serie A, would you say he has been
Giroud,
great?
Superlative. Superlative.
Giroud for what for his age and the way that from like what you expect of him, he does his role very well. I
No,
would
but just tell me so far, how has Giroud, Milan striker, been so far? Has it been great?
I mean, he's for his age, he's been very good. Yeah,
Right. He's been very good. All right. And he plays in a team that plays attacking football, right?
yeah,
Yes. Vlahovic doesn't play in a team that plays attacking football. We agree there, right?
yeah. I agree. Well, yeah, yeah.
Now, what if I told you that in Serie A this season Vlahovic has scored 5 goals, Giroud has scored 4? What would you
No,
say?
I'm not. I never said Vlahovic this season. First of all, I would love to have Vlahovic on Milan, and I think he's
Exactly.
a good.
What a burn, Antonio! You can't go. You can't. He got you with numbers,
Wait,
Antonio.
wait, wait,
You're
hold
you're
on. But
so screwed.
I never said Vlahovic is a
Got
bad
you with numbers.
player. I said he against us, he had one of the worst performances I've seen from a striker.
You know,
That
and
was
I
my
agree. No, the the problem is that while playing in a team that is getting battered by Israeli teams right now and playing the anti-calcio, he has still managed to score 5 goals. He would still be the player, like he has still scored more goals than any Milan player.
well, that's impressive. But against us, like I don't know why. I mean, the player that I saw against Milan, you don't even think that he'd be able to do that because his touches were so bad. Like he just looked like I don't know. He looked like he had no technical ability.
I'm not a big fan of Vlahovic, but obviously there's something special about him. Um, I'm not a big fan of him, though. Not a big fan. I'm glad we didn't get him.
I would want him on the team, but I don't. He's not like there's other players who I think I like better.
Like who?
I think he would have been a great substitution for Ibrahim, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Because he's that kind of player, not super fast, but not slow either. Relatively good technically. Takes free kicks. He has already scored 2 free kicks this season. Like, he's a player, in my opinion, that we would need. He is tall, physical.
In hindsight, the striker, the center forward that I would have gotten to kind of do what Ibra does and more, eventually, was Scamacca. I think we should have gotten him instead. The price is right, and he's playing some extraordinary football right now.
I think Vlahovic
I don't know how to feel about
is.
Scamacca.
I think the reason why is that one thing Scamacca is better than the majority of all these new center forwards is playing with the midfield. He maybe needs to prove a little bit more, even though he scored 16 goals last season, right? Jonathan David is considered this super attacker. He scored 16 goals just like Scamacca. But the one thing that Scamacca has that all these other strikers don't have, even Vlahovic and even Darwin Núñez, all of these guys, is the way he connects with the midfield. So that's why I would have gotten him.
I would take Vlahovic over Scamacca. I think though that there are other players who, overall, just from the eye test that I've seen, like that I would rather have than both of these players. One of them, it's a little bit early, but I really like Benjamin Sesko. I know he hasn't really proven himself yet,
He's
but
already gone. He's already gone. He's a
yeah,
Leipzig
I
player.
know. Wait, wait, you said Chelsea?
No, Leipzig.
Leipzig. Yeah. I did hear that he made a move. I'm just saying, like, I'm looking back at just some other young strikers.
He would have been great as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think he has a lot of potential, and I like the way he plays. But I like the way De Ketelaere plays. It's just just look. I mean, I feel like sometimes he just kind of gets lost in the game. Like he doesn't really do anything. He needs to be more proactive in the attacking phase. But yeah.
I agree there. Like, I feel like, first of all, he is our cam, right? He should search the ball and be, I don't know, in the possession of the ball as frequently as possible, right? But the problem that I have with him, and I've said this 10,000 times, but I'm sounding boring now, he has to shoot the ball towards the goal. If he thinks this is a good chance to shoot, just shoot the ball. Gabia, I've seen Gabia shooting the ball. He has played 3 games. I haven't seen De Ketelaere yet. What the hell?
Yeah. I don't.
Like, you
Like,
are a
we
cap.
haven't even seen his shot like once this season.
Like, is he a left-footed player or is he a right-footed player? Does he maybe shoot his balls with his right? I don't know. I haven't seen him shoot the ball.
This is something that you can definitely see where, CDK is not ready yet. You can see it in his midfield. When he has the ball in the midfield, this was decent touch, but if you look at him here, when in these kind of areas, when he attacks space and the sides, he's good. But when he goes in the middle, his touches and his press resistance is quite poor. Here was okay, and here he kind of gets himself in a mess, and here it's just, what is he doing right there? And like, he really needs to sort that part of the game out.
Say goodbye to complicated supplement routines. AG1
What the
is
fuck is that?
vitamin, probiotic for gut health, and so much more.
It's Antonia watching
Antonio, what the
advertising.
fuck are you getting?
What's up?
Arnautovic is a similar player to Ibra.
Yes, but minus 500% quality.
Right, and it will come with strength. His physicality is not up to level, and but also his mental aspect and technique. Because bro, you got to be a baller if you want to be that kind of. Bro, you got to be a baller. A baller. What's up, Yusuf?
What's up, Roy?
How
How are you
doing?
guys doing?
Good.
Hi, mate.
So, are we talking about CDK?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, just looking at his video, just trying to see what he can become, and
I think he's more of a system type player. If he
assistant.
gets assistant.
Assisting.
Oh, assists. Yeah. I mean, he does have some assists here that weren't scored on, because he does have a good ratio as far as key passes. He's number one in Italy, so obviously that works for him in Italy.
I think he needs time to adapt to the system for Pioli. Like, I don't know how in Club Brugge he had double digits.
Because he was there, part of the system. Like he felt comfortable there. They knew him since he was a kid. He speaks the language. It's completely different, But then, like why do you think there are these players in other clubs, like in Napoli, are adapting right away, but CDK is not? This is a question Rajan had earlier. What do you
Yeah,
think?
I think I told you this before in another live. Like, I don't judge until the end of the season. So there could be a moment where things are shaky for Napoli. So I'll hold off judgment on that. But so
But
far they've been playing like very good football so far.
I've also heard someone see it like from the other way around, as in, as long as Pioli has been here and we have started playing with a cam, we have tried their Paqueta, Çalhanoğlu, Brahim Diaz, and now CDK, right? And all of them so far, at least, have not done a great job. So maybe it's Pioli who doesn't really have a concrete idea of what he wants his cam to do, more than these players themselves.
Yeah, I
Because
think
I
that's
feel
a
like
great point. That's a great point.
Wait, hold on, hold the phone. Like, we know what kind of camp Pioli wants.
right, but then the club isn't buying the
CDK?
cam that Pioli wants.
No, CDK is actually quite perfect for what Pioli wants, according to his history. Now, as far as what he's producing, that's a different story, because Pioli likes to have these cams that are hybrid midfielders, hybrid cam, not fully strikers, not whatever. He likes that balance, like Çalhanoğlu was doing, etc., etc. So that's the kind of player they got him, a player that covers the field defensively like a midfielder and attacks like an attacker. But he's just not producing.
I think what's his missing is the aggressiveness. He's not aggressive.
All he needs is like someone to slap him in the face a couple of times before each game. Because he's got a baby face, man, and he's there. He's there too afraid to shoot the ball, too afraid to do tricks. Like, just free yourself, bro.
He needs like
No
a
one's gonna
Tuzo.
kill you. Like, if you shoot the ball and you don't score, no one's gonna kill you, man. Just shoot the fucking ball.
Yeah, I agree, actually. I agree. PSG after Leao. Guys, what do you think about this renewal talk of Leao? 5 million to renew and half of his lawsuit paid by Milan.
Perfect. We should do it, like, right away.
The question is he going to do it?
Well, that's for that you will have to ask him.
Yeah. Yeah. The only things that I fear in this scenario is that, of course, we know there are teams out there that have the ability to give Leao even more than what he's asking for, and they can pay the whole thing. if
Oh,
they
yeah.
need to. Um, the positive thing that comes with this renewal is that in order to get another player like Leao, it will cost us more than to you know
Keep Leao.
keep Leao.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
so we should invest right now if we have to pay this thing for him. Yeah, it's less than what you would have to pay for
But
another Leao. So
but there's one thing that keeps me a little bit optimistic about Leao, and it's
what's that?
how he celebrates when other people score goals. Like it seems to me like he has somehow arrived at that maturity where he sees himself as one of the leaders of the team, and his job, at least in his mind, or I actually base it on the way he celebrated the Diaz goal. Right, he went to Diaz and he did everything in his power to tell Diaz that you are a very important player for the team, like something that Ibra would do, right? Like, and I feel like he feels himself as a leader, and when you feel yourself as a leader in a group of people, you don't want to leave that group of people to become just another young player in another team and to have to fight your way up from the beginning. Get what I'm saying, more or less?
Oh yeah. No, I see that too. I definitely see that too. I mean, he's definitely taking the team on his shoulders, and he's got a very with the players. And I agree. When they score, he
He's
you
the
know
first to celebrate. Like he celebrates as much as the guy scoring, and then he posts something on Instagram, like tagging the guy that scored and saying thank you. Like what?
Very polite.
Yeah.
no, yeah. I agree. I think those are very optimistic signs. I think so too. Um,
Thing is, I was having a conversation with Andon about the costs of keeping Leao, and I think the team could be too dependent on him in the future, and that's what we're seeing now.
well, we need another. We need to add more geniuses, around him.
Yeah,
So
the solution cannot be we renew now and we don't buy other good players, because then what's the point? Sell him if that's the case.
yeah, we have to add more players that can help him express even better, and everybody else. So, and maybe we can even get another Leao, another guy that can do everything kind of on his own. So the more high level elite weapons you have, the better it is. Let's start with Leao, which is an investment which is smaller than the investment we would have to make for a player that is already at Leao's level. So hopefully they get it done. Let's see. Knock on wood.
Let's swap Leo for Vicha, and I'm just kidding. And
Yo, Roy, would you do it if Chelsea came tomorrow or PSG, whatever, offered you 100 million, 150 million actually, and then you can buy Gvicha for 100 million? Would you do it?
No, because Napoli's not going to sell Vicha to Milan. Why
But
would they do that?
in the case that I just invented in my mind, Napoli does sell
Uh,
Gvicha to us for 100 million. It's my story, Roy. I decide the rules.
I get it. Um, I don't know, man. I don't know because they're both are high elite level players. They're different. I think Vicha is better in the sense that he makes the team around him play better, and he scores. Honestly, he scores the same amount of goals Leao is scoring,
Yeah,
but
so
less
far, yes.
assists. Leao is more a soloist, but a high level soloist. I would have them
Actually,
both.
Gvicha has scored one more goal this season than now so far,
Mm.
but two less assists.
Yeah, it's a tough one, man. That's a tough one.
And this is his first year, and he's younger, 2 years younger.
Yeah. Um, Obviously, I mean, Vicha for me, in my opinion, is the next Messi. All right. So I'm going to say it right now very easily. Vicha is the next Messi. So Leao the next Cristiano Ronaldo? I don't know. I don't know. He's got to prove it in Europe. Vicha's already proved it in Europe.
That's true. And also, Kvicha is 2 years younger, man. So, and he adapted, boom, instantly from in the league. That's telling.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, the stream has been suspended for policy violations.
Oh Jesus. Was this a membership? Oh, I just have to stop sharing it. It'll come back.
All right.
I thought Milan didn't give a shit. Oh yeah, they usually do. I forget. Whatever.
Really? So
Whatever.
Milan does give a shit if you do this, huh?
Yeah, on
we're
this one,
trying
yes.
we're trying to squeeze every single cent. Huh?
That's right. They need it. Oh, they had some good deals with Yankees. I don't know if you heard about them.
Oh yeah, I have.
So now, well, let's see. So
Did you
basically,
guys see the off-white jackets? How much they're going for?
Yeah, 3.4K. But Off-White is a luxury brand, man. It's a luxury
I
brand.
know, I know. But that's
Makes
pretty.
no
That's a
sense.
lot. That's a lot for a jacket, though.
It's like having Milan, I don't know, advertising Gucci. Like, okay, bro, or Louis Vuitton. Like, what's the point?
Maybe that's how they're gonna fund the market.
yeah, that's crazy. 3,000.
Yeah.
That's insane. $3,000 jacket. Um, but anyway, so Cardinale had this deal. So two good, really good. Oh shit, Nathan. Nathan wants to join. Hold on. I thought the link was in the chat. So Cardinale had a new deal with Fly Emirates. So Fly Emirates now is going to pay more. That's one thing. And the other thing is that in the Yankees, so now in every Yankee store, they're going to have AC Milan merchandise in America. And what else? Oh, and every Yankee store in Italy, every Milan store in Italy is going to have Yankee merchandise. So that's the deal.
In Italy, do they care about baseball or?
It's more like a fashion thing. The Yankees in Italy.
Oh.
Not really.
I mean, the American market, I think, is bigger than the Italian market, so I think we're gonna
yeah.
benefit more than they're gonna benefit.
So wait, so in every Yankee store, there's gonna be Milan jerseys as well?
Yeah, I think that's what they're saying.
That's actually great.
Yeah. So, all right, guys, it's back. We're back. It's AC Milan just wants to bother us. It's all good. Don't worry about it. But yeah. So the deal that the deal that Jesus, the deal that Milan has, Cardinale did with the Yankees, that in every Yankee store in America, I think in America, or at least in the East Coast, I think in America, they're going to have AC Milan merchandise in it. And in every AC Milan store in Italy, they're going to have Yankees merchandise in it. So now this partnership has begun with the Yankees and AC Milan, associating the two brands together. Let's see what it does. Cardinale, bringing in the ideas to create the funds so we can, have some good mercatis. Rajan, what would your answer be on your own question?
Can you remind me of my question? What was my question?
The Leao and
The Leao one. That's I don't know who did that question, but must have been a very smart guy because it's a hard question to answer. I would say Leao, get Glitcha for 100 million, and then buy a striker by adding 20 more million to that 50 left. Buy a really good striker. I don't know who that is, but I'm naming him a really good striker right now.
I would sell Leao and buy a 50 million left wing, 50 million striker, and 50 million right wing.
Say what?
I would sell Leao and spend 50 million on the right wing, striker, and the left wing.
I would get Johan Bakayoko, and I wouldn't sell Leao, and I would get Johan Bakayoko, who is he's a mini Vicha.
But the whole point was that we didn't have money. Like if we had money, we keep Leao, we buy Kvicha as well.
That would have been the perfect thing, man. That would have been amazing.
We could have done that for 10 million this summer.
Whew, that would have been crazy. We'd be playing what?
Johan Picha.
Here he is, Johan Bakayoko. Fantastic right winger, only 19.
Let's see this guy. Let's see this guy. Where does he play?
PSV.
PSV. So for
19.
30 million, you get him.
I don't know if it's going to be 30 million. I don't know
More?
how much his price is. He's 19.
Then less, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, Maldini, if you're watching,
Yeah, Maldini, watch this. But I think Milan is linked to him. Milan is
really?
linked to him. Yeah. That's how I know about it. But this is the guy I would get.
Is he fast, left-footed, right winger?
No, he's a
180
genius. He's a
almost?
genius with the feet.
Okay.
And he's
So
got.
we
look at his numbers.
already know that Hans hates him.
Yes, Hans hates him. He's not tall enough. He's not big enough.
Yeah.
Only
Only
and he scores too
180?
many goals and he does too many
Yeah.
assists. Yeah. Is Hans still pushing that stuff?
Of course he is. Do you think he changed? Do you think all of a sudden?
Say that again?
Do you think all of a sudden he likes midgets now?
years.
No, he doesn't.
Poor Hood.
That's hilarious.
Oh,
Hey Nathan,
what?
what's going on here?
Why is Nathan in the war zone, bro? What's going on? What is going?
Yeah, I don't know. Chaos. Anyway, 19 years old, super player, Vicha-esque, exceptional left foot, just out of this world left foot, and
Hey, what were y'all
And
saying about
is he French?
that
What's that?
Bakayoko kid?
this one here, we're watching him right now.
We are
Okay.
watching him right now.
Yeah, his left foot is absolutely exceptional. His dribbling inside, the way he slows down, the way he speeds up, is just.
How long is he gonna need to adapt?
I
and
think
everything?
players with this kind of technique don't take long to adapt.
Okay. And is this like a real thing with Milan being after him, or the same old?
Well, I mean, he's one of the players Milan is linked with,
All right.
so
So same old.
same old, yeah.
Where did you see that we were linked with them?
Oof.
That was a great pass, by the way. That was a great pass.
Um.
Oh, and he can shoot the ball, man. Holy
Oh,
shit.
dude, this guy scores 1,000,000 goals, and all of them are beautiful. Hold on.
Would you rather get Zaniolo though?
No.
I don't know. This guy for me looks really special. But
'Cause
he
I think-
doesn't look Vicha special, but he looks special.
It's Zaniolo's. Zaniolo has one more year right after this year on his contract, so
Yeah.
Well, the thing
There
is,
could
you
be-
can get.
Okay,
can get
I
Zaniolo
like this
for-
guy a lot. I like this guy a lot. He's
can
oh
get-
my god.
You can
he's
get
really good.
Zaniolo to play as a cam and still get this guy for the right wing.
Oh fuck yeah!
He's,
Yeah, that's
he's
true.
really good. But what about CDK, man? Or CDK?
CDK is a false nine.
Oh yeah, of course, yes.
I mean, that's what he
False
played
nine.
at Bruges, so why not
Yeah.
play him at Milan?
And because we don't play with a false nine, and we have Pioli. Pioli is never going to change the formation.
I mean, when Zlatan was healthy, Zlatan was acting as a false nine until Pioli told him not to.
Nah.
I mean, you can't deny this. Zlatan would drop into the midfield. That's great. That's what a false nine.
Oh yeah,
does.
but
Okay,
yes, but
so you can't
because
say that we didn't do it when we had a player that would actively.
because Zlatan played also as a false nine. It's not like he
Yes,
was the
and
false nine.
CDK can also do that as well.
Yeah, but
I say false nine. I mean, CDK played as a nine at Club Brugge, but he acted as a false nine.
if you take a look at the heat maps of CDK, you would see him on both sides. Like he wasn't a false nine. It's not like he would drop deep and have the team
No,
with anything. He would go to the
doesn't.
wings.
Yes,
He was more of
of course, because a false nine is not just dropping into the midfield. He's going to be moving everywhere. But the problem is our players are so static when it comes to interchanging positions that with us he would probably just be standing there.
What about this Bakayoko guy? Is he French?
Nah, he's Belgium.
Belgian. Okay. Nathan, him or Doku? Chun.
Doku's more explosive, but this guy doesn't seem as injury prone.
Yeah, that guy is made of glass, man. That Doku guy.
Yeah, Doku's been injured a lot. So if I had to choose between the two of them, I mean, again, no matter how good you are, if you're always injured, then you're no good. So I guess I choose availability.
But talent-wise, you think Doku is better?
Oh yeah, Doku has far more trickery and explosiveness.
No, man. This guy is really good. This Bakayoko guy. Maybe
He's
we get
really,
rid.
he's
Maybe
really,
we get rid of the other Bakayoko and substitute him with this guy.
a like for like swap.
Yeah, like this. We will be like, what? This was the Bakayoko we had. What are you talking about?
The other player that Milan is looking at, and someone told me that they're going to try and get, is this. I don't know if he knows. I don't know, like if it's real or not. But this other guy, Danish guy, who is also very good, but not this good. He's slightly lower than this guy.
Oh, you said the Danish kid? I
You might know?
remember the links, and I think the kid is actually like really, really fast. I can't remember. Man, I have to go back and look again, but I think the kid is actually like super, super fast.
Yeah, he was super fast. Well, he wasn't Mudryk fast, but he was fast. He was a little bit less skillful than this kid here.
But he's young too, like 20 years old or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, you can at that age, you can still work on things like that.
Yeah, but no matter what, we need class, we need skill, we need genius. No more.
Well, if we can get this guy right here for the wing, again, I still would like Zaniolo as the cam. I think our team we would just need to get a center forward then.
I'm all about stacking
unless
the
we
team,
make CDK there. I just don't think Milan has the time to. I mean, we do have the time, but I don't want us to be in a position where like you just completely kill CDK.
Are you convinced that he can only play as a false nine?
To be honest, that's where I see him. He does not, outside of his passing ability, the rest of his attributes don't scream a cam.
I'll play devil's advocate for you, right? Because there's a statistic that says that CDK has the best key passes. And we're watching his stats earlier, not his video earlier. And what you notice is that he has a lot of possible assists that could have been goals, but it was really whoever connected to that ball that didn't score. So maybe if those guys are connected to the ball would have scored right now, his numbers as far as assists would be up. And
Yeah,
you
of
can
course,
you
but
can argue that as an attacking midfielder, it is more his position.
but the other thing that you have to take into account is how were those key passes? What was the difficulty of those key passes? Were those key passes threading the ball through three people, or was it the obvious, simplest path to make?
Say what? No, it
I
was.
say, like,
It,
like when you're looking at the passes,
no,
were
they're
the
pretty creative. They're
passes?
pretty creative.
Yes, but when you say great,
I
how
said creative.
creative?
But
But that's the thing. How creative was the pass? Like, was he threading the
No, but
ball through three and four people? Was he? That's why I
yes,
said the
sometimes,
best, the best,
sometimes,
the
yeah,
best,
sometimes,
the
yes.
best that I've seen CDK make was that chip ball to Kalulu. I have not.
yes,
I personally,
There was
I
more
don't.
though. There's others.
yeah,
You just don't. And I wouldn't have remembered
exactly.
them either. I just saw
No,
them
but
right now when we saw the
I,
highlights. That
I can remember three right now. Like the one for Kalulu, the one for Teo, and the other one for Leao. Three really good passes.
Okay, so but that's it though. Three really good passes.
Wow.
I think
How
it's
many
more
do you
because
want?
he's got the highest in Serie A.
No, for sure it's more, but the thing is, three great passes.
Yeah, even if his assists were higher, I would still ask for him
Be
to
a
do a
false nine.
bit more.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. A lot more, I would say. But I think I don't know about the false nine. I think
I mean,
that's what he
that's
did at Bruges. He did do that, and it worked well
so
for him.
that's all I'm saying. Like
But
you can at least try him there just to see how he does. Like if it
but
doesn't
I
work out, then go back to trying him as a cam. But we've seen now for what 3 months now that it's just not. Yes, he should have more assists, but you can see that he's just not that confident in that position.
um well yeah. The thing is this. The thing about why I'm not so convinced about putting him in the center forward, and I think it's just the sense that I have is that he has no personality. Like you need a lot of personality to be the center forward. Like you're fighting against those defenders. It's a mental game. It's all about it's all these. You just need a lot of charisma, a lot of personality. You need to dominate that area. You need to be physically dominant. You need to be technically precise. I don't see him being able to do that right now. I just
Well, I
don't.
mean, but when you compare that to all the attributes you need for a cam, the only attribute he's shown is passing, but that's it.
Yeah, yeah.
So I would at least give him a chance as playing as the number 9. To me, I think he's stronger at holding the ball up than Giroud. So I think he wouldn't. I think he would be a bit more successful. And on top of that, it would allow us to have more fluidity. It would allow us to have more fluidity in the attack just because we have a striker who's moving off the ball. And then you can still have someone like Diaz who is also moving around. Then you also have Leao who can make runs in behind the defense because CDK's made that room available to him. The only thing is you just need a right winger to complement the rest of the three.
Yeah, and maybe Brahim Diaz is that right winger. What if Brahim Diaz turns out to be the right winger that we're looking for, right? This quality right winger. Because essentially, Brahim Diaz does have the qualities. He doesn't have necessarily the qualities to be in the middle of the park. He doesn't necessarily have the qualities to be on the far extreme of the park, but he does have the qualities to be in that center right role, wherever he has to deal with a little bit less congestion.
Um,
Maybe he can explode and he becomes a right winger. Would you guys be pissed off at that?
I mean, that just screams Suso all over again. And the way that we play, if we really wanted to use Diaz as a winger, we would need to switch to a 4-3-3.
Well, I would do it not as a 4-3-3. I would do it the way they did it against Juve, which is a 4-3-2-1, a
Oh
Christmas
yeah,
tree.
yeah. That would work too as well. I agree with that as well.
Yeah.
Well, then that would be even better. Imagine Diaz, Leao, and CDK.
Yeah.
Like that's a lot of movement, a lot of people who are able to press. You have a person who can drop back and open up space in behind and still pick out those passes.
Yeah.
So I mean, just it's just something to try. You know, we keep trying the same thing over and over again, and you know, especially with injuries happening, I think it'd be worthwhile to try.
But in a 4-3-2-1, one of the reasons why we're playing it right now is because CDK is not on the pitch. So therefore, we're not. I mean, at least he didn't do that against Juve. He didn't really deploy he did kinda, but it was Pobega. So it was more like three midfielders. So, what do you think of sacrificing CDK? Put in the 4-3 in the middle, Tonali, Povega, Benacer as your starting three, and then a 2-1. And then you can rotate that 2-1 with Diaz, CDK, Rebic, etc., etc.
We are not gonna drop
Yeah.
CDK after spending 35 million for it.
Yeah, that's the
Like
thing. You can't-
CDK will
so
have
much
to
money.
be so shit in order to get dropped, and he hasn't been shit in my opinion so far. He has been not good, but not shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Laird, come on the stream. Tell us what you think. Laird, is he still making excuses about Napoli?
No, but yeah, he is. But
Oh
Dart
my
is
God.
convinced that our right wing is perfect as it is. So that's why he's
Our
saying
right wing for me is perfect right now, in my opinion.
Yeah,
When it's fair, it works.
but from the highlights that we've been seeing, and of course that's the problem with attacking highlights. I'm gonna you know what? I'm gonna pay more. I'm gonna watch PSV because he's on PSV, right? I'm pretty sure he's on PSV.
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
I mean, that's the dream. That's the dream. But I don't know if it's gonna happen.
I'm gonna try and watch. I'm gonna try and watch this game because on ESPN Plus, I can watch the Dutch games. So I'm gonna try and watch PSV more. And I'm gonna see if this guy defends as well. Because you know some of these guys they're only built just for attacking, like in a 4-3-3. Like those guys don't have to come all the way back in defense.
But I think we have we already have players like that. I think we need to get some geniuses.
No, Roy, come on, Roy. If this guy can defend as well, even at the rate of Macias defending.
Oh well, then yeah, of course. And
right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, if this guy can defend at a decent rate, I think we would have to get this guy.
I'm all in, dude. I'm all in. All the chips on the table.
And he probably won't cost that much.
Well, I don't know.
He probably wouldn't. If you go to like any transfer news, is this guy like being linked with anybody else? You know?
No, he's emerging right now. So this is just his. The train hasn't left yet. The train hasn't left yet.
If Milan was serious, they would get him in January, and they could probably do it for like 25 mil.
Oh, that would be the best thing they could do.
But the problem is, if this guy gets called up to Belgium and he blows up, it's not going to happen. So I think they need to do like how some of these teams do and do like a.
He's definitely not going to be in the World Cup. No way.
Well, we'll see, man. Injuries and things like that. Doku's not even in the team anymore because of injuries. So this guy could replace him.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
You know how some of these teams get like these pre-agreements done? I think they need to try and do something like that.
Yeah. I think it would be a great opportunity. But I mean, I don't expect it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean these guys are asking for Berardi before, and his price tag was like 30.
Not coming anymore.
I know. I'm just saying. Like, obviously, we're looking for a creative, fast type winger. So
Yeah,
it kind of makes sense.
there was a Danish. What was that Danish guy's name?
Man, I don't know. It was like one article or some shit. And I haven't seen it since.
Damn, I can't remember. I can't remember his. I cannot remember. Well, that's Gustav Isaacson. Oh, there you go. That's right.
What's his
Now,
name?
Justin Ochunko, either he's lying, he thinks that Milan is going after this guy. Let's see if it's true. I don't trust Justin Ochunk, but if it is true, then it is true.
If it is true, it's because this guy is going to cost us like $4 million probably. I think the Belgian kid would probably be better.
The what?
I think the Belgian kid would be better just based off of the nationality and how those players develop. I would take a chance more on that Belgian kid.
Oh yeah, me too. I think I would put him on top of the list for sure. This guy's up high on the list too. He's very interesting, very skillful, and creative. He doesn't score as much as the other guy. He's older, but he's got strength and technique. He plays for Midtjylland.
He plays for who?
The team that Onyedika was on.
Okay.
Market value here says 4.5 million.
Yeah, see, I was right there. 4 or 5 million.
Yeah. He's good too. Can you see it?
I'm gauging a tank right now, so I'll be there in like a few
wait,
seconds.
hold on. I gotta share the screen.
51.
Let me share the screen. Do you trust Old Chunk, Red John?
I don't know if I trust the fact that that's who we're going for, but it is true that he is in one of the links, so I wouldn't put it past it.
Yeah. Anyway, he's a good player. This one. Yeah. By the way, Endrick had his first first professional game. Did you guys see that?
Who's Hendrik?
Endrick is the new Brazilian sensation.
Oh, okay.
He's the next
How did he
Neymar.
do?
Give me 1 second. I'll be there like.
I don't know. I mean, he's still like 17 or 16.
Hendrik? That's his name, Hendrik?
Yeah. Endrick.
De la Cour? Or
He plays
his name
in
is just
Palmeiras.
Hendrik, he doesn't have
Plays in
Palmeiras.
Palmeiras.
Okay. Enrique, right?
Good,
Oh
thank
no, and Hendrik. All right,
Endrick.
I found it.
All right, I'm looking at him now.
Let's see, Hendrik, how good this guy
Yeah,
is.
he looks good. He looks good. He has good speed.
Yeah, he's got good technique. Knows how to.
Is he a striker? What position does he play?
Who are you watching?
Hendrik, the Hendrik guy.
I'm not sure. I think he's an attacking player, but I don't know exactly.
I think he's a striker, at least from what I'm seeing here. He's always in the middle.
I mean, he's pretty fast.
Yeah, he's got speed.
Yeah. He's fast and he has a really strong shot from what I'm seeing.
Who are you looking at?
At Hendrik.
Oh, we're looking at someone else.
Hendrik,
Oh yeah,
are you
but
talking about the Brazilian kid? Bro,
yeah, man, I'm talking about the Brazilian kid.
Hey! Just remember who brought him up first, okay? But he's
Dude,
way out of
I've
my
known
price
about him
tag.
for a long time, dude. Man, that's the first thing I do every time is go to see who's the next Brazilian kid. I've known him for
Yo, listen. How old is this guy? 17 years old?
16 or
16,
17.
17.
16. Holy shit.
He played his first few minutes for Palmeiras last week, I want to say.
And was he good?
He could have made some better decisions, but at
Oh,
that
yeah,
age,
but
you know,
he's
it
16.
is. It is what it is. Right. But yeah,
Yeah.
he's out of our price range though.
How do you spell his name?
Endrick, ENDRICK. I think it's right.
CK, yes. Let's watch him together. Boys. But it's too early, man.
We would. Well,
Like,
his contract, he can't leave Brazil until he's like 18. I think that's what's in his contract. But by that time, especially if he continues like how he is, like we will not be able to afford this guy.
Do you guys know who Diego Moreira is?
Nope. But I don't know many youngsters. I don't know any youngsters, to be honest. Actually, shame on you, Nathan, for watching some. Okay, never mind. That's what too dark.
Look,
That's what too dark is.
with my job, I'm lucky to even watch the youngsters that I know right now. Okay, you gotta give me a break.
5 goals. Man, does this guy know that there's an Italian guy scoring 50 goals a match? What is this? 5 goals in 5 appearances? Camarda would have scored 30.
The thing is that guys like Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, Kaká, these guys are all endorsing this kid. They didn't even do that for Vinicius.
Just like they were endorsing Gans. Do you remember Gans, the new Ronaldo?
Yeah, I remember. But you know, sometimes it doesn't work. It doesn't work out. But at a certain age, it's kind of like, you know, either you take a risk or you don't.
Also, there was another guy, man, a youngster back then, the new Pele or some shit. Never heard about him again. Like, he certainly went off the radar.
Yeah, it depends on where these kids go as well. Like, even if this kid goes to Madrid, which is where I'm thinking he's most likely going to end up, I think they would do well to loan him for like a year or two somewhere.
Yeah, but like for this kid, what you can do is, if you are hopeful, you go to them right now, you give them 20 million, and you tell them keep him for the next 3 years.
Well, that's what they did with. Well, maybe not the next 3 years, but
yeah, Madrid.
I mean, if y'all remember, even Kaká was in his 20s, so I mean, it wouldn't hurt him. It would probably help him, to be honest.
Yeah.
We have a superstar in the making, you know, coming up. But this guy, the thing about him, this guy about him is that he's 16 or 15, but his muscle build is like a 27-year-old. He's you can tell his muscle development is like.
I'm actually a bit surprised that there's so many. How is it possible? There's so much footage of him. He's 15. Where has he been playing?
Palmeiras youth. Mostly.
Yeah.
But do we have cameras in Italy? Because we can find shit about Camarda.
No, but
Like, what is this?
But you know what though? You know what's interesting, Roy? I feel like the way that the youth is set up and like the viewership is set up for Brazil is kind of like in the United States how
with
they
college,
how they always have like the up and coming young players is much more accessible compared to other places.
I think it's a very exciting thing for Brazilians to find out whoever next exciting player is.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. In Italy, it's more reserved. Like they wait, and they kind of keep him hidden.
Yeah,
they don't talk about him.
But this is the difference. This guy is 16 and he's already getting 10 minutes here and there with the senior team. Like I think that's very important.
Nathan, we are not giving minutes to Adli and and Chow and Bronx that have been playing as starters in Europe,
I,
let alone
I
15
hear
year
what you're
olds.
saying. I hear what you're saying, but none of these guys are built up like how this kid is, or the youngster in our Primavera. Like even oddly, like he's good, but
But
again, I feel like we kind of jumped the gun with that guy because he doesn't fit our system.
I do have to reiterate about this kid that I just noticed now. I'd never noticed it before because there was a close up earlier of him. Like he is not. He's built like a mature 20-something-year-old. Uh, like he's more muscular than people that are older than him.
Oh.
Well, if you notice, Roy, a lot of Brazilians are like that.
Yeah, but not at 15.
You'd
At
be
15,
surprised, man.
at
You'd be
15,
surprised.
at 15, it's
But
quite
at
rare
15,
to be built.
you
Like
still
that.
haven't developed.
Yeah, 15 is like okay, this is some rare one in a million kind of thing.
Yeah, but he could be working out. Well, just like how
In
how
5 years, he might be 20 centimeters more than he is right now.
He's probably gonna grow. He's only 15, so he's gonna grow.
Yeah.
But he's also skillful. I mean, not only he's got the
Yeah,
body, he's very skillful.
like the body reminds me a little bit of Balotelli for some reason.
yeah, it kind
Balotelli.
of does. Yeah, Balotelli. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
Like strong and
The Kalaric wants him the link.
But we can't get this kid anyways because he's not tall enough, and Hans will not have it.
No,
oh
no
yeah,
good.
oh yeah. In Hans's book, he's already a
It's
loser.
already bad, yeah.
Shut up, midget.
Yeah, Hans needs to explain a lot. He has a lot to explain. Has a lot to explain. His theories on football are questionable. And the whole body type, that thing there is just like, that's really questionable. How do you explain Lobotka, Hans? I want Hans to explain to me why Lobotka does what he does. Because Lobotka is the smallest guy on the field. His legs are literally like short as arms, like they're tiny. But you cannot get the ball off of them, even if you try to
Well,
corrupt him.
even David Silva, like you couldn't touch him.
Or David Silva, yeah, another one.
You couldn't get close
Even
to
if you
David
try to
Silva.
corrupt him, holy shit.
You know, the only big skill person like that I've seen is really just Zlatan for his size and his ability is just
Yeah.
is A1.
And maybe Van Basten.
And Boston, yeah.
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 think-
I just need Hans to explain this stuff to me.
I
I don't
think
get
Hans is expecting everyone to become Zlatan or Ben Basten. If you're big and tall, that's your potential for Hans.
it. Right. Actually, Italy has Gnonto. Gnonto is 18, and he's already physically developed really well. And
Yeah, but
he's doing well with the national team.
He is? Oh, okay.
yeah, but he doesn't
What
get to
about
play at all
Leeds?
for Leeds.
For
He
an
doesn't get to
18
play-
player,
he doesn't get to play at all for Leeds, bro.
no, he's not.
No, he doesn't even get to play.
I mean, he's 18. I don't expect him to.
Yeah, but he's on the national team already, so that has to come into effect at some point. Like,
Well,
it
maybe
has to
he
be
should
taken.
play. Maybe he should play because, like, they weren't playing Scamacca because, for some whatever reason. Then all of a sudden, they kind of go in a mini crisis. They start playing Scamacca. Well, it's not Scamacca is scoring some top-notch goals.
Oh,
And
but
they're
it
winning.
wasn't like that. They didn't play Skamaka because he was ill. Like he
Oh,
had
he was
like
sick?
some. Yeah, he was sick.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
Would y'all go for Yonto in January?
For
Mm,
Gnotto?
Yeah.
No.
I'd go for Jay Bakayoko.
Yep. And
Go
I
for
mean,
and
you can probably get them both for under. You can probably get them both for under 25 mil.
how can you get Gnotto, man? Like, he just signed for Leeds.
And shit, they ain't playing them. You can at least loan them with an option to buy.
Come on, Nathan.
I mean, they're not playing them.
Laird,
Yeah,
your
but
thing got disconnected.
We're not gonna get
Goals?
a loan with option a guy that is not starting for Leeds. Like, come on, man.
You can.
Well, yes, you can, but it's Leeds, man. They are trying to survive,
Yeah, but
staying up,
they're
and
not.
you're gonna and you are gonna get a guy that doesn't even start for them. Like, what's the logic there? Is this Nathan or is this Flocky? Is Flocky corrupting you, man?
No,
Oh my God.
Floki has little dick energy. He can't trust anybody.
Oh Lord heaven. Is Fluggy still pushing the same bullshit?
Yeah,
He puts
yeah.
a lot of bullshit, so I don't know which bullshit you're talking about.
Did he celebrate when Milan lost to Chelsea? Was he happy?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah,
He was really happy.
oh yeah, he did.
What's up, Laird?
Yo, how's it going? Can you guys?
Hello, Laird.
Yes, we can hear you.
So, I
Tell
just want to
us.
say something. I just want to say something about Hendrik.
Uh-oh.
He's 16 years old and he's been playing with 21 years olds in Brazil because that is the under 21 league.
Oh,
So
Okay,
the
that
kid is-
explains it. That
wow.
explains
Okay.
it. That explains why.
So
the
he
kid
is 16
really
and
good.
he's playing with 21 years old.
He's
What
playing
the-
with the
Yeah.
Primavera. It's like he's 16, but he's with the Primavera, but even higher.
Yeah.
Is with the B team of Palmeiras because the Primavera finished at the age of 18 in Brazil. So he's
Yeah.
2 generation early.
Yes.
He's
See,
too
that's
good
why
to play with
That makes
16
sense.
years old. He's
That
too
makes
good to
sense.
play with 18. He's playing against 21. Of course, in that league, there is 18 years old, 17 years old as well. They are good as him. But the limit of that league is 21, and it's a proper league, basically, with professional players that get paid.
Okay. This
Yeah,
is
yeah.
why we get these cameras and this because this is
Right.
crazy.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was explaining. So he's really good. And
That explains a lot.
Oh, okay,
he's been
but
playing
he is,
around
if
Europe
he is
as well. He's
16
done some
playing with
tournaments.
21 years old, man, this guy is a beast. What the hell?
But they are not, I mean, they are not all 21. Some of them are 21, some of them 19, some of them, it's all a group. They're all
Either
players
way,
that cannot
still the
he's
youngest.
playing.
He's
Either
still
way,
the
he's
youngest.
playing up like four. He's playing up a few years, regardless.
Yeah, 5 years ahead of him. Players
I mean,
that are
if he
5 years
comes
ahead
and
of
play
him.
for our Primavera, we win the Serie A and he scores 25
Oh yeah.
goals.
Yeah.
To make an example. I mean, Zaniolo at 17 was playing in Serie A with Roma. And he was called from. So it's, we're talking about that type of level. Zaniolo at 16, 17, starting for Roma, I guess. He can play for Milan at the age of 17. But I don't think we can afford
Yeah, but
him.
God knows how expensive this guy is. Eh?
I think Real Madrid already is going.
Hendrik is literally going to go for no less than 60 million.
But Real Madrid already has a deal for him.
Yeah,
It's already,
yeah. Madrid literally already has first dibs for this guy. That's why I say it's literally going to be impossible.
Real Madrid is not
Wait,
messing around.
are there actually connections with Madrid, or
Yeah.
are you guys just saying?
Yes.
The
yes.
word on the street, when you go around town, is saying that it's a done deal. It's already done. It's been dusted. It's been decided already a while ago.
Yeah, but I want to say something. Palmeiras is a really rich club in Brazil, so it's not easy to convince them to sell.
No, it's 60 million, bro. I'm trying to tell y'all.
So I don't know if and anyway in Europe they cannot cannot get him because they need to bring the parents as well. It's a bit complicated.
Oh no, we're not gonna get him.
It's not just that. His contract. There's a clause in his contract that he can't leave until he's 18 anyways.
He
Very,
can leave before 18, but
No,
his parents
he
need to
no
come and
he
they
he
need to have
literally
a job.
cannot. He literally cannot. It's in his contract. He can't go until he's 18.
there's one thing that Brazil will always guarantee, and it is, their next top young targets players are going to be amongst the best in the world. And Real Madrid, the biggest club in the world, does exactly what the biggest club in the world is supposed to do. Already get the next big Brazilian superstar. And, we need to become that team one day.
Well, we got to send our scouts to Brazil first.
We got to have the money to get him. We don't have the money.
Yeah, we gotta have the money, Nathan, but we already have the scouts. Like, we
I
are
don't
the
really.
scouts.
I don't really. Hey, if I'm gonna send in my resume, John. I'm gonna send my resume in.
No, but we work for free, man. That's all. It's Milan we're talking about.
So John, what they're saying is we are the official scouts for the whole world. They come watch our podcast and they listen to the players we talk, and then they go buy them.
That's right. That's how Napoli got Kvicha. Do you think they
That's-
knew about that guy? No, they heard Roy saying he's Messi, so they were like, nah, might as well try it.
Hey guys, I'll be back. I'll be back.
It all makes sense now.
No, Roy left. Anyway, Nathan, what are you saying? I was talking about the law, not about the contract. By law, they cannot leave underage. But if you find a job for his parents, so he comes with his parents, you can do that. Because I remember Pato was in the same situation, but Milan waited 6 months.
Okay.
Before registering him.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that.
Because before the season starts, they have to be 18. If they are not 18 before the season starts, and they are extracomunitari, they cannot start in Serie A. So Pato had his birthday 3 days before the end of the registration, so we had to wait 6 months. Because you can either register him in the summer, or I don't know, before the end of August, or in January. This is why we waited.
I don't know, man. It's always a risk for these kids. It's not easy to spot them and invest such a big amount of money. The guy is not is still virgin.
Yeah.
I mean, he might not be a virgin at this point, but
Well,
this is Brazil we're talking about, bro.
yeah,
but
probably.
he's going to Madrid.
Football.
He's gonna float in pussy, man. So you have to see him then now. What's he gonna do there?
Well, you already know Brazilians like to party, so
Exactly. Like we know that. we had Pato. Pato came to Milan, fucked half of Milan, and stopped playing football.
Yeah, but they need the
by
usually
half of Milan,
Brazilians.
you mean Barbara?
Yeah,
But you know what?
her as well.
Brazilians are different, man. Brazilians are more like let's build, let's make the first big contract, and after let's fuck it up. It's not like when they're young, they actually really focus because they need that big contract. Anyway, I think it's early in general because people get their mind goes crazy, when you have money more than actually partying.
What about the Jonathan Bakayoko? Do you like him, Dart?
He looks really good. Again, we need to see.
We're not getting him, huh?
No, we're not getting him.
Ah.
The good news bearer, Dart.
Come on, man. We're not getting him.
That's why I asked if anybody knew if there were like links to any other teams, or if it was just Milan that was like linked with them. Because if it's just us for right now, like us that are seriously linked with them, then I mean we gotta just go now. Like don't wait for everybody else to know them.
I don't know, Nathan. I don't believe in these things. And then, by the way, they
if we
look
know.
good. They all good. They all look good on highlights. So
That's true. That's why I said I guess you haven't joined yet, but I'm gonna try and watch PSV more often. I mean, I'm already watching Ajax, so it doesn't hurt for me to watch, one more fucking game.
yeah, Nathan,
And always remember,
watch some games, huh?
like everyone looks good in highlights, but CDK. 'Cause-
What is this inside joke? I missed it. So.
Bro, come on, CDK didn't look that good in highlights. To be fair,
No, it looked
we
good
have
in
said
highlights.
this.
Why?
Yeah.
Didn't look like the type of player Nathan was.
No,
All
fuck
pace,
no.
all pace, dribbling and stuff like that. But it looked good.
CDK, pace and
Yeah.
dribbling.
No,
talking
Nathan,
about
you
this.
didn't understand.
No.
It didn't look the way you wanted.
I thought you said
So-
he did. Okay, sorry.
Sorry, my bad English. Anyway,
If I try to speak Albanian or Italian, you guys will probably off the show. So
you can try. That would be fun. Anyway,
don't learn anything.
huh?
Always have to be curse words, nothing positive.
Oh yeah. But that's how you get the connection with any language. First the curse words.
Yeah, it's I need to get a girlfriend if you want to learn a language properly.
Yeah.
It makes it easier. But anyway,
My Spanish is flawless.
your girlfriend is Spanish.
Yeah.
Do you speak actually Spanish, or you're taking a piss with me?
No, a little bit.
You're an idiot. Why don't learn Spanish, man? It's useful.
No, but I the thing is, it's not like I speak it perfectly, get it? But I speak it good enough to not get lost if I'm, I don't know, kidnapped in Casablanca and set free or something. No, Casablanca in, I don't know, somewhere Spanish, because Casablanca is not really Spanish.
It's Moroccan. You need
It's
a
Morocco.
to get out of that.
Exactly.
You're already in trouble, John.
What am I saying, bro? I've gone completely mad. I have no idea.
Are you guys feeling positive for the
Verona game? Yes, we are.
Pioli rotation?
No, he's not gonna rotate.
Jesus Christ! I believe me, man. We're gonna play with Kubis in against Dinamo Zagreb.
Yeah, for example, old Chuck from Italy, for example, knows his words, his curse words.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not reading any comment.
Good. Don't do it.
Is a curse word in what language?
Albanian.
Ah.
So yeah.
Oh my God. Anyway,
Do y'all think the other summer signings are going to get a chance to play tomorrow or against Verona?
We're gonna see the same players tomorrow against Verona.
No, but do you think they'll at least sub in?
Oh, it's not tomorrow, is it? It's the
Sunday.
day after. Sunday, yeah.
So we're gonna see them tomorrow in the training.
In the training, yes.
You're right. We're gonna see them tomorrow. I don't know. I hope there is a good reason for Pioli not to play them.
Maybe
because
they're just really bad.
The next 2 weeks, I will understand if Pioli is a big club manager or a small club manager. Simple as that.
Yeah. So the next 2 weeks, what premise are you saying that though? Like in terms of rotation or like mentality? Like what are you basing that on?
Rotation, just rotation, man. That's how they differentiate a big club from a small club, man. Knowing how to rotate players. That's
so
everything.
If this doesn't happen, will you be Pioli out or just Pioli?
No, I will say Pioli is not a big club manager. Simple as that.
85. How much more you got, bro?
That's it.
What? That's
no,
it.
I was talking to some of the workers here.
You gonna come tonight?
72.
What is it, bro?
72?
Tell him to join the live, man. He's shouting.
Go.
Tell him to fucking send him the link, man.
That was funny as hell, bro. That
No,
was
hold
funny.
Y'all gotta excuse my language here, all right? Just fair warning. Excuse
No
my language.
problem. No
These
problem.
guys are some typical niggas by every sense of the word. All right.
I'm
Loud.
actually fine, man. I'm actually fine. It's just
Oh no, they're funny guys. They're funny guys, but yeah, it's just we'll just say that.
so Nathan, in United States, black people are the loud people. Is it that? Okay.
Black
Because
people, black and Hispanics are the loudest, especially when it comes to having fun. For sure, are the loudest.
in Europe, it's people from south of Europe are the
Yeah,
loudest.
Italy or Spain. Like, if you hear one person speaking Spanish, you just know there's a group of Spanish people somewhere next to him, waiting so they can all shout together.
I mean, all south of Europe, Albania, Greece, all of them.
Oh, Greeks as
Portugal.
well, man. Greeks are super loud as well.
It's like
I
oh
need
my
those
god!
motherfuckers to come back. They gotta sign the damn paperwork. Making all that fucking noise, and now I can't find them.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
What do y'all think is gonna happen in the game? Like how
Against
y'all
Verona.
see it going?
Against
Well, I
Verona,
expect-
Maldini is
I
gonna score
expect us-
against us.
No, but
Shit,
he's not the
he is
Verona.
there,
He's the
isn't he?
Spezia. He's the Spezia, guys. He's the Spezia.
Come on, Jay. When is he gonna go?
What's this?
When he put the shit on me, that son of a bitch was going, dog.
That's funny as hell, bro.
Nathan, are you actually putting your headphones close to him? So
You too. What'd you say?
Funny, bro.
No, Larry, it's because my headphones are on what is it, the voice isolation? But it's not just my voice. Like anyone talking is gonna pick it up.
makes sense. Makes completely sense. I
It's
get it
better.
now.
Like right now,
Nerd, are you confident about the game against Verona, man?
Man, I don't care about the game. I told you, I want to see what Pioli does with the rotation. That is my main concern.
He's not gonna rotate. Come on, you
It's
know it. I
wrong.
know it. Yeah, I
But
know.
that's wrong. That's
I
super
know.
wrong because why are we buying players in the summer if he's not rotating?
I agree.
He basically plays
they're
them.
just not ready. It's like when we got Lazio. Did you remember what they said about him? He's not physically ready for the league or whatever bullshit they came up with.
Dude,
You
if
know
you
what-
send me to the gym for three weeks, I'm gonna be ready to play for Pioli. Not a
For
professional
real.
football player. This is bullshit, man. Let's
No,
be honest.
Listen, the best part is this. My nightmare is this. Pioli starts our starting formation against Verona and Monza. We get injuries, and then we complain when we go to Zagreb and then against Salzburg that we don't have the starters. This is my nightmare scenario here.
Well, but we should not complain. Pioli should understand that it's his fault because this is a game for him to rest player.
Exactly.
I
Yeah,
feel
especially since Verona is really not having a good year this year.
They have been trash, man. They've been really bad.
Yeah, this isn't the normal Verona where they're kind of difficult to play against. Like these guys have been fucking horrible.
And we are tired.
You're right. You're right, Larry.
We are really tired. That's the thing. It doesn't matter. Even if it was a good team, we're playing against a good team. Still, we are tired. We need to rotate for that reason as well. But it's gonna be interesting, I would say. Let's see.
You think the players will at least be positive?
The game is gonna be good. I mean, we're gonna play well, but
Yes.
injuries are coming for sure. That's a sure thing, you know.
I'm only afraid of Leao injury because if Leao is injured, then we're fucked.
I'm more fucking Gabia injured than Leao. Or
to
I don't
be
know.
quite honest with you, even though no man, because we need Gabi in the Champions League. Because I was about to say
Exactly.
maybe,
Who's gonna play, me or you in Champions League?
yeah, that's the problem. Yeah,
I mean, against Dinamo Zagreb, you can actually win with Rebic on the left wing.
Yeah.
Cannot win with me as a centre back. It's an issue, man. We're laughing, but this is a big issue.
it's an issue because every single player that we bought, we cannot register, man, in the list. I don't know how we do things. We do things a little bit weird.
Yeah, I think we need to. I'm not opposed to getting like these young players, but I think we also need to get established players as well.
Dude, we need to get this.
When I say established players, I don't mean like somebody from like Chelsea or fucking Real Madrid, but like a PSV or Ajax or even a player from Dortmund, someone who's been playing on a good team at a high level, but isn't going to really cost you 60 million like that.
I think me and Rajon have a different issue here, man. I'm okay with the players we bought. Why we don't have them in the list? Why we're not using? It's like having a car without an insurance.
Well,
What's
I
the
mean,
point of buying it?
The coach must think that they're not good enough.
No, we don't have in the Champions League list, man.
Yeah.
Well, I thought the list had to do with the
Nathan, we are saying we are buying players we cannot even put on the list, on the Champions League list. So what's the point?
Well, isn't that down to like the
Yes.
homegrown rule?
Yes.
Yeah, so don't buy them. That's the whole point.
Don't buy them. That's what we're saying.
Okay, but I've been the one saying that we need to shop in the league more.
Oh, I agree, but the thing is, why aren't we doing that?
You
because
should
we
say
have
it
no
to
money.
Maldini, not to me, man. You're saying it to the wrong people.
I've been asking this question. I've been asking this question the whole time. Like, we had the chance to get, Chiesa when he was not when he was 60, maybe a little bit.
Don't go so
younger.
far, man. We're talking about this summer.
even. Oh, this summer. Well, again, we could have went for Yonto. Man. We could have went for Udoji. We could have gone for.
My question is why we didn't pay Raspadori 35 million. At least you can add racks on the list.
Yep.
I said to get Raspadori too, but
or pay 35 million Scamacca and don't buy how's it called CDK and put the one you bought on the list. Put Ciao in the list. I don't know. Buy an expensive Italian player and I don't know.
And
maybe
really, it's not expensive. It's really not expensive. 35 mil is just when you think about like what players are going for now. 35 mil is what you're going to get for somebody outside of the EPL.
I am still amazed how Napoli went and spent 30 million on a guy that was going to be a bench player. I don't understand.
Who, Raspadori?
Yes, because Raspadori would be the guy to substitute Osimhen.
Yeah, but John, you can't deny that Raspadori doesn't have fantastic talent, though.
No, for sure.
They bought Raspadori because they know in a year time they're gonna sell Osimhen.
Maybe.
So you substitute the player you're gonna sell a year before. So you already have that year of him adapting is already gone because you already have the good player. So if you want to substitute Leao, we should buy the guy that is going to play instead of Leao now in January.
Well, we have to be Mudryk because Napoli ain't selling him. I would say Mudryk would be the person to get.
Or
No, Napoli sells, but you need to pay a lot. But Napoli sells.
no, but I'm talking about Kvicha in the summer for 10 million.
Oh, you mean we should
Oh.
have? Yeah, you're right. You're right, John.
I don't know. Maybe because he was an extra foreigner outside of European
Yeah.
Union. I don't know.
He was.
Yeah,
We
but
don't
you can still have. You can have him instead of Dest, though.
Oh yeah, imagine for a second we bought Kvicha, we wouldn't have registered him in the Champions League, for example. Fucking hell, man, we are.
That's why I say that it's important. Players like Çalhanoğlu or players that you don't believe on the long term, you should not renew or should not sign. That's but anyway, that's another talk. I'll say.
What do you guys think their plans will be for the winter market? You think they'll do anything, or they'll just kind of wait for the summer?
No, we are not gonna buy anything in the winter.
What if we get to the next round of the Champions League? Do you think that would force them to?
Maybe, but I still doubt it because it's very hard to buy useful players in the winter mercato. It's very.
What
you
about
have to
Neymar?
splash the
What about
cash.
Neymar? Neymar or Ronaldo?
We have a Neymar.
What
is
about
probably
Neymar
gonna
and
stay at
Ronaldo?
PSG now.
Well,
Like,
clearly
what about
Mbappe. Listen to me. Clearly, Mbappe wants Neymar out. The whole mess is doing is for Neymar to go out.
Yeah,
Because
but
he's not gonna leave.
Mbappe, we have a better chance of getting Mbappe now. Like,
Nah, shut up.
Right.
Mbappe is not leaving. Mbappe is not leaving Paris Saint-Germain. All the mess he's doing because he wants Neymar out. It's clear. I don't know because he cannot leave. He's clearly trapped with his contract.
Yeah, but
It's an expensive contract.
how are we gonna pay Neymar, man? Neymar makes as much as our team.
But the whole
Neymar
point
makes the amount of money on his entire team.
1 second. Let me finish the talk. I'm not saying Neymar is gonna come to AC Milan, but if Neymar leaves Paris Saint-Germain to make Mbappe happy, he's gonna send Neymar on loan and pay maybe 70% of his wage just to be outside of the dressing room, and Mbappe to be happy. So that's the way you solve that issue. You send Neymar out on loan, you pay 70% of his salary, and you move on. So that's what I'm saying. It's simple. I'm not like
So then you get Neymar and you bench Leao, right?
No,
But
Neymar can play as a
play,
number
he
10.
doesn't, yeah.
He plays as a
But
number
Neymar
10.
doesn't play the left. He doesn't play the left wing at.
So
he
you
does
bench
actually. Never mind, I
CDK.
lied.
You bench CDK. No, but he
Anyway.
does because that's the whole problem that Mbappe has. That Neymar plays left wing and
Yeah, but
plays
no, the
in
problem on Mbappe is that the Neymar plays as a number 10 and he has to be the first striker and he doesn't want to be the first striker.
Yeah.
So he's happy to play with Neymar if there is a striker, but because there is no striker and he is the striker, that is his issue. At the moment, at least.
In this case, though, CDK gets the D, right?
Hey, but
I don't know,
John, you already said it before, though. John, you said even Leao in his first season, he had to get benched as well because of his performances. So it is what it is. Like you can't just keep playing someone when he's not playing at the standard that you want.
And anyway, guys, I'm not saying it's gonna happen. What do you guys think about the
Derek,
idea?
You are already gone. If he doesn't come, I'm gonna mention it to you.
I'm more thinking like if PSG calls Maldini and says, "What do you guys think about getting Neymar on loan for 6 months?"
We say yes.
Well, if you are Maldini, what do you say? You say yes or you say no?
I say yes, and I say I'm also gonna pay for the flight. That's right.
Okay. What about you, Nathan? What do you say, Nathan?
I say yes as well.
Okay.
I want Neymar on Milan, not just for what he can do, but the fact that we could entice the next Brazilian talents to come to Milan to play with Neymar.
For sure.
He's a Puma player as well, so
Puma can pay some money for him. Yeah.
can be
For
a perfect storm even for him with the endorsements and everything like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not sure
Neymar
about the
looks happy
player.
right now, though. Neymar looks happy
player?
with
Messi.
He will perform really well in Italy.
Yeah, I agree.
But I don't think we can go for the next step, become the. And at the end of the 6 months loan, we still have an issue. We cannot pay him. That's
Unless he decided to take like
No,
300,000% pay cut.
we just have to convince Mbappe to keep on insisting that Neymar should be out.
yeah. Or Neymar can go to Man United and Ronaldo come to PSG, like something like that.
Well, how does that solve our issue?
No, I'm talking about Mbappe and Neymar.
Uh-huh. Ah, okay.
Life is not all about us, John.
Shit.
I want you to.
What
I
are
want
you
you to
eating,
say it,
guys?
Larry. Is Mbappe bitch made?
He is a bit. You saw Rudiger. Rudiger is not a bitch, mate.
Yeah.
You saw his goal. You didn't see
His
the goal.
injury. The injury
Yeah,
or the goal?
He got the injury
Yeah.
during the goal.
Yeah.
Because he
Exactly.
didn't do it like CDK. He just went there and smashed his face.
Exactly. That's what a man is supposed to do.
Yeah, and have CDK out for 6 months.
Hey, that just means he's soft. That's all it is.
Oh my God, Nathan.
He's just a little soft is all.
It's
Now,
a nice
really
one.
are.
If we had the players that we did like 15 years ago, like our golden players, they would not allow CDK to back out like that.
Come on, man. I don't think it's a bad thing to avoid injuries.
No, I'm just fucking trolling right now. I don't want the guy to get crushed by the goalkeeper. I just want him to keep his eye on the ball. That's all I want.
Yeah.
Man, fucking CDK, the one time he pushed the ball towards a goal and he was offside. No, Giroud was offside. Fucking hell.
Man, Giroud is ruining a lot of people's goal, man.
Yeah.
By the way, I hope we do like a Tomori type of operation with Chelsea, with Armando Broja, man. I hope Chelsea get corrupted by these talented players like Neymar, Ronaldo. They do that. They buy a star, so Broja is out of the squad.
They already got, or they're getting Nkunku.
Right, Nkunku is not a star, global star like Ronaldo or Neymar. Talking about
I get what you mean.
Is Neymar more of a star than Ibra?
Than who?
Ibra?
Ibra. Like
Same. I think Ibra.
Maybe Neymar is more actually.
No, same level. I would say. Ibra is more his persona, his character. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Neymar is more like the Brazil, the flair, the fact that it was this talented kid that was playing, that came really young in Europe to play football. But Ibra is like fucking. He thinks he's the villain of a film.
He's the antagonist. Huh?
Yeah.
Hey, did y'all see what when Messi first moved to PSG and he got the number 30? Did you see what he said about that and why Neymar is having the number 10 still?
No.
What did he say?
He said that Messi took the number 30 because he's 3 times better than Neymar.
He wouldn't be wrong there.
Yeah.
Hey guys,
Messi's 700 goals, man. How the fuck a player like Messi can do 700 goals?
Well, you got the technique, man. That's what I said.
Dude.
When you're as a striker, it's everything is like super mental as a striker. That's like
Well, Derek,
once the striker is in bad form, they're really fucked up.
this question keeps Hans awake at night, man. This exact question.
It's impressive if you think about it, because I bet you if you go on a coma and you forget whatever you've seen in your life and you see Messi in the street without knowing who he is, you will say this guy cannot be a football player. Not even a football player, not the best in the world, the best in the history,
Yeah.
or whatever. His body is not built to be the best in the world, and still he managed to do that. The other one, Erling Haaland, looks like a fucking NBA player. It's like looking at an
Erling
NBA
Haaland-
player running in
Machine,
the
bro.
pitch.
Yeah.
So Benzema's obviously gonna win the Ballon d'Or this year. He's obviously
Yeah.
gonna win it. But I think next year it's gonna be Haaland with the rate.
Nah,
he's
there is the
scoring.
World Cup. There is the World Cup.
That's true.
Some,
That's true.
some idiot that is gonna win the World Cup is gonna get it.
Yeah.
Actually, no. And actually, no. And the reason for that is because the World Cup is gonna be in the winter, right?
Yeah.
And then we're gonna have another 6 months of football. So when the voting comes, people are not gonna remember as much what happened in the World Cup, but more so what happened during the second part of the season. Because
That's a good
people
point.
have always been biased towards the World Cup because the World Cup has been the end of the season for football. Get it? So you play the whole entire season, then you play the World Cup, and the World Cup is the last thing you remember. So I expect this time around not to be a player from the World Cup that wins it.
Yeah, but people that vote for the Ballon d'Or are all like Roy, man. They think the World Cup is the best thing in the world.
Maybe.
So-
maybe. We'll see.
Can you believe it? This is probably the first World Cup in history that the best player is not participating. It's insane.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Haaland.
Haaland is not
Best
going to
player
the
right
World
now.
Cup. Yeah, the
Oh,
most
best-
informed, the best player right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Probably
Hey,
in
it be
history
like
of
that
the World Cup.
sometimes, man. It be like that.
Do you think they're gonna pay him to go and be on the stands and stuff like that to make an appearance?
Maybe.
Maybe.
I wouldn't go if I was him.
It really depends, to be honest. It really, really depends. Does Nike or not Nike? Does this World Cup, like, who are they, like? Who are their official sponsors?
I have another question for you guys. Adidas is the official sponsor always of the World Cup.
Well, like, you know how like the Super Bowl has like 8 different official sponsors and shit. Like maybe
Yeah,
Holland can make an appearance for some shit like that.
Yeah, and the World Cup always has Heineken. No, Heineken is Champions League. The World Cup has Budweiser.
No, but it's in.
Adidas?
I don't think they're gonna have an alcoholic beverage this time.
Oh shit, because it's in Qatar. Yeah, true.
So what they're gonna? They usually have a car. They usually have Adidas. Probably some like PlayStation or technological tech brand, and a beverage. Probably this time it's gonna be Coca-Cola or Pepsi or some soft drink.
Oh, it's always been Pepsi, by the way, for the World Cup.
Yeah,
Always
so-
Pepsi.
I guess
I
we'll
will-
see.
Anyway,
Well, you said
oh,
you have
I
a
was
question
thinking
about.
about Mbappe. Do you guys think Mbappe made all this mess because everyone was talking about Erling Haaland and no one was talking about him?
No.
I don't think so.
And his
think
agents
so.
and all the people, his PR say, man, no one is fucking talking about you. You don't exist. Everyone is talking about Erling Haaland. Everyone is saying
Yeah,
that he's
but-
the best player in the world.
But that's just because of what he's doing on the field, though. Like Mbappe's
Exactly.
also scoring goals. It's
Yeah,
just
but no one is
Mbappe
talking
throws
about
a-
him.
Yeah, it's because
No,
when Mbappe does good, the next game he throws a hissy fit because he can't take a penalty kick. So
No,
that's-
probably it's because Mbappe has understood that when you play in the EPL, you get all eyes are on you. Okay? Good or bad, whatever you do, everyone's gonna talk about it. When you play with PSG in France, it doesn't matter what you do. No one's watching.
In 6 months, the Premier League PR is gonna tell you that Erling Haaland is far better than Mbappe,
For sure.
and he has to
I
leave
think
the
they're
Paris
already
Saint-Germain.
saying that. They're already
Well,
saying that.
to be fair, for me, he's far better than Mbappe.
Nah.
If I have to build a team, I'll build it around Erling Haaland, not around Mbappe.
Oh, sure, but
Yeah.
because at the end of the day, the guy who pushes the ball through behind the line is the most important guy in the team, right? But
Yeah.
but the thing is that Mbappe can score a goal on his own, and Haaland cannot do it. Right? He cannot.
But it
get the
doesn't
ball.
matter.
That's true. Yeah.
It doesn't matter because if you're building a team, you're not supposed to score goal on your own. And
How did
sometimes,
you?
Sure.
How were you from I don't want Haaland in Milan to now we need to build teams around Haaland?
oh my God, Roy.
Hey, Larry,
You
you do
remember
have
that,
some
Roy?
explanations. You do have
Roy,
some
Dude.
explaining to do.
Do you remember that, Roy?
I told you.
I didn't forget about that.
I told you why. He's injury prone and he's extremely expensive. You can actually add 3 players to our squad instead of Erling Haaland, which is
that would you
is
take
fair.
3 players or Erling Haaland right now?
I would say 3 players because we are not Man City that we need just Erling Haaland. We need all the rest
But
that Erling Haaland
Larry,
has
you
around
said
him.
all we need is just a striker.
I know, Nathan, and I'm actually telling you, we need this. I'm actually being honest with you and telling you that as much as I like our right wing and a lot of our players that are playing right now, if you want to compete against the top 3 clubs in the world, you need to add 3 pieces. My whole point is,
welcome.
yeah, but
Welcome
in
to the right
we
side
all,
of the debate.
Right, right, Larry. We are the ones who said this. So
yeah, but guys,
welcome
you
to the
but
club.
sorry, guys, you're saying the obvious. Everyone knows that, but you cannot do that in one summer. You have to do it in 3-4 years. Slowly, because it's not possible. Even if you have the money, let's say you try to do it like Barcelona did, it's not gonna work because you're gonna buy the wrong player that is gonna cost 60 million anyway. So you need to go slowly. I think growth slowly is more solid than quick growth. Simple as that. And going back to Erling Haaland, the dude earns what, 30 million net, and he costs 80 million to buy. You tell me now, how the fuck we're gonna even afford him?
No, he
I would
makes
say
like
better
13 net, not 30.
30. He earns like 1 million a week, something like that.
No, that's how much Mbappe earns. 1 million.
He earns gross 900k a week. I saw a fucking article. 900k a week gross. Net is 500 a week. So he's around 25, 28 million net.
He makes 28 million net. There's no way, man. Ronaldo at Juventus was making 31.
Yeah, but Ronaldo was 33. He was 33.
31 million, man. That's how is Alan getting 30?
Man, Alan is getting a lot of money. He's getting more than Kevin De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne is making 25, 22, something like that. Gross.
De Bruyne is
Erling
making
Haaland.
12.
I saw an article, man. 900k a week.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the article was.
I'm not sure either, but for De Bruyne, I know that he makes like 13 net. At least that's what I know.
Imagine if City don't win the Champions League this year.
That's still fine, man. Still fine.
Don't worry.
Still good. Even if they don't win it, man.
How is it still good?
What do you mean?
Like the amount of money they spend, it makes it almost. I don't know. The project to me is just so disgusting.
They will spend more next year
and win it.
And the thing as well that there really aren't a large number of strong teams. It's what, City, Madrid, maybe Bayern. Bayern isn't playing very good this year, but maybe Bayern. That's only 3 other teams, man.
The
So you
problem that I
can't
have
win
is
with
that the problem that I have is
Go
that
ahead.
if City win it this year, I wouldn't be surprised if they win it in the next 2-3 years as well, like in a row.
Nah, they won't win it. They won't
Three in
win
a
it
row.
like that.
That's too
They won't
much.
win it like that.
They will. They will. Like I
They
think
still don't
that
have the mental pedigree to do something like that.
yeah.
Yeah, but if you
The
win
men-
it once, Nathan,
yeah.
you kind of unlock that thing. You have a group of
you
players that won it.
But they're
and
not
no,
that superior to everybody else, guys. Chill out.
yeah,
Chill out.
no, but
They're not
the
that.
thing is, it's the first time, bro. It's the first time you after the first time everything becomes easier. It's like that in everything.
Guys, for a 40-year-old Chiellini and a late 30-year-old Bonucci, Verratti, Jorginho, Barella stopped KDB like he doesn't even exist multiple times.
Good for them.
These but Man City is a lot of just money. It's just a money pit.
Guys,
It's just money.
guys,
Nothing else.
keep in mind that in the last 2 years, this team that we are talking about has made a final and a semi-final. So it's not like it's a team that has been so far away. They are there. They just
And
have to
won the
win
Premier
one
League.
match.
And won the Premier League.
Yeah.
And Roy, you say Chiellini, all the list, they stopped KDB.
Yeah.
But Man City is better than Belgium, man.
Yeah.
They need to stop a lot of other players, not just KDB.
Yeah, but all those other players, I've seen them being stopped easily too.
Not in the same team, Man City. They've been stopped with Portugal, with
But
England.
it's just they're not really this strong. They're not that strong. They're strong, but it's not a really strong team.
Dude, I didn't say they are
Roy,
the Avenger. They're gonna save the planet from an invasion. I'm telling you, they can win the Champions League. I've seen other world players do it, man. Man.
that shit's funny.
But yeah, I think that like for example, you take out Haaland and that team doesn't score anymore.
It's the same team that reached the semi-final last season.
They're always going to reach the semifinals because of the money with it.
Yeah, but their game is changed now, John. They're getting more lazy because Haaland makes their football so easy. The moment you take out Haaland, they need to go back the team they were 12 months ago, and it's not easy because you need to readjust. It's like Milan without Leao.
Yeah.
We got lazy with Leao. The moment Leao is not in the pitch, we need to readjust and to find other ways. It's a bit like that for Man City, but in a bigger scale, I would say.
Yeah, Napoli doesn't have that problem. So watch out for Napoli might win the Champions League, guys. Like I'm telling you right now. Like
they can, man. They're playing defense right now.
They could literally win the Champions League.
I actually would like to see the Man City versus this Napoli match. It would be very interesting to see.
It's not possible, yeah, because Napoli is first in that first.
No, it's not possible. But we are going to see Man City play because we are getting them in the round of 16.
If we go, yeah, if we go.
So
we are
gonna...
John, if we drew City in the next round, do you think they would try and get somebody in January?
It doesn't matter. Get who you like.
It's not gonna happen.
That match.
They're gonna say, you know what they're gonna say? Let's not spend any money because we have.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think I'm a bit like Roy. It's like we've seen it, man. We are a good team. As soon as we had 3 injuries, we completely changed. I think Man City is the same. It's a really good team. As soon as they get 3 injuries, they have to readjust, and it's not easy for them. And I think the defense, Man City doesn't have a good defense, in my opinion.
No,
it doesn't matter. They are going to have the ball and they are going to attack you all the time.
I don't know.
Yeah, but that's why it's important for your team to learn how to play one-touch football. If you can't play one touch, then that's when you get.
Redon, if we play against Man City 10 times, we lose 7 or 8 times. We draw and win another one. You know what I mean?
I think that kind of domination. No, that is absurd.
Well, man,
No, I
7
think
games. Yeah.
They're going to win
It is
7
more,
games
I
out of
think.
10.
Yeah, 7
Yeah, I
games
think
out
more.
of 10.
I don't know. So are we
More.
that shit? Jesus.
No.
No,
Man,
it's
if
just
you
that they are
played,
that good.
I bet it's going to be even. And if they win by 1 game.
Roy, I'll make an example to you. Imagine we played against Liverpool twice, against Chelsea twice. That is 4 games. Imagine if we played those 4 games against City.
But the conditions are
It's-
just not there.
Yeah, exactly. But on those 10 games, you're gonna have different conditions as well.
Sure.
So you're not gonna be always a perfect condition. So that's why I say in 10 games they're gonna win 7 because the conditions, the
No,
injuries,
not bad.
yellow card, referee mistakes,
7
them
games.
having
But
7 games.
7 games is like if I play Lecce 10 times, I'm expecting to win 7 times. If I play Lazio, I'm not expecting to win 7 times and just dominate.
Roy, listen.
Like the difference is not that much.
Roy, the last 4 games we played against Roma, we won 4 of them.
Okay.
So, and probably
Yeah,
the
but
other
Roma-
2 we're gonna
Roma-
play.
Let's not jinx it.
But
No.
Roma's not at
The other two-
the same level though. There.
So
Guys,
if you check Juventus at their prime when they won 9 or whatever, and if you check 10 games in a row we played against them, the last 10 games, you will see that probably they won 6 or 7, they draw 2, and they lost 1. If you check those 10 games,
I don't think. Okay, whatever.
Yeah,
that's
but-
what you think. I don't
But you have to
I
go
mean,
1-1 with the level that they're at
But-
though.
Nathan,
Guys,
it's simple, man.
if
We
we-
played. I give you the example. We played Liverpool twice, Chelsea twice, and probably we're gonna get Tottenham or whatever City, and you will see that those 6 games we're not gonna win 6 of them. We're gonna lose 5 and draw 1, and if it goes again, we're gonna lose another 1 or 2.
I truly believe that the difference between us and Man City is huge. And if we do
Huge?
really get Man City in the round of 16, we are gonna get La Imbarcata.
No.
I think
Lose
if
like 5-0.
I think if
Depends
anybody
on
was
our
hurt-
injuries, Rajon. Depends on our injuries.
Exactly.
Well, our injuries are always there, man. Like when do we not have injuries?
Let's
Why
say
are we
it's
not gonna have
March.
injuries?
Rajon,
Let's say March.
the good thing, if looking at that statistic, I say on 10 games we lose 7. The good thing we lost 4 already of those 10 games.
Versus City?
2 Liverpool and 2 Chelsea.
So you're talking about
Yeah,
English
so-
teams.
But
English teams,
consider Liverpool was at the level of City a year ago when we played against them.
But we weren't
And
at
Chelsea-
this level, though. We
Chelsea-
weren't at this level. We've
But-
gone up.
Oh, but Roy, you're not gonna play 10 games in a week, man. You're gonna play 10 games in a 12 months spread.
Okay,
or
whatever.
in a-
Listen. I disagree, but okay, you can continue your point. But keep on going.
I was
We
saying the
don't
good
need to
thing is that
discuss
on the 10 games we played, let's say against a team that has the level of City, we lost 4 already. So statistically, we're getting closer to that point that maybe we get a draw and a win.
No, but that's not how
Yeah,
statistics
that's how-
work, bro.
But that's how it works. That's how it works.
No.
That's how it works, Rajon. That's how it works.
No, but because statistics, even if we have 70% luck, we can still have 100 games and lose 100 games. Even though statistically, we have 70%
Rajon,
chance to only 70%.
Dude, this is not a statistic law. This is my opinion. When I say on 10 games we lose 7, we draw 2, and we win 1, we already lost 4 of them. Because I consider Chelsea we lost, and Chelsea and Liverpool at the level of City. So you consider Chelsea at the
I
level
don't
of
know.
City
I
in
don't
a bad day. In a bad day.
Okay, I understand. So you're saying that it's like you're saying that playing Chelsea and playing Liverpool is like as if we played City. So it's like it's already
But
4-0.
Chelsea is a City in a bad day. They can still beat you. City can beat you in a bad day. Liverpool at the top is like City at the top, and they beat you twice, even with the bench players.
I am 100% convinced that with our first team, no injuries, it's very difficult to beat us, and we can beat any team in Europe.
But
Yeah,
Roy, on 10
gonna
games,
find out. We're gonna find out.
looking at our history, on 10 games, you're never gonna have 10 games without injuries.
But never
So
is
it's
that
true.
team.
So yeah, but the other team has other players, man, and they've
True.
managed to
That's
win
where they win
with
it.
injuries.
But
They managed to win with injuries.
But
So
when teams play each
Nice.
other many times, they figure out how to play against each other.
yeah, but Roy, we're talking about a scenario that is not possible. We're talking about
And-
quality and trying to understand the difference between City and Milan. Of course, we're not gonna play 10 games in a month against City
and
because
It's fine.
yes,
It's
and I'm
fine.
the
actually,
third
We
game
can
you
move
will
on.
understand
We
how
can
they
move on,
play.
guys. We don't have
no,
to
but
stay on
and
this.
I'm actually amazed by how confident you guys are with this idea that if we don't have injuries, we are a great team. We didn't have injuries against Salzburg.
Against who?
Salzburg. They
We
played
well.
better than
We
us.
played well against Salzburg.
Man, Salzburg were more dangerous than us.
Salzburg is pretty much a team that would beat Atletico Madrid right now. Is a team that would
Right.
beat a lot of
I hope
good
they don't beat
teams.
Chelsea,
And
man.
and it's a team that would get like 7 goals against Man City.
No, they would not.
They got 8 by Bayern last season, by the way.
Last season.
Ah,
But
yeah,
no,
because this season after selling 10 players, they are better. True.
I mean, we saw them play. They play good
Yeah.
football, and their record in the league is very impressive.
Well, they played
And also,
good football.
they haven't lost a damn game in their stadium forever. So there's strength in that team. There's strength. Don't underestimate Salzburg, because we
No, I'm not
might not
underestimating.
go through the next round because of it.
Oh yeah. But this is my point. Like my point is that we didn't look impressive against Salzburg. We didn't look impressive against Zagreb either. So somehow this confidence saying that against Man City with our starters, we're just gonna do like these wonders. I don't
Yeah,
understand where this
I
confidence
think
comes
I
from.
think right now,
Because we won against Juventus.
us looking pretty cannot happen. It cannot happen because we don't have those players. But we have something else that can get us to win games. It won't ever look as pretty as other teams can make it look because we don't have those players to make it look pretty.
Roy,
But we have a certain way of holding the field, and we can dominate teams that are even technically better than us when we hold the field properly. So I think yes, we're very strong.
I haven't seen that with English team, Roy. I'm sorry.
You haven't seen what?
Us being the way you had described it in the
But
last 30
Laird,
seconds.
the problem with this example that you bring up is that there's too many conditions. Condition one is yes, Liverpool last year was one of the best teams in Europe by far, and we played them in a super inexperienced team. We didn't know what to do. Nobody knew
Okay.
what to do. So Liverpool, that was that. There's no way we're going to beat Liverpool. No way. They're too experienced. This year with Chelsea, well, the first game we were conditioned by our injuries, and we would have lost against Lazio. We would have lost against Atalanta.
I know these things, but the problem is that Rax, Chow, Adli, Gabia, they still don't have that experience. So we have that condition
as
as
far
well
as
this year.
depth, I know that as far as depth,
But
we're
you
not-
need to have those players to have that experience, and Pioli needs to play those players right now.
Well, this is a different conversation.
Well, but that's the conversation. If you want to achieve
No, but
the
as far
level-
as depth on the first, that's why I tell you, like when we have our first team, I'm confident we can beat anybody. When it comes to the depth, this team does not have much depth.
I'll tell you what, Roy. I would be confident like you if I just saw Milan having the full squad for a decent amount of time. Well, we never have the full squad. We always get injuries. So that what you're saying, it does not exist.
No,
world
liar.
does not
Let me
exist.
correct you. Last year, at the end of the season, when we were only playing once a week, we did have our full squad for a long time, and we looked unstoppable.
But we didn't play in Champions League. We haven't seen our full squad in Champions League.
I know, and I'm sure that if we would do well, I know we haven't seen it.
So you're saying if politicians are honest people, we would have a better society?
No, I'm saying that if we're a little bit luckier, maybe we will see it.
I don't know, man. Maybe I'll win the lottery before that happens.
I understand why you would say that.
Anyway, I'm analyzing football in a way that how can I say it? Historically, what's going on, basically.
Okay. Yeah.
Historically, it's happening that we get 3-4 injuries on average every
Oh,
week.
I know this. Yeah.
And if we play against teams like top Liverpool, top City, top Chelsea, we need to play 10 games to win 2. To make it
Okay,
simple
I
to
know
you.
you say that. I disagree with that, but we don't have to keep on harping on it. Like, I get it. I know you believe that. I don't give those teams that much credit. That's where I disagree. Like, not
Round of
that-
16, guys. Tune in and you're gonna watch it.
No, I'm not even sure we're gonna make 2 wins, man. And I'm not even sure fucking Chelsea is gonna win against Salzburg, which is gonna be a massive problem for us.
Yep.
If Chelsea doesn't win against Salzburg and they get a draw, for example,
Well,
we
guys,
are in trouble.
let me ask you. Like, I want to know your honest opinion. Which team looked better to you, Chelsea or Salzburg?
Oh, Chelsea for sure.
Really?
Yeah.
To me, Salzburg looked better than Chelsea.
No.
But see, Roy,
Chelsea.
that's the whole problem, Roy. Salzburg can look good as much as you want, but Thiago Silva can go on a set piece and score your goal.
Oh yeah, but
So-
I know.
So the whole point of looking good here, it's I don't really care of looking good.
I'm completely aware of that. Yeah, and I've been saying that actually. They have a lot of experienced players that have won a lot and know how to win and have seen it and done it all. That's not something you can take away from Chelsea. They've played big games. They won finals, World Cups, biggest tournaments.
Like I wasn't impressed with Salzburg. Like I wasn't impressed with Chelsea, but I see us struggling a lot against teams that press in Europe, and Salzburg seemed like a great team to us because they pressed, and we are not used to that kind of pressing.
One thing
So-
I wanna say, I wanna give credit to Roy that we don't know this team, AC Milan, how can transform their mentality if they go ahead in the group. Because sometimes a group of players they just need to take that obsession out of their mind. So I think if they qualify to the round of 16, they become a different players.
No, I think it's a matter of quality, guys. Like you need to
No,
have
no,
quality
because
players.
it happened in Serie A. The
not
moment
a
we
matter of-
qualified top 4 and we played Champions League, our mentality completely changed as a team.
Yeah, obviously the in and out of those just 2 in-out games that I hope we play are going to be the most valuable games for the players that we have right now that barely have any experience at that level. So it's so important that we play those 2 games, and those 2 games, that's when from a boy you become a man. Like that's it. You got to now you have a big responsibility. You got to be a super professional, and you have to play like a man. So yeah, those games definitely turn you into a different player. That's no doubt about that.
So I think our mentality and our players they're gonna be completely different the moment they go ahead to the group stage. So I'm on that thing. I'm pretty sure. So we will go and face this
Man
big
City.
team in a different way. For sure.
Park the bus, or in what way?
No, we will be more brave, more attention to details and stuff like that.
We saw a glimpse of that against Atletico at the San Siro. Those first 35, 40 minutes is that team. So it's somewhere in there.
No, but Roy, but this is the thing. If we play against a team that parks the bus only, we win, man. That's not a problem. The problem that I have is when you play against a team like Chelsea that, for example, it's 2 different sides of the spectrum, right? A team like Chelsea that doesn't press you a lot, but also doesn't park the bus, but counterattacks you to death, right?
Yeah.
And a team like City that is gonna press our mums as well. They're gonna come to our mums and press them as well. Get it? This is the difference. Like, have you seen how City presses, man? Man, City look like fucking crazy people running like madmen.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
they
and
just,
and I and,
they
and I
swarm
think
you.
Benacer and Tonali in the middle there.
Yes, but these players, when they are given these occasions, they have to rise to the occasion, and that's the growth and the mentality of the player. So when you get to that game, it's up to these players to play around the press and be precise and play top level football. Like they have to access that. Through
Yeah,
their
but that's
mentality.
down to the coach though, Roy, because we don't play one-touch football. You cannot beat the
No,
press
no, no,
unless you know how to
no,
play.
no, 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 no. The players need to step up. The coach is on the sideline. He puts the tactics together.
Yeah,
But
but
these
if
games,
these guys,
hold on, let me finish, please. But these games, it's up to the players to bring that step up. It's up to them, you know. And it's not a matter of fact they don't have the ability to do this or that. It's a matter of fact. It's a matter of focus. It's a matter of determination. It's a matter of being strong mentally, because it's not you're not playing against gods. You're playing against human beings just like them, and the qualities are not so huge, right? I mean, the qualities are there. Again, we saw these players play against the national team. They don't do shit. So if you play with the right mentality, you can stop these players and make it a close game at least.
yeah, but Roy, we don't even press as a team. Like
No, but it's
our pressing alone is very disjointed. And the way
No,
we
no.
play the way we play our football as well. We don't there's damn near no creativity in our football.
It's not disjointed, man. Because Nathan,
It
you
is
have
disjointed, bro.
you have in your eyes the Chelsea game that we got.
No,
a red
no,
card
I
and
don't.
and
I
the
don't.
penalty.
I don't.
Yes,
I don't.
you have
I
that
don't.
one.
No, I don't.
We are not disjointed
This
when
is-
we press.
Bro, I'm not saying we're disjointed all the time, but bro, when we press, our team does not press as a unit all the time. bro. We don't.
Nathan, we've been playing with Krunic, man.
Even with our full team, bro. Even with our full team.
No, with our
especially
full
when
team.
especially when we play against other good teams,
No, but
we don't.
Larry,
No.
here's the problem. The problem is that we've been playing with Krunic, but if it wasn't Krunic, it would have been Salamakers, man. It's not like it would have been Messi.
It's better, Selemek. Stop it, Red John, man.
It's better. No one is saying that it's worse.
No, it's much better. It's much better. Especially on the pressing side. We're talking about pressing here. Selemek is the best one on pressing.
Okay. It's very simple though.
But it's true.
The difference between Krunic and Salamakers is not as high as the difference between Salamakers and Bernardo.
What are you talking about? No, man, stop it.
What are you talking about?
I want to respond to that.
No, man. I wish I had Salamakers in these two Chelsea games, man. I wish you would see that. Of course, you will not give any credit to Salamakers because somebody else is gonna score, and you will say, he was not useful.
He would do what? He would do nothing.
Not what Krunic did, man. You saw how our team. Nathan is actually saying that we are disjointed now. When Salamakers plays, Nathan does not say that. Nathan says Salamakers does not.
There isn't
have
much
reason
difference
to be
between Krunic and Salamakers, man. I'm sorry.
No, there is an ocean in the middle.
It's crazy to me.
And you don't know. You don't see that. I know you don't see that. It's fine. It's just for few.
Yeah.
So would you say our pressing is as effective as Man City's?
It's not even close, bro.
Exactly. Because pressing
sorry, Nathan. So the way to press there is just Man City and that's it. The other teams are disjointed. There is different.
Yes, they are. Even look at Liverpool.
Yeah, there is different levels.
Let's use Liverpool.
You just say
press right now. Liverpool's press right now is very disjointed as well.
But not like our press. Our press is good.
No.
So then we wouldn't have a problem against Man City because
but guys, sorry. I have a problem with this conversation. The problem I have with this conversation is that Nathan, you have already decided that when this moment comes, Milan is going to fail.
I haven't.
Yes, you have, because you already decided Milan can't do this, Milan can't do that, can't do that. I'm saying when it comes to these games, the players have to rise to the occasion and make those things happen. It's up to them, and they have the qualities to do it.
Sure.
Yes, but Roy,
you can already decide they're going to fail.
Roy, if these guys do not actively do certain things, they're not going to fare well.
Oh my
Listen,
God,
no,
Nathan.
I don't know.
no,
about
but
that. That's a little bit
the
pessimistic.
thing is here, Roy, we are not talking about one specific game because we have lost against Benevento as well, even though we would win Champions Leagues. We are not saying that Milan cannot win one game against Man City.
And
Of
that's what they
course
need
we
to do.
can.
Maybe win
Of
one game and
course,
tie the
of
other.
course. But we are talking about the odds or about the way you analyze the thing in
The
general.
odds.
One off game, of course, you're gonna win one off game.
But that's what it's all about, in and out.
Yeah, but
It's
two
not
games.
it's not the playoffs 7 best out of 7. It's 2 games. In those 2 games, that's how you look at it. In those 2 games, if your team is healthy, you should go
defense-
for it.
And here's the difference.
Don't start as if you've already lost.
But here's the
Like,
difference, though. Benevento can beat Milan, but Benevento can beat Milan 1-0. They cannot beat Milan 5-0, right? But
So what are
Milan
you
can
saying?
but Milan can beat Benevento 6-0 as well.
What are you
Easily.
saying? What are you saying?
What I'm saying is this: that even in the off game that we beat Man City 1-0,
Yeah.
the chances are the next game we're going to lose 6-0. Is what I'm saying.
No,
It's
but
the
that's
same
because
as-
you have a defeatist mindset. But
No,
these players don't.
I'm
These
just
players don't. Like the players,
just-
when they go on the pitch, they don't go on the pitch saying these guys are going to beat us 6-0.
Yeah,
They're going to
but-
go on the pitch
They-
fighting.
But Roy, look
Well,
at
sure,
how
but-
the team plays in general when we have the ball at our feet, Roy. There's no imagination there.
Yeah, but
How are you going to
Nathan-
beat? how are you
Nathan-
going to beat
Nathan-
Man City
Nathan.
with no imagination on the field?
Nathan, that is going to if we get in that position, it's going to be in March. It's going to be in February. So the team will be ready to do it by then. I'm convinced
Nathan,
about
but
it.
what are you talking about imagination, man? Just be organized in the pitch. Know what you have to do. Press high.
Yes, but I'm talking about when
aggressive.
we.
Yes,
I'm talking
yes,
about when
press
we
high.
have
Do
the
you think
ball.
Aston Villa got a 1-1 against Man City with imagination? There
No,
is teams that beat Man City, man.
They got a 1-1, just like Benevento can get a 1-1 against us. But that's the whole point.
Okay, Red John.
Exactly,
Okay, Red John. But we're not fighting for relegation. We are still top of the table in one of the 5 major
Aston
leagues.
Villa
in
But-
Europe.
not.
But
and Aston
Benevento
Villa is not playing-
is.
Hold on. And Aston
But we're
Villa is
not
playing
Benevento,
City.
man. There's not.
It was-
Your example is wrong. That's what I'm saying. Your example
Yeah,
is wrong.
but Larry, your example also is Aston Villa is not playing in the Champions League either in a knockout round. So
Exactly.
you got okay then. So that city that tied Aston Villa is not going to play at the level that they played against
Nathan,
Aston
I'm
Villa.
telling you. No, Nathan, I'm being specific. You talked about imagination. I told you the teams without imagination finds ways to beat City. So don't talk me about imagination. We need imagination. We need that. No, man. You can beat City being organized, knowing what to
They
do,
drew City.
and win.
They drew. They didn't beat.
Okay,
They drew.
Tottenham won
Yeah.
against City 3
Yes, but you
3-0,
have
3-2,
to-
something like that.
But the league, but the EPL as a league goes for the entire year. You play every single week in the league. The Champions League is once you get to the knockout stage, it's it. That's done. You can be done in around the
Okay,
16.
but that's what Roy is saying. That is a one game, so does not matter. If you are organized and everything goes well in that game,
it's 2 games, and again, we were
2 games. Okay, 2 games, Nathan. Whatever, man. It's 2 games. I get it. It's 2 games, and still, I don't think you guys are going to. I told you, I'm the first one that I told you that we in 10 games we lose 7 or whatever. But don't start to say you need that, man. It's not like they are the Avengers and they're saving us.
Are we at the level of Real Madrid? Are we at the level of Real Madrid? Because Real Madrid was able to Real Madrid was able to be tactical and be sound when they didn't have the ball. But the difference is when Real Madrid does have the ball, they have the creativity to actually break City down and score a goal.
Okay,
do we
Nathan,
have that? Do you think
Nathan? But you don't consider.
Yeah, maybe we do. Maybe Benacer will create a pass that will break the defense and that will score.
But
why wouldn't
we've already discussed that our team struggles badly against teams.
But you're already deciding they're going to fail. Like that's what I don't get. I don't get. I don't
No,
get that.
Roy, I'm going off of the strengths and weaknesses of the
Yeah,
teams.
we have
But
players
what-
that can
what-
do through balls. We have players
Yeah,
that can score
yes,
goals.
but
Why
these
can't
same
we do it?
players, these players also struggle against a team that presses you.
And so what? It's
What do you mean? So what, Roy? The teams
For
in
me,
the teams
no,
in
but
Serie A do not
listen,
press.
is this team a football team or is it I'm gonna shit in my
Wait,
pants team? Like what? You
no,
go,
no,
you
no,
play,
no,
you
Roy,
adapt, you prepare the
I
games.
understand,
If you have to press, you
but
press.
Roy,
God, the players will rise to the occasion. Like they
sure,
will
but
rise to the occasion.
the thing is, we're here to discuss based on what we see. Because with this idea that you have, we don't need. What are we doing the lives for? The players against Verona are going to rise up to the level and win. That's it. Close the live.
What?
Oh my
And for the
god.
next game, the same. Every time they're going to rise up to the level. Let's close the live. What are we talking about? What are we
Oh,
analyzing?
Rajon, how the fuck
The
Chelsea
thing for
won the
me,
Champions League 2 years
the thing
ago?
for me,
Because
How the
Chelsea
fuck
had
Chelsea?
Chelsea
thing for
actually
me-
had the
Chelsea had.
players.
Listen.
Chelsea had the creative creativity and the tactical situation to win that game.
listen.
And we have that.
The
We have
thing for
both
me
of
is,
them. That
But
we
okay,
have
but
both
the
of
thing for
them.
me,
You name
Larry,
them,
you-
and
it's
we
really
have
Larry-
them.
simple. For me, it's really simple. We struggled in 2 games against Chelsea to string 2 passes together
No, but
against a
it's
team
different.
that
It's
doesn't
not
even
Milan.
press, man.
It's not in
Against a
no,
team
no, it's not true. They do press. That's their game.
No,
They
wait a minute,
press.
wait a minute, wait a minute. I'll say this.
Against
I'll
a
say
team
this.
that doesn't even press.
No,
Go
it's
see
not
Man
true.
City how they
That's
press.
Yo, guys, but
exactly,
you cannot
exactly.
jump from one side to another, man.
Wow.
But
I
we're not,
explained
though.
you. Yo, 1 second, man. 1 second. We are making a lot of confusion here. You guys saying you need to have that, but Chelsea, without having that, won the Champions League 2 years ago. Yes, they beat.
Yes, and yes,
most.
they had good players on that team as well.
Yeah,
Larry.
after
Good.
they won the Champions, listen to me. After they won the
Wait.
Champions League, we said these are good players. But at that moment, they were struggling. They were out of the top 4, and no one was giving them a chance.
But we
They
do have
won
good
it,
players.
and now they won
But
it.
they had good players.
But
though.
we have
No,
good players too,
Nathan.
Nathan.
No,
Why
listen.
don't we have good
No,
players?
Roy, let me finish this concept. Nathan, the way you are saying is like Milan by chance winning the Champions League, and you are telling me, but we have good players. Dude, tell me now, we have not after they win the Champions League. Chelsea didn't have those players were not the one you are telling me right now. No one was giving any credit them to win the Champions League, and they did it. And now you're telling me, oh, they have good players. At that time, 6 months before they won it, everyone was saying, oh, Thiago Silva is too old. This guy is inexperienced. This guy is too young.
People who don't know shit were saying crazy things like that.
And
No, but it
if
doesn't
Milan
matter.
wins
That
it
doesn't
doesn't matter.
man.
Okay. No one was
but-
talking about Reece James the
No,
way
but-
they were talking now.
Sure, but
No one was
it's
talking,
it's not even comparable. It's not the same as what we're
No,
talking
it is
about.
comparable. It is comparable, Rajon. It is comparable. It's
If
the same
Chelsea
thing.
No,
It's
but
the
if
same
Chelsea,
thing.
if Chelsea was in the talk back then, Milan is not even in the talk. No one's
No,
talking
Chelsea
about
was not in
Milan.
the talk because they had Lampard, Giroud up front, and was struggling a lot, man. Chelsea was struggling a lot.
But
They didn't.
in the beginning, before Tuchel came to, you're saying, of course not, and they wouldn't have won it with Lampard. They changed coach, man. They got Tuchel.
But how? That's all
the whole
my whole point, man. There is something they can change in the squad, and they can.
But they
start to
still had
perform
a
and win it.
had a full team, Larry. They still had a full team. We don't even have.
What do you
Larry,
mean?
Larry, you told us already that we still need 3 players, Larry.
But
So
Nathan,
now all of a sudden, without those 3 players, that we're gonna that all of a sudden now we play can play.
But Nathan, oh my God, the conversation from between Chelsea fans at that time was we need 4 or 5 players to be competitive again. And 6 months later, with those players, they were complaining they won the Champions League, man. Now you right now are telling me we need 3 or 4 players, and something switches up in this team. They go and win the Champions League, and you're gonna tell me, oh, I knew we had a great team.
If they win the Champions League, I would say I was.
Yo, no shit,
surprised.
Barbie. No
I would
shit,
say
Barbie.
I was extremely surprised.
Barbie?
What?
Why Barbie?
Listen,
Because I know it's not blonde. That's why.
Listen.
Can I at least be Ken? God damn.
Exactly. Yeah.
Listen. they will rise to the occasion. So there's no need to worry about Man City and all these teams. And if we lose, whatever. But the team will rise to the occasion, and
No,
it's what it's always been about.
I want us to really get City in the round of 16, just because, as one in the comments said as well, we need to see to play against the best of the best, to see the standard.
Yeah, but John, I'm gonna add something on what you're saying. There's no point to play against the best of the best when half of your team is injured. I don't want to even see that.
No, our team will be.
That's
Our
something
team
that
will
is
be
not
back
useful
then.
to me.
But our team will be back then. Our team will
Fix
be
it,
back
Laird.
then.
No. Fix it, man. It's 3 years in a row. It's 3 years in a row.
No, and it's
You
not
keep
about
on
fixing it. I'm
getting
not
injuries,
Listen.
and you
Oh
keep on
God.
shouting to the sky that you have injuries. Then
And also, I have a question for you guys. How do the thing that bothers me about this is
I'm
that
a supporter. I'm a viewer. I don't want to see it, man. I cannot fix anything. I'm here on YouTube talking with you, man. So I don't want to see it because I'll pay a £25 a month to watch Champions League, and I don't want to see Balotelli playing against Bernardo Silva. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I'm not gonna watch
But
that game.
Larry,
because
our team
it's
will be.
painful.
Our team
we
will
need
be,
the Super
will be
League,
okay
lads.
then.
We
Our-
have
our
all
team
quality
will be
players,
okay.
Yeah,
and,
Super
and,
League.
and that 25 makes it worth it.
No, man, don't spend 4 million on Balotelli, man. You don't need a Super League to not buy Balotelli,
guys,
man.
if we could even beat Chelsea with our full team, like
Wait, how do you
Come
know, though? We haven't seen that.
Yeah, that's
because
the
we
problem
couldn't
I have.
because
we haven't
because
seen
we
that.
could not break them down.
But we
Roy.
did not have our
No.
full team.
No.
No.
We had our no.
And then
We
the second
didn't
game,
have-
the
we-
referee
we-
totally fucked the game.
No, there
Yes,
was
no. I'm talking
Roy.
about
Roy,
the first
there was
game,
no
Roy.
full team.
The first game, we did not. We didn't have a right wing.
No,
We did not have the fullbacks. We don't
Oh
have the
my God,
goalkeeper.
bro! Against
I said that.
against
Listen, let me say
Salamakers and
this. Let me
Cruz
say
are the
this,
same
guys.
fucking are basically the same.
Let
fucking
me
thing.
say this.
Outside of that,
I-
we had everybody
I
there, bro.
have to say this because this is a fact. Okay, Mike Magnan
If
to
with
Milan.
Salamakers, we would have tied
Mike
the game. That's what it
Magnan
is.
to
No,
Milan.
no.
Listen to
No,
me.
Roy, I'm
Listen
not
to
talking
me,
about
guys.
the defense.
Hold on. No. Listen to me. Mike Magnan to Milan is what Vice Verasquilla is to Napoli.
Yes,
Okay.
but Roy,
So do you
I'm not talking
understand?
about the defense, Roy. I'm not talking
But
about
that's
the
part
defense.
of the game.
I understand it's part of the game, but when we have the ball, do we have the ability to break them down? And we didn't do it.
Yeah, if we had our fullbacks
Bro,
and our right backs and our right wing, yeah, we would have.
Yes, exactly.
But with Balotelli, Dest, and Krunic there, you're not going to be able to get that play. And CDK needs players that can carry the team around him because he can't carry the team right now on his back. He needs more players around him that can carry the team, at least offensively. So it was that game, Nathan. We would have lost that game against Empoli, against Lazio, against Udinese. We probably would have lost that game even against Salernitana. I cannot judge that game based on Milan. Like, that is not Milan. That is like a makeshift team.
Roy, I want to add something more. I don't want to see that anymore, man. I don't care anymore watching Milan getting tested against super teams with Balotelli with 11 injuries. There is no point. There is no point at all to watch that.
But Laird, our bench players are not good enough to win against.
No, these are the third line,
Verona.
man. Our bench plays is Florenzi, man. Our bench plays is Kier. Our bench plays Messias.
Well, Florenzi and Kier are injury-prone players, but get better bench
Still,
players.
no, but still, these are our second line.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't care.
No. Sure, I'm sorry, but if you start complaining to me that Ibra, 41-year-old, is injured, it's your problem.
Did I mention Ibra? Did I mention Ibra?
No, but
yeah, but the other players are
I
just
tell you
injury
that
prone.
Florenzi is injury prone. You say you don't care. Like, what do you want?
No. But Florenzi is not playing every game, man. I'm not saying Florenzi is injury prone and he plays every time. I'm talking about Florenzi. Okay, Calabria, Kalulu, Tomori, Hernandez, Magnan, Tonali, Benacer, Selemakers, Diaz, Leao, Giroud. Can I see that against an English club right now? Can I see that? Please, if I don't see that, there is no point for me.
You can, and you will still lose, even with as long as you have Giroud.
You know what? I guess we will never know because it's never gonna happen.
How many times? Yeah, but exactly. So it's our problem. It's not their problem. English teams have their players there.
But I don't want you guys to say that, oh, we are super shit, because we
Well, man,
never seen the actual real Milan
well,
play.
well, I'm sorry, Lard, but the real Milan doesn't exist. It exists in the first match of every season, and it doesn't exist anymore. So you saying that, like, what you are looking for is something impossible. So why even have this conversation? The real Milan doesn't exist. Only if we somehow schedule it to play this English team in the first game of the season.
So going back to what you're saying, I don't want to play Man City because we're gonna have 5 injuries against them, or 6, and it's gonna be pointless as a game. It's like there is no reason to play that game.
But
was
but
actually-
every game will be pointless regardless. If with these
No, if
injuries,
you play Benfica, maybe there is a chance. Or if you play,
Wow,
there is a
Benfica is
game.
gonna destroy us, bro.
Benfica
Benfica is
gonna kill
gonna
us too,
wipe
bro.
us out.
What are you
What are
talking
you
about?
talking
bro?
about?
No, man.
I
We're
fear
not
Benfica
Juventus,
more than
man.
City
We're
is.
not Juventus. We're not
Bro,
Juventus.
we're not
Benfica
Juventus.
tied PSG twice
we're
now.
not Juventus.
We're not Juventus, Nathan. I'm sorry.
We're not
We're
PSG
not
either.
Juventus. We're
not Juventus, Nathan.
We saw
We're not
we
PSG
saw it against
either.
Porto. We saw it against Porto last season. We saw it against Porto.
Again, the season before you're going. You're going to season before.
Right. I'm sorry, man. I forgot to mention when we played Porto this season. I forgot to mention it.
No, you just mentioned the fact that Benfica won 2-1 against Juventus. We won 2-0 against Juventus. Mention that. Why you don't mention that? But you go to Porto.
Right.
Yeah,
and,
right.
You don't blame Milan too much, man.
No,
Now,
actually,
I think that
actually,
a full
hope-
strength Milan can compete.
I hope
But
I
beating
hope
City, nah, I don't think
we don't
so.
play against Maccabi, because then we will end in a draw both games.
Red John sometimes gets in these phases or things where he treats Milan like as if it's Albino Leffe. Like, I don't get it.
No, but the thing is, somehow, but because you have to be consistent. You see us struggling like hell against
Struggling?
Porto, but somehow, well, did we win a
Dude,
game
but
against
oh
Porto,
my
man?
God, Rejon, what
Did
do
we
you
win a
don't
win against
understand?
Porto?
Sorry, Rejon, what do you don't understand? That the Porto we struggled had Luis Diaz that got sold for 60 million, won the Portuguese league. Benfica didn't won the Portuguese league. They finished
Didn't
third
won. Man, Benfica
No.
is destroying the Portuguese league right now, man. What are you talking
right
about?
now, but the year ago
Yes,
they
right
didn't
now,
won
yes.
the Portuguese
Yes.
league,
Yeah,
and they
but right
sold
now,
their best player. So
are we gonna face Benfica last season or this year? 'Cause I don't
Rejon,
get you.
listen, I'll tell you here. If we go ahead and we get Benfica, we beat them for sure, 100%. And
Okay,
don't
but-
tell me that I didn't tell you,
Right.
man. You should
Okay.
thank me the moment it happened.
Right.
We are not
Please
beating
thank me.
Benfica. We're
Can
not
you just
beating
thank me?
Benfica. We're not beating
Rejon, can you-
Benfica this year,
okay, can you please thank me when it happened?
So
Can you
who are
please
we gonna be, guys? Like,
honest.
who are we
I
gonna
will.
be? Nobody?
I
Can you
will.
be honest when it happened? Can you
So
be
we can-
honest when it happened? Rejon, can you be honest when it happened and say, you know what, I'm sorry, like, thank you for telling me that 3
Okay,
months
but
before.
can you be honest after the first match when we lose 3-0 and tell me, listen, football is not my thing?
Yeah. But
Okay.
Rejon, how many times I actually
you
told you
gonna
what is
be
going to
honest?
happen at the end of the season, and you never told me. You know what, lad? Football is not my thing. Thank you.
I don't know. All
Yeah,
I
you
know
never
is
say that. So
All I know is that last season we made a bet together. You told me that 4 Italian teams are going to make semifinals in Europe this season. So far, all I can see is this. So far, all I can see is Lazio and Roma struggling to get out of their group stages. Roma probably won't get out of the Europa group stage. I see Milan struggling and Inter and Napoli going out, passing through. So I don't know which of these teams are going to make the semifinals, but we'll see.
well, wait for Juventus. You never know.
Yeah, true. It's Juventus as well. Yes.
You said 4 Italian teams in the semifinals this year, right?
Yeah.
That's confidence. You have a lot of confidence in the Italian teams.
I forgot about the UEFA referees. Next time I should consider that when I say things.
True.
Yeah, when you talk about Milan, we always have to consider that.
In general, when I talk about the UEFA and European companies, I need to consider the referees.
I agree, Lard. UEFA bad, Super League good. Mamma mia, ragazzi. No, I just think you guys are like, don't give Milan a fighting chance. It's pretty crazy. Like,
No, but Roy, all we are saying is this: that right now we lack the quality. That's all we're saying, and also we are being realistic in saying that this is a team that it's impossible. It's impossible to not have injuries in this team, and it's science fiction.
and also, guys, let's not forget that this winter Mercato is around the corner, and let's see how Milan does because it's the new management now. It's a different, it's a
Roy,
different energy.
If
won't
Roy,
get any.
if we get some competent players in January, maybe I will change my mind against City. But as of now, I won't. Now, against like Liverpool, I even think a full strength Milan can beat Chelsea as well. I think that they can, but
And
not against Manchester City though.
Why
do
is
you want
Manchester
me-
City so good, guys?
and do you want also a bold
Under the
comment
seat.
right
I
now?
want to see them play. I wanna see
Milan in the Napoli group would fight for the second place and struggle.
Nah,
Okay.
no
them.
chance,
No.
no chance,
Yeah, I think so.
no chance, no
I think
chance,
so.
Would
no
fight for the
chance,
second place and struggle.
I agree
no
with you, John.
chance, no chance
I don't know
at
if
all.
I think it
John,
would be a struggle, but it wouldn't be second place. It could be
you
first or
guys,
second, but
you
it
guys
would be a
have
struggle.
zero ball knowledge, guys. You guys have zero ball knowledge, like literally zero. You
Tell
guys
us
don't know
why.
what you're saying.
Why?
Dude, I've seen Liverpool this season. Man.
Oh Lord, here we go.
I've seen Liverpool this season. Everyone is fucking humiliating Liverpool this season.
What about Ajax?
Ajax as well, man. It's nothing special.
Ajax is not playing very good this year.
It's
really?
awful, man. They're playing without a defense. Without a defense.
And Rangers.
Every team that Napoli beats, they are shit teams. I forgot.
Yeah.
I didn't say that Napoli is not a good team, Rajan. Did I say that?
No, you just said that they are playing against shit teams.
Yeah, they're shit teams. You're gonna see them at the end of the season what they're gonna do. You tell me at the end of the season what they're gonna do. You will see them. So one of them is gonna go in Europa League, and you will see how they're gonna get embarrassed by another team in Europa League. You will see that.
So before the draw was made of the Champions League groups, you would be like, give me that Napoli group, right? Because I want that Napoli group, not this very hard group against Salzburg and against.
Rajon, when the group,
Give me
sorry,
the
Rajon,
Ajax. Give me Liverpool.
Rajon, when the group was made, you guys laughing, but when the group was made, I didn't watch Liverpool play. I didn't watch Ajax play. I didn't watch Rangers play. I didn't watch Salzburg, Chelsea play. I didn't watch that. I'm sorry, man. But when I watched Liverpool the first 8 games of the season, I can tell you that Liverpool is a shit team this season.
Right.
You can do whatever you want with that information.
Where do you watch the Austrian league, or the Croatian league? Usually, where do you watch them?
Salzburg.
Larry, now are you being honest right now? No, because what John brought up is a good point.
Here. I want to finish.
Would you have wanted our group or Napoli's group, Larry?
But the way Liverpool and Ajax is playing, because Rangers I knew.
In hindsight, let's not talk
the
about
way,
hindsight.
yes. But
you're talking in hindsight.
But in the summer, how do you know how teams are going to perform? You don't know in the summer. You don't know. Everyone is starting from zero. No one knew.
You go by the previous season.
Would you?
Well,
sorry.
Come on, man, be honest.
Listen, but that's your concept is stupid because no one was complaining about having Napoli in their group in August, and now everyone.
They don't. That's because no one pays attention.
They didn't know.
It's because they don't know how Napoli really is.
What about Inter that is going ahead?
I thought that was possible because Barcelona.
Everyone was making the meme.
I don't trust Barcelona.
Everyone was making the meme that Inter is going to get fucked by all of the team, whatever.
Yeah, I didn't believe that.
Inter. Oh, but
no,
Inter is
not Barcelona. Not Barcelona.
Some here have always said that Inter is a good team. Some have said that they are a shit team. But now the same people that said Inter is a shit team are saying Barcelona is a shit team.
Dude, I've been saying that Barcelona is not built right. It's too unstable as a team.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
been
you
saying
have-
that the whole summer. Saif was treating me like a crazy man when I was telling
and
him this.
Nathan.
No.
And
I
Nathan was saying,
said
when I was
Barcelona.
saying,
Wait, no. I said
hold on, you
Barcelona
one
was
second.
going to win the league.
When I
said
was telling
Barcelona
them that
was gonna win the league.
Rafinha is the Brazilian Berardi, people were looking at me like I was a madman going out from the asylum when I was saying things like that.
No, but
But there,
no, but
Yeah,
no,
and
Larry,
that's
get
the
it right.
thing.
But get
No,
it
but-
right though. I said that they'll win the league. I didn't say anything about the Champions League.
also when you do these comparisons, Larry, it's just wrong because you always say that the
I'm
striker is
always
the most
wrong. Yeah, of
important.
course.
No, but the striker is the most
I know,
important. Is
man.
Lewandowski also the I don't know,
Is
the
Rejon?
Polish
When
the,
I
the,
talk,
the,
oh
the
my
Polish
God,
Belotti?
man,
You
I
see
go
the
crazy when you
Polish
do things
Belotti?
like this, man. I go crazy because when I say the striker is the most important player, I say it in a team that is stable and balanced, like Milan is. Milan is a stable and balanced team. If you
Okay,
add a striker
okay,
like Lewandowski,
listen,
we become
listen.
a different beast.
Okay,
Jesus Christ, man.
listen. Okay, guys, listen to this that I'm going to read. Okay, Barcelona 8 games in La Liga, 7 wins, 1 draw, 0 loses, 20 goals scored. Do you know how many goals they have conceded?
One.
Yes,
Roy,
2 or 3. 2 or 3. How many?
One
Roy,
goal.
Roy,
One goal, yeah.
one goal.
Yeah.
So this team, to Laird, is a shit team that doesn't have balance. One
Yeah,
goal
it's
conceded.
unstable
I
because
agree with
I
you.
don't care. I
agree.
don't care
One goal.
about them succeeding in
The
La
way
Liga,
it's
man.
built,
I
it's
see
too
them.
unorganic. It's too
unstable.
unorganic.
Yeah, but you
By
guys
the
said
way,
the best defense wins.
La
Oh,
Liga,
but
by
La
the way,
Liga, maybe sure, because La
No.
Liga,
no,
it's still a
La
very
Liga,
competitive. It still has a lot of quality, but in Europe, you need to be more than just a team that you put money into it and then you hope you win. It has to be
by
more
the way,
than just.
La Liga, the team that the league that has Real Betis in the same group as our Roma, that we consider a good team
Yeah.
in Serie A, that is 10 points, while Roma is 4. By the way, just saying. La Liga does shit.
Rejon, can you please tell me at the end of the season where Barcelona is
So
going to be?
so
Can you just
make
tell
up
me at the
your
end of the
minds.
season?
Barcelona's
Either-
going to
Don't
win
tell
the
me
league.
now. I still,
So-
my mind is still that one, man. It's
So
not
make
a
up-
stable
Maybe
team.
if they can win
It's
the
not a
league.
stable team.
Listen, so
Yeah,
make up
I'm
your minds.
listening.
They are either an unstable team or they concede 1 goal in 8 games.
But in
You cannot
Spain,
be both.
Barcelona
Spain,
can
what?
have. In Spain,
Yes, in
Barcelona
Spain, Rejon, in
can have a
Spain.
shitty team and still finish top 3 every year.
Yes.
Yeah, but
exactly.
to only have one
A
goal
shitty
scored
team.
against you is nothing to sneeze at.
I mean, Barcelona guys in Spain owns football. Them and Real Madrid,
Dude,
they own football.
Rejon, I don't
This is
care how
not-
many.
This is
Rejon,
not
you can concede.
analyzing. It's not
Okay,
analyzing.
no, easy. The way you analyze is right. You don't. You
Yes.
concede 1 goal.
Yes.
Yeah, but I don't care, man, how good you are in La Liga. If you concede 3 goals against Inter, you are in a stable team because I've seen Inter. I've seen Inter this season.
And
I'm
Milan
sorry.
conceded
How many
Milan-
goals have we conceded
Milan
against
conceded
Inter?
2 goals.
Maybe my
2 goals.
analysis on that is La Liga right now
Are
is
we a
not
shit
very
team?
good.
Larry, here's another question: is Milan a balanced team
Yeah,
or a shit team?
we are.
Because-
Right now, we are
because we
unstable.
conceded.
We are unstable, and you're seeing the result. We are unstable. You're seeing the result.
But I just said that Milan
You
can't
can-
even press together, and yet now But you were saying that we are good as a unit, but now you're saying we're disabled. So what?
No,
is
no. I'm saying we are unstable, but not because tactical reason. Because we have 11 injuries.
These
That was
guys
our-
concede 1 goal, but Laird says they are
No,
unstable.
I agree
Dude,
because the way
dude,
that
the
team
game
was
they-
built just did not give you any confidence that this is going to be a successful team. And sure, La Liga in Spain is not impressive if you're Barcelona or Real Madrid.
But sure, but these La Liga teams go and shit on Italian teams, though.
Not
How
this
do you
season,
explain that?
man. Not this season.
It seems like the Liga is losing some. has
Not
lost
this
some
season.
points.
This season, Real Betis is topping the group, man, and beat Roma.
But Roma is another unstable and shit team, man. Why you
Okay, man, but
Dude,
Roma's
how
what
do
is
you?
Sevilla doing? What is
But
Sevilla is
how
doing
do
in
you?
Champions League?
That-
What Sevilla
that-
is doing in Champions League? What Atletico
that-
Madrid is doing in Champions League? Tell me the
Sevilla-
top 4 what they're doing. Oh, Rejon, please, man, you're not winning against me, please. You get that example, Real Betis, and that represents all La Liga. For you.
Sevilla,
Just fucking
Laird,
tell me Sevilla, Barcelona, and Atletico
Sevilla
Madrid what they're
is
doing.
relegating. Laird, relax. Sevilla is relegating right now. In,
Yes. What about
La
Atletico?
Liga. So, you know.
What about Atletico?
I don't know. They are
They're
third or
relegating as
second.
well.
They are third.
Yeah. What about
No, they are
Barcelona? What about Barcelona?
Atletico are
first.
fourth.
Yeah.
They are third in their group.
So
What?
it's not an impressive league. I'm sorry, man. If the Italian
But
teams were performing the way La
it's
Liga team are performing, it's not impressive. I'm sorry, man.
it's the league that has won 17 out of the 20.
Not this year,
sorry,
Rajon. Not this year. Not this
not
year.
this
They
year.
won it the year
Not this-
before, the 10
not
years
this year.
before. Not this year.
Okay.
This year I'm talking about, Rajon. This year
This
is not an incredible league. I'm sorry, man. It happened.
okay.
Ronaldo and
I'm
Messi.
sensing that too.
Right.
Actually. This year they
This-
don't look as strong.
This year they are very bad. Yes.
I think the economic bullshit is getting to that league now. I think it's starting to get to them. Especially if you look at what Barcelona had.
They are against, for example, against Man United, they are still topping. Real Sociedad is topping with 12 points, 4 games
Well
played,
done to Real
4
Sociedad.
wins.
Yeah, but Manchester United, I mean, I would expect.
Yeah,
many
everyone
teams-
is shit, man. All of a sudden, everyone is shit.
I love,
Everyone
man,
but
you
Milan
get-
is
Yeah,
shit.
Manchester
Dude,
United right now is pretty shit. Yeah.
Dude, I love how you still avoiding Sevilla, Atletico, and Barcelona. I love it. How you still giving me Real Sociedad.
Yeah, why are you
Sevilla-
voting those teams?
I
Raja?
love
What's
that,
up?
man. I love that.
Sevilla is relegating. It's like someone coming to us and telling us, "What about Juventus? Juventus is relegating in Serie A, man." Actually, no, it's not relegating. They are 10th. Sevilla is actually relegating right now. They are 18th in La Liga. 18th.
Oh, John, Barcelona is a shit team right now, man. I'm sorry. If
Okay.
you want to accept it,
Okay.
I'm fine. If not,
Right. I guess you decided it. So
well, I decide my opinion. Yeah, I decide my opinion, man. I'm not gonna let anyone else decide for me.
Unbelievable.
Well,
The things that have been said, just unbelievable.
you have even in Conference League, the Serie A team is second, Spanish team first, full points. Like I don't know, man, but they are a bad league. We are a great league.
but what about the
I
Champions
don't
League? What
know
about the
if we-
Champions League, man? No one is
But-
talking about. I'm not saying that
right.
dude. I'm not saying that the La Liga is a bad league, man. It's not at the level that it used to be years before.
I
So
think
you don't.
it went
so
down a little bit. Yeah.
What I'm asking to you, man, don't evaluate Barcelona because La Liga. Evaluate Barcelona because
I evaluate?
Inter. Tell me about Inter, a game that matters.
Not
Why
Inter what?
Barcelona is not winning it?
But how
After
do we
spending
evaluate? How do we evaluate Milan then?
after
This
spending
is-
200 million, they cannot win
It's-
games that matter.
It's
They cannot
it's
win
so
it.
sad. It's so sad to see Laird using the same arguments that English fans use against Italy, and Roy supporting him. It's unbelievable. The hypocrisy is unreal. Like the same
But-
arguments. Do you know what English fans say about Milan? They are playing in a shit league, man. They won a shit league. Who cares?
But I
They-
heard
they-
that from you as well, man. But you're not accepting it when I say it for La Liga. I heard that from you,
hold
Rajon.
on. Let me.
Rajon, I heard that from you.
let
Why are
me-
you not saying that
let
for La
me-
This is
Liga?
hey,
No, let
John's
me
not
fix the
lying.
record.
John's not lying.
John did lie.
It's the truth. It's the
He
truth.
did lie.
John is
Rajon,
actually
you've
telling
been
the
saying
truth
that
here.
about Serie A and Milan. Why are you
I
not saying
said-
it for Barcelona?
And I think what also
Because-
Laird said is that the league this year looks to be lower. Nobody said it's a shit league.
Because Laird, differently from Serie A, La Liga has dominated.
But
Not this year, dude.
This
But not this year.
But
They
Rajon,
cannot leave a
Guys,
reputation,
guys.
how are you?
Rajon.
How are you? Rajon,
Guys,
Machi-
It's
guys,
like me
Machi-
saying
Machi
Serie A
say,
is dominated the
I-
last 30
Rajon,
years.
Machi say, Machi say or
I-
not?
Ah,
I
man,
understand.
come
I
on.
understand. Relax. First of all, these groups are not settled. Atletico Madrid
Dude,
is
say
gonna
something
get
that
out
makes
of that.
sense and I'm going to relax. Say something that
But
makes sense. And maybe I'll relax.
it's impossible for you to relax because you don't accept sense. So I'm just gonna say my thing without trying to relax you. Now the thing is here. Let's ignore the fact that La Liga won the Champions League last season as well. Let's ignore that. I'm not.
Real Madrid won the Champions League, not La Liga, man. They didn't get the best players of La Liga and went and played represent La Liga. No, Real Madrid
That's a
won,
dumb
which
argument.
is a
That's a dumb
different thing.
argument. That's
No,
a dumb
that's not a
response.
dumb argument. That's not a dumb argument. That is not a dumb argument. I'm
Relax,
sorry.
man. Relax. Breathe. It's very simple. It's
Dude,
not
I'm
just the
relaxed.
Champions
Say something that
it's-
makes sense because I'm relaxed. Try to
it's
say
not
something
just-
that makes sense.
It's not just the Champions League that gets dominated by the Spanish teams, man. It's also the Europa League that gets dominated by. But you don't see things because facts
Dude,
annoy you.
but
Facts.
Can,
You hate
sorry,
facts.
but why are you talking? Sorry, 1 second, Red John. Why are you talking about
hate
things that
facts.
happened a year ago, 2 years ago?
Okay. I should talk about things.
Wait a minute,
Dude,
but
but I'm
Larry,
analyzing-
you said the same
stop
thing
a
about
second.
Atletico Madrid when we were playing them last year. You were saying but they were the champions and this and that.
Nathan, shut up for a second.
No, but because I said
But
the
I need
same
to
thing.
defend myself, man. I need to defend myself. Can I defend myself? I'm analyzing the
I'm
Barcelona
ready
of
for
the
the
last 2 months.
contradiction.
Dude, sorry, 1 second. I'm analyzing the Barcelona of the last 2 months, and Red John is telling me that Villarreal 2 years ago won the Europa League. That's how Red John argued with me
Red
about
John, shame
Barcelona
on you.
and his
Shame
form.
on you.
How did I
the
argue
fuck
that?
I'm
I
gonna
told you.
deal with that?
I
How the
told
fuck I
you.
can relax with that?
I
I'm telling
told
you that
you.
Barcelona is an unstable team. That
Uh-huh.
the players they bought, they were not useful for the project.
Right.
And Red John is telling me that Villarreal 2 years ago won the
Yes.
Europa League.
Red
So I
Red
should
John,
not
please
complain
make
about La
some.
Liga.
Please talk about today.
Please
not
make some
yesterday.
fucking
Is-
sense, man. I watch
Okay,
Barcelona. I watch Barcelona.
Is Real Madrid a good team or a bad team?
Right now,
It's
right now,
now.
Real Madrid is still unstable. It's still how can I
Okay.
say it?
Okay.
Still
Okay.
trying to fix some things.
Okay.
But we
then,
know Real
ano-
Madrid comes.
another
Can I
question.
finish? Can I finish a
Another
second?
No,
I didn't finish
I
to reply.
I
I
understood
didn't
it.
finish to. No, I want
I
to reply
understood.
to the people in the
Everyone is
comments.
unstable.
No,
Understood.
I
Everyone
want
is
to. I want to
unstable.
reply to the people in the comments. I want to reply. As much as unstable is Real Madrid, still goes and draws or win the games.
Right. Now, okay.
Barcelona does
So-
not do that.
Okay. So, is there any
Yeah.
Spanish team out there which is stable, or they are all unstable?
Rejan, what is your point? Do you want to make fun of me? We were talking about
Excuse me.
Barcelona.
Can I just ask a
Play
question to
Barcelona.
Red John?
I don't
It's
care
a-
about the other.
Red John, do you
Liga.
think that Spanish football this year has gone a little bit down? Yes or no?
There is no such thing as a league's football going down or up within a year. It's
Why not?
unrealistic
Why not? Why not?
because it does for something to go down within a year, you would have to. I don't know. These leagues would have to lose all their stars, but this didn't happen. These leagues gained stars.
Mamma mia.
Which are the
This is-
stars, man? Apart
even-
from Lewandowski,
even-
who is the
Mamma
star
mia,
again?
guys.
even UEFA
Oh, here we
judges leagues in a 5-year period because 1 year
go. Yeah.
Oh,
it's not.
But we are not UEFA, man. We are talking about Barcelona in the last 2 months.
And I'm telling
not-
you, Barcelona is the team that lost 3-0 while dominating Bayern.
Okay,
So,
Rejon,
it's not-
Barcelona with Messi, the last Barcelona with Messi was an unstable team. That was winning La Liga, and that was an unstable team because it was getting 8 goals from Bayern.
Barcelona
You
was
can-
dominating. By the way,
I-
Barcelona was dominating Europe when they got
8 goals.
no, when they lost against Inter in the semifinal, and I'm sure Sam Laert back then
No,
said
I
that
did. Did I
they
say
are
there
an
was an
unstable
unstable team? You were not there, so I'm
I
sorry.
don't know.
I didn't
I
say
don't know.
that.
They lost against Inter, so they must have been an unstable team.
I didn't say that.
Well,
I'm not talking about that Barcelona, Rejon. I love it, man, because I'm not talking about that Barcelona.
but what Barcelona are you
I'm
talking
sorry,
about?
bro. I'm talking about this one, the one that got 3 goals at Camp Nou from Inter.
No, you can tell that there's a dip in Spanish football in general.
Okay.
And I think that
Is there a deep on Italian football or no? Or this year?
no,
they are
Italian
great?
football instead there's a spike.
Okay.
There's a spike. English football, I feel like there's a small dip, and German football looks like just Bayern as usual.
So Spanish football was great last season. This year is shit.
No, no one said it was
nobody's saying
great, man.
shit.
No one was
Nobody's saying
Why you
shit.
telling? When I told you that Spanish football was great, man.
Hmm?
I don't.
But
I don't
nobody's
think
saying
the way
shit
you guys
either.
think. When Real Madrid wins the Champions League, I don't think Real Betis is a great team, man. I
Right,
think
but-
Real Madrid won the Champions
what
League. Is
about-
a good team. I don't
Wh-
comprehend all
what
the
about-
league. I don't care about the other league. The league.
But what about when Villarreal, for example, wins Europa League or Sevilla 3 years in a row, or you just ignore that part?
Well, because I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about right
okay.
now. I'm not ignoring
Okay.
that. What about Milan in the 91 winning the
Lord
Champions League? What
have
about that?
mercy.
What are you talking about, John?
But
It's
how can you
insane.
logic take this, bro? How can you logic take this?
Dude, the logic is simple.
No,
The
it's
logic is
just,
simple. You get 3 goals at
How
the
can you
Camp Nou
logic take
against
this?
this
Now you're
Inter.
trolling.
You are an unstable team. End of the story. Roma gets 4
why-
goals from Udinese.
why is that?
He's an unstable team. He's
Yeah, but
unstable.
And
the
Milan
last 2
is an
games against
unstable
Inter,
team
how many goals did we give up against Inter?
too.
2.
And we are an unstable team as well, man.
So
you
that
said
means
it.
we also
Everyone
have
is
to be
unstable.
I've been
Everyone
telling
is
that to
unstable.
Nathan the whole summer
Mazzoli-
that we need Botman. I've been
Mazzoli-
telling them the defense is important, that we need a defender. Nathan is like, no, we're fine
Yeah,
with
but,
Tomori
but
Kalulu.
but is it
Now,
me
Nathan,
unstable or the team
Oh,
unstable?
shots!
Wait a minute,
Shots
wait a
being
minute, wait a minute.
thrown.
You got it, Nathan?
Damn.
No,
Yeah, you got it,
because
Nathan, now.
no, because now you're talking about a specific aspect of the team. Is the team unstable or just the defense unstable?
The defense, because we, at the end of the thing, we got the 3 points against Inter.
Okay,
We went
but
3-1 against Inter.
Is
So-
Napoli unstable?
Who says
Or
Napoli is
Jersey?
unstable? Well,
No,
I love
I'm-
it, John,
I'm-
because
I'm-
you are losing
I'm
the
questioning
argument and
you, bro.
you're trying to
I am
find a way
making
to
you
get
a
out of
question.
this.
I am making you a question. man.
No,
Is
it's not
Napoli
unstable. It's not
Hey,
But
unstable.
this player
how
would,
come-
would struggle in
how
Serie A.
come-
So I
how
don't,
come
I
they
don't think
conceded-
Milan should go for
They conceded 2 goals from a very shit team such as Ajax, for example.
Technically, this guy would struggle in Serie A.
Well,
Maybe
John, I
Napoli is
said-
also unstable. No, I'm just trying to find a definition for what unstable means right now.
And that's why I
unstable.
also asked what aspect of unstable is he talking about? Because this entire time,
Yeah,
Larry, you've
we
only
don't know.
said the team is unstable. But now you're
Barcelona is an
defining it.
unstable team. Barcelona is an unstable
Yeah,
team.
But there's
That is a
but
This
That
is.
is a
I'm sorry, but I cannot accept these double standard things. Once
Whatever,
you
man.
say that, because for example, if we were, I don't know, speaking Spanish, for example, someone would say, I don't take the goals that Milan concedes in Serie A as something that tells you anything about Milan, because it's Serie A. Milan and Serie A, they always dominated. Get it? It's the same what you guys are doing with Barcelona having conceded only 1 goal in La Liga. It's the same.
Listen,
So
listen. This team, the way it's been built, it's almost impossible for it to become a championship team. So I even doubt they're going to win the La Liga. Yeah. So
no, they're gonna win La Liga, but
we'll see.
they're gonna win La Liga. But in terms of their defense, they went and got good defensive players. They conceded goals against Inter, who again only finished 2 points behind Milan in the previous year. Inter has good players. It's not like Barcelona's losing to fucking Basel or some shit like that. Inter has good goal scorers.
Oh my God.
I agree with
They might
you.
not be
I
doing-
agree
they-
with you
they
there.
might not- They might
I
not
agree.
be
Oh my
doing-
God.
They
You
might
know-
not be doing good in the league right now. Yes, Inter might not be doing good in the league, but shit, Milan's not first either.
I
We're
agree
not
with
second
Nathan.
either.
here.
Who is
So-
talking
I
think
about
that's a-
Milan? Who
that's a
is
good
talking
analysis.
about
No,
Milan?
but you're calling
Inter
you're
is a
calling
good team.
Barca,
Watch out
you're
for
calling
Inter.
Barca. You're calling Barca unstable, but
It
if
is.
we
It
but
is.
if we okay,
Of
but if
course
we-
it is.
It is,
of
man.
course it is. Yes, of course it is.
I
Nathan,
mean, we
Nathan.
saw it.
And Nathan,
They-
if we score, and Nathan,
Barcelona, they tied. Barcelona scored just as many goals against Inter, and they only lost by 1 goal in the first leg.
Okay,
Those
okay,
things
Nathan.
happen.
Nathan,
What about Real Madrid? Real Madrid conceded how many goals against Manchester City?
Dude,
3 goals.
Exactly.
Nathan,
and Real
but listen,
Madrid,
Nathan,
come on, man.
Yes.
Nathan,
for example,
can you?
if we get Man City
Ooh.
in the round of 16 and we score a goal against them, they are unstable. Clear. It's easy.
Dude, Barcelona,
That's how
Red John,
you-
I love the way you analyze things. Barcelona is an unstable team because they lost against Bayern. They lost against Inter, and they drew 3-3 against Inter at Camp Nou. And they lost
against two great teams. I don't
Exactly,
understand what the complaint is.
Ignore the
But
part. Ignore
can
the
I
part.
say,
Bravo.
Nathan, Barcelona
That doesn't
spent
fit
200
the
million.
narrative.
Inter sold players this
You were
summer.
dominating our system. I disagree.
Dude, I understand you guys you love Barcelona. I don't care what you guys have
And
about
Barcelona
Barcelona.
brought in
There's
how
I don't
many new
care.
players as
Italy,
well?
Yeah, nothing.
Barcelona
Technically, we
is
should
an
be even.
unstable team. Barcelona bought
And
the
they-
best striker in the world. Do you
And they're
understand?
scoring goals. They're scoring
So what?
goals. But
And
they
I
lost
didn't
against
say
two
and I
good
didn't say they
teams.
don't score goals. I say they are unstable. I didn't say they don't score goals. I didn't say
They
they
have
are
only
not
conceded one in the league, one goal.
the games that matters. The first opponent that has a bit of how you call a bit of tacticism, a bit of awareness. They didn't make it, so it's an unstable team.
Right.
Can you say Milan is an unstable team?
Is Inter an
Oh, can I
unstable
finish?
team?
Yes, Inter is an unstable team. One day wins, one day is lost.
And Milan, is Milan an unstable team? Yes, as well.
Milan, you can say, Rejon, you can say Milan is an unstable team. You can say it's an experienced team. You can say have 11 injuries. You can say everything you want.
But,
You
okay,
pick
but
your poison.
can you say?
Up,
But can you say?
Barcelona
Can you
is
say,
an
for
unstable
example?
team.
Can you say, for
Barcelona is an
example?
unstable team.
Can you, for example, say for Barcelona too many new signings and they have to still, I don't know, find a way to play together? Or you
Yeah,
cannot say that
that
they are
makes the
just
team
unstable.
Makes that the team unstable? Having a lot of signings?
It would, but they have conceded only one goal in the league. So
Okay, yeah, keep
it's pretty
using
stable.
your point. You love that one. Keep that one, man. I'm never gonna win against that one. The moment Barcelona loses the league, you tell me.
Barcelona lost to two good teams,
Unbelievable.
bro. They lost to Bayern and Inter. You're making it seem like they played against nobody teams, bro.
Yeah,
Yes,
Nathan,
Inter's
they're gonna
not
lose.
doing good, but just like
They're
Roy
gonna lose
said,
against Real
Inter
Madrid
rose to the
again. They're gonna
occasion.
lose against Real Madrid.
But that, and if they win against Real Madrid, are they stable or they're still unstable?
Well, let's see that. When
No,
it
but
happens, we
okay,
can
but
talk about it.
okay, but I'm just saying if. Of course, we're gonna see it, but if they do that, are they stable or unstable?
Okay, I'll tell you what, Rajon. I'll tell you what. If they win against Real Madrid, that proves my point. They are unstable because you go and do shit with Inter, and you go and win against Real Madrid. That is a symptom of being unstable, going high
But
and
Real
down,
Madrid's
high
also
and down.
unstable.
That is the perfect example of being unstable.
But
Going
to
for
be-
peak,
Real
I
great
forgot,
games,
Nathan,
and shit games
I
on the other
forgot. I
side.
forgot that Real Madrid is also unstable.
They're
Okay,
unstable too
now
because
you don't know what to
couldn't
say.
even
You
beat
go on a
they
joke. I know.
they couldn't beat because Shakhtar gave Real Madrid some
Rajon
difficult
doesn't know
time.
what to say. Now
Real
he goes on
Madrid's
the joke.
unstable as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He goes on
Everyone
the
is
joke
unstable.
and doesn't know what to say. Okay.
Okay, one last question. Did any Serie A team this month play against any good team and won, or they all played against shit teams and they got results against shit teams? And if so, because we have narrowed down what good teams are now, can you please tell us what the good teams are, man? Because every team is shit
Dude,
now. All of a
Dude,
sudden,
do you understand
can you tell us the good
unstable?
teams?
What does it mean? That unstable means not good.
Yes.
Yes,
By
so
definition, yes.
John is asking
No.
what
No,
team has
it
what
means by
Italian team
definition
has played
not
against
good.
a stable
No,
good
you
team.
can
and won?
have a good team. Listen to me. You can have a good team and be unstable and finding your path until you get your balance and your solidity and you get results. You can have that.
Yeah, but all the Italian teams that played against have all been shit. They've all
Napoli is
been
not
unstable
doing
clubs
shit.
as well.
Napoli is not doing shit.
Liverpool's unstable, and so is Ajax. And
Yeah,
Rangers,
they are. They are.
Come on. So they
are.
play against shit teams.
But dude, when I say that Ajax is too open wide and plays open football and don't really care about the tactics of Napoli, that is a fact, man.
You got to be technically sound.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Ajax is not a good team. I'm saying that Ajax, the approach they have against
I'm
Napoli
talking to
is
Chuck.
madness.
Unstable.
I don't know what they are, man. You can say they are stupid as well. You can say that if you want. But this conversation started with Barcelona.
Yeah, but
I knew in the summer.
Barcelona's also good. Barcelona's
I knew
also
in the
good.
summer.
They were just dumb and played too open.
Barcelona is the way that it's been built.
See, I can think the same thing for Barcelona, but you guys are not going to accept that. Barcelona's good. They just played too open and got
So
caught
he's
out.
unstable. He's unstable.
Yes, just
like Liverpool, like Ajax, like whatever. You can put anyone in this list, man. Whatever you want.
Every team that Italian teams have won against.
No.
Listen, Nathan. Listen here, Nathan. You know what team is stable? You know what team is stable? You know what team is stable?
Which one?
Salzburg. Now that's a stable team out there. If I've seen one,
they look pretty stable to me.
But if you look at the results, Salzburg gets they draw against us. They draw against Chelsea. They win against Dinamo Zagreb. They draw against Dinamo Zagreb. That is not there's not up and down. Clearly, there is the team that is solid, that is not conceding a lot of goals, and they can get a draw against away from home. That it looks a solid team. It doesn't look a quality team, doesn't look an incredible team, but it's solid. You can argue
they also got results against Chelsea as well.
Yes.
Really, we're the crappiest team in this group.
No,
they're
Nathan,
a solid
no,
team.
don't
I'm not
say
saying
that
they are
because
good.
now that's
You guys confuse. You guys are 5 years old. You confuse the word
We're
solid.
obviously not. We're obviously not even. We're obviously
Bologna
not
can
even
be a solid
second.
team. That does not mean
We're not
Bologna
even
is a good
second.
team.
We're not even second
Yeah,
in
man.
quality in our group. We're not even second because we.
You guys are kids.
Come on,
man. You guys are kids. You guys are kids. I'm sorry, man. You guys are kids.
We're tied on points with Dinamo Zagreb.
Hold on. Okay, guys. You see, like, the misinformation. Like, Real Madrid
But Barcelona is a good team, Roy. Barcelona is a good team.
Real Madrid is 22 points with
Barcelona
them.
is a good team, Roy. Remember that.
what?
You
How
guys
is
were
that
saying Barcelona
misinformation?
was the misinformation, but Real Madrid is also 22 points. We're just losing
We
goal
never said
difference.
we
Who
never
said otherwise?
Yeah, but
Who said otherwise?
You guys made it
no
sound
one
as
said
if Barcelona was running away with the league.
Yeah.
No, but no one said that.
We didn't
All we
sound
said
it.
was Barcelona was first place.
We said that they
If
have
the league
conceded
ended
one goal,
today, Barcelona would
and
win
they have
the
conceded
league.
one goal.
That's all we said.
Guys, but
Roy, whatever conclusion you came to, you did so on your own.
Look. Top four: Barcelona, Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid. Isn't this the script every fucking year? Like, what's the difference?
But it's like saying
either Barcelona or Real Madrid is going to win it.
It's like saying in Serie A it's always Juventus, Milan, and Inter. Yeah, we know it's been like that for
not in the
years.
last 10 years, John. Not in the last 10 years, John.
Yeah, but because in
Not
the
in
last 10 years, Milan and Inter have been
John.
shit.
Sorry.
True.
In the last 10 years, Milan and Inter have been shit. That's why.
It's much different now in Italy.
So, what about the last 2 years?
What about now? Hello.
What about
now? Yeah. Who is the top four now?
So are you telling me that Udinese and
are you denying that La Liga is not dominated by Barcelona and Real Madrid? Are you really going to take that position? Like, why would you take such a losing position?
La Liga is dominated by Barcelona, Real Madrid, and Atletico Madrid. Same as Serie A is dominated by Milan,
I wouldn't put
Juventus, and
Atletico
Inter.
Madrid on domination. I wouldn't put Atletico Madrid on domination.
Same as Serie A is dominated by Milan, Inter, and Juventus. Or would you not say that? Right?
Not recently.
Would you say that?
No, not recently.
Not recently. That's the problem.
Not
But
recently.
I thought you said the past 2 years or this year.
Recently, Serie A has only been dominated by Juventus, Milan, and Inter. By the way, 9 years. 9 years.
Say it properly.
9 years
Juventus 9
1
years.
year Inter.
But Napoli was up
year
there.
Milan.
Napoli almost beat
1 year
Juventus. Right. I don't see Valencia taking the second spot ever. I always see Barcelona and Real Madrid playing number 1 and number 2 every single year. And sometimes it's Atletico Madrid who's number 2 and Barcelona is 3 or something like that.
Atletico Madrid
Every single year.
Yeah, but Atletico Madrid can win the league. Napoli can't win the league.
Exactly.
Inter can win it. Inter can win it.
Yeah, Inter did. But Atletico also did. Napoli has not. So don't it's not the same thing.
So don't tell us the stories that somehow Serie A is dominated by.
If you look at top 4 for the past 10 years, I'm willing to bet $1 billion that The top
The
four in
same-
Spain
the same
has looked
three teams.
way more consistent than the top four in Italy.
It's been the same.
But for
It's
sure,
actually
man.
been the same. Barcelona's won the
Nathan,
majority
no.
of them. Hold on, Barcelona's won the majority of them.
Exactly. So,
Real Madrid has won like maybe 3. Atletico
Nathan, he's
Madrid has
talking
won
about
like
top
2.
four, man. He's not talking about who won. He's talking top four. And in the last 10 years, it has been more diverse in Serie A because two teams that are big teams. It's like saying
Oh,
if
just
you
top
remove
4.
if you remove Real Madrid and Barcelona from there, is it going to be more
Sure.
diverse? Yes, it is. Because Barcelona
you
and Real
think in
Madrid
the
are not there.
past 10 years, the top four of Spain has been more diverse than the top four of Italy?
But did you
Are
listen
you
to a
really
word I
willing
said?
to die on that hill?
But did you listen to a word I said? Because I said the
No,
opposite.
that's
of that.
what I proposed.
I just told you right now. In the last 10 years, you removed Milan and Inter because they have been shit, and it's going to be more diverse. It's the same as me saying remove Real Madrid and Barcelona, and La Liga is going to be more diverse.
Okay,
Of
so
course,
you're saying okay, but the reality in Spain is Barcelona, Real Madrid, and that's it.
yes, and this is going to be the reality.
That's
this
the
was
reality. The reality.
and
That's
this
it. Why are you
and
arguing
this was
reality?
because Roy, Serie A
Juventus hasn't been
Serie A
dominated this
hasn't
year.
been there for 10 years, man. It has been there for 100 years, and in
Oh,
100
mamma
years,
mia.
Milan, Inter, and Juventus
Okay,
have been
okay,
top
okay.
four consistently.
Okay,
Same as
Rejon, can I
same
ask
as
you
in
something?
Spain.
Okay.
Can I ask you
Real Madrid,
something?
Barcelona,
Let's take it back to 200 years. Why don't we just
Can
go
I-
200 years?
Can I
Oh
ask
my
you
God.
something? Rejon,
Oh my
can I
God.
ask you something?
I'm sorry,
Yo.
but this is Roy. This is the same kind of argument that
Let's go
Serie A
back
fans
to
are.
the Middle Ages when
Okay,
they used to
This is the
play in
same-
villages. Let's
this
go
is-
back to when they
Oh,
used to play in
Roy.
villages
Oh
in
my
the
God.
Middle Ages.
Roy,
This is the
how
same
can-
type of argument that Serie A fans are doing right now because 2 years in a row, two different teams won in Serie A, and now they are saying, "Oh, look at the Premier League.
okay.
We are not a farmers' league anymore." Bro, 2
Oh
years.
my God,
Okay.
Rejon, Real Madrid has 36 leagues or something like that. Barcelona 26. The third best. How many leagues they have?
Say it again. Say it again.
The two best teams in Spain is Real Madrid and Barcelona. The
How many do
third
they have?
best.
How
How
many do
many
they have?
leagues they have? Yeah,
How many?
leagues
How
they
many?
have?
How many do the two first have?
50
How many?
or
I can't
55,
believe we're.
60. How many has the third
How
best?
many? How many each, man? How many is Barcelona won and how many Real Madrid?
Real Madrid 36, Barcelona 25.
Okay.
The third best, how many they have?
I don't know. 8,
You
5.
got
2, I
demolished
don't know.
by numbers.
I don't
Exactly. Italy,
How many?
30
How many?
something, 20,
How many?
20.
know. No.
Come
how,
on, like
how,
this.
33.
how many
Why-
has Real
Okay,
Madrid won?
another question.
Atletico Madrid.
The third team in Spain, the third best team in terms of Champions League in Spain.
Only 2 have won.
It's a two-team league, man. It's a two-team league. The final.
Come on. How is
answer
this
is a
not
two-team
obvious
league.
already? How is this
I'm
not
sorry.
obvious already?
No.
Because
I'm
Rejon
sorry,
is
but-
playing.
I'm sorry,
He's
Rejon.
playing
sorry, but
games.
You
Rejon's-
guys,
I know,
I'm sorry, but this has to be
No,
the
I'm more
worst
sorry
argument
than you,
I
man.
have
I'm more
ever
sorry than you.
heard
You're
in
not
my
more
life.
sorry than me. I'm more
Because-
sorry than you, man.
Because here's the problem with the argument that Dart said.
Yeah, there is a two-league
Probably-
team. That's
probably-
the problem.
Probably because he didn't understand what he said. But if you do the argument like that, you come to the conclusion that Serie A is a one-team league. You fool.
No, it's
because
not.
In
Because-
Serie
because
A,
it-
because
No,
wait,
it's not.
let me
Because
talk. I listen to
La
you.
Liga
I
is a
listen to
one-team
you.
league as well.
I listen to you.
No, but
listen,
the
in
trophies,
No, you're
Serie
not
A,
the
listening
trophies
to me.
don't say
The-
that.
the-
I
man.
listen to you.
The things
I
you are
listen to you.
saying, the things
Okay,
you're saying, you
okay.
didn't listen to me.
Okay,
You
but
didn't listen to me. The things you're saying.
just
Unbelievable.
just let me speak. In Serie A,
Unbelievable.
Juventus has 36 leagues, and
Real Madrid
the
36 in La Liga. It's a
and-
one-league team.
and the team that comes after has 19.
And the third
The
19.
three teams that come after,
19.
19.
Yeah. So there is three
So
teams.
Juventus has almost as many as both Milan teams together.
This
Almost
is
as
the
many.
most unbelievable conversation I ever heard.
So imagine doing that argument.
Okay, so listen, guys. I'm looking at the
unbelievable.
Liga so far. Every single year,
unbelievable.
top 3. Every single year so far. I've gone from now I'm 1920. Every single year, the top 3 have been Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid in different orders. It's been them 3 every single year so far. I'm going to 19, same thing. 19, same thing. 18, same thing. I'm going back. I've gone back 5 years, same exact thing. 17, exactly the same. Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid. Okay, 16, exactly the same. Barcelona, Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid. 15, exactly the same. I've gone back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 years in a row, the same 3 teams are in the top 3. So
Roy, you cannot bet it. The bookies are taking it out. You cannot do it because it's gonna happen for sure. Like Christmas this year, it's gonna happen for sure. That's what you cannot bet. If I want to bet $1 million, they say no, you cannot because you're gonna win for sure. So I'm not letting you bet.
Yeah,
That's how.
So it's a strange position to have, Rajan, because it's a losing position. I don't understand why you're taking this position.
And Rajon is telling me that in Italy there is 70 leagues, 76 leagues divided in 3 teams, almost one third each, almost, let's say. In La Liga, 60 leagues are divided by 2 teams. That's what it's saying.
Yeah, it's a. I mean, every league has their dominant teams, but some leagues are just more, have more of that. Like Bayern in Germany is a unidimensional league. In Spain, it is a unidimensional league. It's just those 3 teams that will fight for the top.
It's the same as in Italy, bro. You like
No, in Italy it's not.
do you believe I'm sorry, but do you believe what you say? Because just in case you didn't know, Roma has won the league twice, man.
Yes, but
Napoli has won the league
Roma in
twice.
these past 10 years has finished 2nd, has finished 4th, has finished 5th, has finished. Napoli has finished
Milan and
2nd.
Inter weren't in the
Atalanta
play,
has
bro.
finished 3rd.
How fucking hard is it to
And
understand?
even when Juventus went
how
off,
hard can it
like
be?
okay, let's look. Last year, Milan, Inter, Napoli, Juventus, right? So top 3 was Napoli. Napoli wasn't there. It wasn't Juventus, Inter, and Milan. The year before, it was Inter, Milan, Atalanta, right? And the year before, it was Juventus, Inter, Atalanta. And the year before that, it was Juventus, Napoli, Atalanta. And the year before that, Juventus, Napoli, Roma. In the Spanish league, it's always the same 3 teams over and over and over again. Like, it's an undeniable fact that those 3 teams completely dominate the league. And 2 of those teams especially. How can you discuss against that?
Because in Serie A it's the same. The only difference is that teams in Serie A go in shitty periods more often. That's the only problem.
Because it's a more competitive league. There is 6 or 7 teams that fight against talent. No, it's not. Yeah, it's not. Okay,
but it's fucking factually not.
No, it's not,
exactly.
because I just looked at the numbers right now.
But now, okay. Now,
come on,
numbers.
Just say I give up. Just say I'm sorry, guys. I tried.
But how can you? But
win an argument. But
now take those numbers. Go now and check the list. Who won the Champions League and who won the Europa League in the last 10 years? Go. Let's do it together.
What has that conversation got to do with anything?
With the competitiveness of the teams that play in these leagues, right? Italian teams were competing as well.
When you say Barcelona is doing great in La Liga, it's not impressive to me. Even a shitty Barcelona, we've seen that even a shitty Barcelona is going to finish 2nd or 3rd.
I don't care because when I look at
the whole conversation started that
list here, I see that
football has taken a dip. It's taken a dip. Spanish football has taken a dip.
When I look at the list here, I see that Sevilla, that finishes 4th or 5th or 6th, doesn't matter, dominates in Europe, in Europa League. In their category, they dominate.
Yeah, this year I don't think they will.
Villarreal dominate in their
this
category.
This year I don't think they will.
And I'll tell you why. Because they know there is no chance for them to finish
this
top 4.
It's not going
to be. So they just go and concentrate on the European.
Sevilla's doing bad because they sold too many players, and they brought in players who were past their prime or simply not good enough.
Dude,
that's why they're not doing good.
What John
For,
is saying, it
for
makes
example,
my point, man. You make my
Montana
point. You're
here
making my point. You know
says
that.
Serie A got 7 teams that want to win the league. No, Serie A has 3 teams that can win the league. All the
I'll
other
tell you
teams
what,
win it
Rejon.
once in a
Serie
blue
A
moon.
has Rejon. Serie A has 8 teams that want to finish top 4.
Sure. So does
8 teams.
So
they
so
don't.
does La Liga as well.
No.
Yes, they do.
Ah, okay, no.
No, because in the last 10 years, it's been always the 3 teams on top 4.
Yeah, but Laird,
In
in
Serie
the
A,
last
it's
10
actually
years, if
it's
in the last
proven.
10
In Serie
years,
A, you can see it that if you are on the top 8, you can finish top 4. It's
man,
proven. It's
in
demonstrated.
Laird,
That's
in
why
the
they
last
go for it.
in the last 10 years, one team has been in the first place the whole time. What competition? What are you talking about?
No, there is 3 teams.
In the
3
Farmers
teams.
League,
In
in
the
the
last
Farmers
3,
League,
Rejon, in the last 10 years,
in-
it's been 3 teams on top.
True, because in the last 2 years things changed because Juventus gave up after dominating the league for 9 years, right?
Yeah. And
Okay,
correct
exactly.
yourself, please.
So
Can you
so
please correct yourself?
yeah, I did. But let me also correct one thing that in the moment that these 2 teams that were shit in the last 10 years recovered themselves, we see again Milan, Juventus, Inter in the top 4.
No,
What a
Juventus and
coincidence, right?
Inter are not in the top 4 right now.
Yeah, right now, but at the end of the
They're
year
not
is what
top 4 right
matters.
now. These guys are ridiculous, bro. It's like kindergarten
You said
argumentation.
I'm sorry, you said they are
This
recovered.
is
Okay, now you're talking about kindergarten because you realize that you say
yes.
something
Yeah,
dumb.
but Larry,
sorry, man.
you're
It's not
talking
my
about
fault. You say
Larry,
that.
you're talking about now
say
versus
that.
at the end of the year. At the end of the year, it's
But
going to
this
be
is
the same
ridiculous. But
teams.
But this, you have completely moved a goalpost,
But you
right, John?
just say,
You
yeah,
move
you
a
guys need to
goalpost.
fix one point and tell me what you're going
Right.
to talk
You
about.
move a goalpost to
Because
a total different topic.
if you go a year before, you guys get out of the conversation because it's just Real Madrid and Barcelona.
And the best part of this conversation, because I forgot to say it before, is when he said what is the third team that has won the Champions League from the Spanish team. This was the best one, because with this logic of Laird, it means that even in the 90s, Serie A was shittier than the Premier League because the Premier League had more teams that had won the Champions League. So the absurdity of Laird is unbelievable here. Because
I have not
fucking-
heard Laird. Wait, I did not Laird.
Can you
What?
tell me how many English team in the 90s won the Champions League? At that point, how many English team had won the Champions League in the 90s?
At
Nottingham
what point?
Forest.
At what
in
point?
the 90s. You say in the 90s English team had more Champions League. In the
Man
90s, right?
Man United,
If you pick,
Man
90,
United, Liverpool.
The first
Wait,
Rejon, 1999, the first Champions League of Man
yes, but
United.
it's 1999, not in the 90s.
It's still the 90s, though, Larry. It's still the 90s.
I get
Is
it.
it not in the 90s? Because I
So
don't
it's
still the
understand.
90s.
In the 90s,
Is
Italy
it-
had more teams. That
Is
won
1999 in the 50s?
Dude, but
Okay,
I love
hold
how
on.
you, Rejon. But that's why you should tell me the exact
So
date,
again,
man, not the 90s.
Aston Villa,
Can we-
Aston Villa has not won the
Liverpool.
Champions League. Aston Villa has not won the Champions
Oh
League.
my
Check it,
God,
check it,
Aston
does it
Villa!
have-
Aston Villa has not
Oh,
won the
mamma
Champions League.
mia. Oh mamma mia.
No, it's not. Aston
Oh,
Villa
my
never
God.
won the Champions League.
Nottingham
Rejon,
Forest,
you need
Nottingham
to
Forest.
quit before
Nottingham.
before you split. Listen. Let me tell you something. Let's keep it coherent. The conversation started because we are saying that
Listen, guys, England has won 14 European Cup.
not in the
Champions League
90s,
trophies
not in the
with
90s. Though.
with Liverpool, Man United, Chelsea, Nottingham Forest, while Aston Villa has won it once. Now, I don't know if Roy or Laird know fucking their
Anything
shit
about
better
football.
than Google,
Nothing,
but Google
nothing.
seems to give me right about this.
No, Google.
Champions League.
Google,
Aston Villa won the Champions League.
Yes, Aston Villa won the
Google
Champions
is
League.
lying to you. Google is lying to you.
Ah,
Listen.
I love that.
I
No,
want to keep this
chat.
conversation
No,
coherent.
chat. Have some
I want to
decency
keep-
because these two guys have lost their fucking mind.
No. I need to keep this
Have some
conversation
decency and
because you
tell
took
me.
this conversation everywhere and you completely lost the
These
plot.
fucking guys.
This conversation started because you're saying
These fucking guys
Barcelona
are
is an impressive
unbelievable.
team, and then you said, "Look at what they're
Like,
doing.
shameless, bro.
Look
Shameless.
at what they're doing in La Liga."
Shameless.
That is not impressive because there's
It's
one
shameless.
thing I can ask you a
Aston Villa has won
question.
the Champions League,
I
by the
can
way,
ask
in
you a question
19-
that will
1981,
dismantle all of that
1982.
argument. I'll ask you, what is more predictable, the top four
Shameless,
in
bro.
Spain
Shameless.
or the top four in Serie A? What is more
It's
predictable?
fucking shameless, bro.
What is more
Has
predictable, Rajon?
Aston Villa won the Champions League, by the way?
What is more predictable, Rajon? Keep the conversation where you started it. Don't
I-
flaunt all over the place
No,
because you don't know
no.
how to finish your points.
I
Keep the
I
conversation.
need to know I need to know the answer to this question.
No,
Has
no,
Aston
you
Villa won
don't
the
get it.
Champions
You
League?
don't get that. What is
No,
more
but
predictable? Top
you
four
don't-
Serie A or top four La Liga, Rajon? What
Has
is more
Aston
predictable?
Villa won the Champions League direct or not?
No.
Let me check. I'm gonna check.
Rajon, what is more predictable? The top four Serie A, top four La Liga?
No, I'm gonna give that 2 minutes to check.
No, you
Okay,
answer in the meantime.
okay. I don't have time to check it. Can you? I'll say Aston Villa has won the Champions League. Well done, Rajon. You won the conversation.
Okay. No, just to clarify to you the dumb shit that you say. So in the 90s, apparently, Premier League was
Yeah.
better because they had more teams that had won the Champions League. So they were the more competitive league in the
No,
90s.
But I didn't.
In the
See,
90s,
that's the
Italy
funny
had
thing.
three.
That's
Italy
the
had
funny
three.
thing.
Milan, Juve, and Inter had already won Champions League. in the 90s.
Roy, I
They
never
can't
Yes,
play
said.
that.
yes,
I
Roy,
never
but
said.
yes,
I've
Roy,
never
but
said
the
that.
Premier League had Aston Villa, Nottingham Forest, Man United, and
Yeah.
fucking Liverpool. 4.
Okay, Rajon, you proved it to yourself that Premier League is not a two-team league. We are telling you that
Man
Spain is a
United was
two-team league.
99, dude. Stop.
Roy, the point is the same, man. La Liga is a two-team league. Serie A is a 3-4 team league. Premier League is a 3-4 team league. That's our point, man.
But
Well done. Thank you for helping us.
but Sevilla,
That's a great.
but Atletico Madrid has won the league in the past 10 years. They won it at least twice. So that you
Well,
have to say
even-
that they're a 3-title team league as well.
Oh
Just
my
like
God,
Serie A,
Nathan.
the last 10 years, 3 teams have won it. It's the same thing.
Yep. But
So unless you're going to
forget
sit here
about
and tell
that.
me
Forget
that's
about
not the
that.
same thing, then the last 10 years that they have not had 3 winners, just like Serie A has had 3 winners. If you're going to tell
Because
me that that's
Nathan,
different,
because I explained it to you.
but is it the same thing though?
No, it's not the same. If Atletico Madrid has Nathan, you ask question. Do you want an answer?
I'm just trying to understand how 3 and 3 are not
When
the same thing.
Atletico Madrid achieves 19 league titles, we can say there's a 3-team league. If Atletico Madrid achieves 19 league titles, we can say it's a 3-team league. Atletico Madrid has. No, it's a perfect argument, man. I'm sorry. That's a perfect argument. I know you don't like it. Whatever.
They have 11. Still, the difference between Atletico Madrid and Barcelona is lower than Milan or Inter from fucking Juventus, by the way. Just so you know.
Listen, Liard, matter of the fact here is that when they said that Barcelona is doing well in the La Liga and therefore they're not in a crisis or whatever, matter of fact is that La Liga is not a metric to know where Barcelona is.
Yeah,
Because
but Barcelona lost to
no
two
matter
good
how
teams.
bad Barcelona is, they're always going to be dominated La Liga because La Liga is very weak when it comes to that difference.
But
And
how can
that's
you
a fact.
guys? But these Barcelonas, this Real Madrids, these Atletico Madrids have dominated Europe, man, in the last 20 years. And you guys talk about
Mamma mia! Rajon,
and-
ma non capisci? Ma capisci un po'?
Ma-
Are we talking about
ma
yesterday?
che
Or
cazzo
are we talking about today? Huh?
But
Are we
listen,
talking? You know, there's a tomorrow. Are you aware that tomorrow
Where-
is a new day? Are you aware of that?
I'm sorry, Roy, but was it me or you who went and checked La Liga in the last 10 years? Because sometimes I
So it
don't.
was the same team.
It
So
looks
when
to
you
me
tell
like,
me when you tell me Barcelona is winning La
did I-
Liga, to me it doesn't mean
so did
shit. It doesn't mean shit.
so
You understand?
so did I or did you check the last 10 years of La Liga?
Yeah, to prove my point. Why it doesn't mean
Yeah,
shit?
right.
Because it's always
And
been
to
three.
prove my point, I'm telling you that not only in the last 10 years, but in the last 20 years, these 3 teams
No, last 40
together,
years probably. It's been like this for 40 years.
these 3 teams, together with 2 other teams, have dominated Europe in total.
Yes, but this year,
Champions League and
this year, what Lard and I are
This-
telling you, it's not going to be like that, and Barcelona's
this
already
year-
out. Barcelona's
year-
already out. So
okay,
count your
but-
chickens, my man. Count
They're
your chickens
technically
because
not
this
out.
year, you
They're-
don't know who's going to win it. This year might be Real Madrid.
Yeah, but you can tell which teams have dipped and which teams have
Last
spiked.
season, you could tell as well, and they still won it.
Not
No,
not
you
even
know,
last season. Sevilla was right
after
next to
seeing
Real
Real
Madrid.
Madrid, but PSG, I was pretty obvious Real Madrid was going to win.
Okay. After seeing
I was sure.
semifinal, it was obvious. But I'm saying,
I was sure as soon
but
as
I'm saying
Real
at
Madrid
this
beat
point,
PSG, I was sure that they had the right mentality, right spirit, right tactics to beat
right,
any team.
right. But
And I
Real
was
Madrid
right.
didn't beat
And I was
PSG.
right.
Real Madrid didn't beat PSG in October, man. They beat PSG in May, in fucking
Yeah, so what?
April when it was.
Yeah. And
So now you are in October and you are telling me they won't win it. And I'm telling you, last season in October,
no, maybe
this
Real
is
Madrid
what
can
another
win
rose.
it. Maybe Real Madrid can win it because
John,
they're a
but
special
what's
team.
wrong? What's wrong with your brain, man? When I'm telling you that
Too
Barcelona
much.
right now
Too
is
much.
an unstable,
There's
is
too
an
much.
unstable team. What's wrong with
And
that, man?
and I
Why you
am
don't
telling
accept
you
that?
that,
Why you don't accept that?
and
Because you're saying
I
it based off of losing to
because
two good teams.
it's pointless.
Okay,
Because
okay, Rejon, you told me that
because you
Barcelona
were
has
the same
dominated
guys.
Europe.
Listen,
Okay, Rejon,
listen.
you tell me
Ju-
that Barcelona has dominated
Just a
Europe in the
second.
last
Just a
10 years.
second. Right.
Yeah, just a second.
Just
John
one
is
second.
buffering right
Because
now. You're buffering. You're
because
buffering.
you were here. Because you were here before when you gave your estimation of if we play 10 games against Man City, we might win 1 or 2.
Yeah.
And Barcelona played one of those 10 games against Inter and lost one, drew another one. But now
Okay.
from these two, which is within the acceptable odds of something which is not in your odds,
Okay. Can I
you
give
come
you
to a
an answer?
conclusion that they are a bad team.
Okay. What about the year before? What about the year before
Such bad logic.
Barcelona? Okay, what about
What
the year
about it?
before Barcelona? Yeah, what did Barcelona the year
What about
before?
it? The
You
Barcelona
tell me.
year before wasn't a really good team. No, but
Exactly.
it got better once they got Xavi.
No, they didn't get better. They didn't get better.
I mean, they got
better.
second. They did get better. They
did
went
They
from
didn't get
being
better
no.
because they got better.
I agree with Larry. Yeah, I agree with Larry.
No,
They
they
did
didn't
not
get
get
better.
better.
No,
Okay,
because
they
you
did
guys
not.
don't
Exactly the
watch La
same.
Liga.
They're
Before
exactly the
Xavi
same.
better.
before Xavi took over, Barcelona wasn't even in a Champions League position. When
I
he
don't
took
care,
over,
man.
they were. What do you mean? So how can you say they didn't get better when
No,
they went
Nathan,
From
Nathan,
last year, not the year before. Last year.
Yes, last
Last
year.
year, that's what he's
Last
saying, man.
year, Barcelona was
Nathan.
not
That's what he's
even
saying.
in a Champions
Okay.
League position.
Okay,
That's what
Nathan.
I'm trying to tell
Yeah,
you.
but you can still see
You're
how they
wrong.
play.
You're
right?
factually wrong.
No,
like
they
Rejon
were-
says, you're factually wrong. You're factually
How am
wrong.
I wrong? They weren't in a Champions
Yes.
League position when Xavi took over. What are you talking
You are
about?
factually wrong because they were playing Champions League and the year before they finished top four.
Oh my God! I'm talking about in a Champions League
Yeah,
position.
oh my God.
No.
Yeah, oh my God.
Larry, you're not
factually
even
wrong.
listening. John, he's not even listening to what I said.
I know.
When Xavi took over, they were not in a
No, I'm
Champions League
listening.
position.
Yeah.
If
Rejon,
they would have
sorry.
kept Coleman,
Okay,
if they would have kept their coach,
how many times
they would
you want
not
to
have made
repeat
top
that?
four. They would not have made top four.
Okay. The
Plain
year
and simple.
before with Koeman, at the same period of the year, they were not top four. They finished top four.
Yes.
Yes,
So,
but you
Xavi
can see that.
No, let me finish. I need to finish. Xavi did something that the Barcelona did
That made them better, right? That made them better, right?
Okay.
That made them better, right?
Dude,
No, they didn't make them better because Koeman did the same result. He achieved the same result. The year before, with a shitty team, with the worst Barcelona, he achieved the same result.
And these players are not even that great.
Xavi bought a lot of players in January and achieved the same result that Koeman, with a shit football, with a shit team, achieved the year before. And Xavi is doing the same thing the year after. He's not going ahead of
in a harder group.
You can see that Coleman
In a harder group.
had already.
Is a harder group. Okay, that is your opinion, by the way, Rejon. That is your opinion.
Fact.
Sure.
They have three top teams in the group. What do you mean?
No.
Inter-
It's not a fact. It's an opinion. It's an opinion. Yes.
It's an opinion because Inter, in my opinion, is not a great team, and they didn't manage to beat them. That's the thing. 2 games they didn't manage to beat them.
Right.
No, it's not right, man. It shouldn't be like
No, but Inter is the second of Serie A, man, from last season.
No, it's not second. Not now.
They were second. Yeah,
Guys, but look at this.
Though.
Guys, look at this
Yeah, I know
Barcelona
that.
team.
How they move
And
the
nobody
goalpost,
would
man,
be
is
shaking in
amazing.
their boots in front
It's
of this
amazing,
Barcelona
man, the way you
team,
move.
guys. Nobody's going to be shaking in their boots in front of this Barcelona team, guys. Nobody.
I'll tell you
by
what,
the way,
Xavi is doing worse.
And by the way, a Barcelona team with injuries, but you neglect that part when it's not about Milan. But That's
No,
pretty
because
funny.
you know why I neglect that part.
That-
you know why?
that's
I'll
true.
tell you why.
I
That's
mean,
another
that's-
reason.
that's
That's a good
true.
point.
Because it's
well,
not
well
Milan.
said.
Because it's
well
not
said.
Milan.
No,
actually,
because
that's
we didn't.
another good
No,
point.
no, Roy,
Because
Roy,
it's-
because we didn't spend
If
200
if
million.
Barcelona had
We
their
didn't
full
spend 200
defense,
million.
if
And that's
Barcelona
another
had
good.
their full
That's the
defense, then they
winning
would've
point,
won.
Laird.
They
That
don't like
is
to
the win.
listen, Roy. They
Laird
don't like
gets
to
the
listen.
winning
They
point.
don't like to
Checkmate.
listen that, man. Because I talk
Checkmate.
about the injuries of Milan because we didn't spend 200 million. Barcelona spent 200 million.
Beat
And
that.
Rafinha, Lewandowski, Pedri, Gavi, all of them were in the pitch. All
I
of them.
can't
They
beat that.
they
Right.
already had Pedri and Gavi. You said they spent 300 million last summer.
You cannot beat that.
Laird, no, Nathan, can you hear a
Laird
Chelsea
won.
fan? Can you hear a Chelsea fan say, "Milan lost against us with Giroud, with the Leao, with Tonali, with Benacer. They had everyone."
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
man.
I
Because
tried
we
to make
I
that
was
same
told-
point, and
I
I was
love
told
it.
I was wrong.
Unfreaking believable. The
Red
shit
John,
we
I
got
love how
from you
you put.
today.
I love how
John,
you put
John, that was
Lewandowski
my
and Giroud
point,
in the
John.
same place.
John, that was my point about we
This
had our
is
full
the
I
most
defense,
love
but
unbelievable
how you put
but I was
conversation.
turned
Giroud
down
and
though.
Red John, when you put
Turned down,
Giroud
John.
and Lewandowski in the same level, you clearly lost this conversation.
Well, I mean, Giroud's
You
a World
clearly
Cup
lost
winner
it, man.
and a Champions League winner.
You
Right.
clearly lost it, man. The other one is telling me that Giroud is a Champions League winner and a World Cup winner. He's
Did he
already
win?
lost it 2 months
Did he
before.
win? Did he win?
Yeah,
Or
man.
did they lose? Did he win them or
Man,
did he
you
lose?
lost it completely. Even
he-
Dembele is a World Cup winner. He was playing against Inter.
Dembele
You
is
get-
a fucking good player.
Roy, when Red John
What?
puts in the same level Giroud and Lewandowski, that means he lost the conversation. He lost it, man. He's clearly lost it, man. Red John, can you hear yourself?
Laird.
But he lost the
Yeah.
conversation a long time ago.
Can you hear
He lost the
yourself when you say
conversation
things
a
like
long
this?
time ago.
I know, it's crazy.
It's pointless, Laird.
Can you hear
Laird,
yourself?
I know that injuries don't account for anything if it's not Milan, right?
No,
But
hear
Have
yourself,
the
man. Hear
decency at
yourself.
least. Have
Guys,
have the
look at
decency at least.
It
Look at
wouldn't
our
matter.
first
It
game.
wouldn't matter if you spent $1 billion. If those players got injured,
Nathan.
they got
Can you
injured.
see the screen? Can you see the screen, Nathan?
Hold on, let me get to my phone.
This was the first game against Chelsea. Look at that. Nobody's going to. No team is going to perform with that.
What-
Look at all those players.
Well, to be honest, there you have Ibra there, and Ibra
Yeah,
you should
he's part
remove
of
it.
the
It
team.
makes the list. It makes the list too long. Because to be fair, if you add Van Basten and Gullit there, it's going to look even more impressive.
Now you're making
It's literally just Calabria and Teo missing.
Yeah, exactly. It's just
Oh
and
my
Magnan.
God.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What-
And Salamakers.
Oh,
and Teo.
it's not.
Yeah,
Is that really a big loss?
Calabria, Teo. Yes.
For us, yes.
Oh,
Salamakers really a
mamma
big loss.
mia. Ragazzi. Today, Red John took it to a next level, kind of like he just made up shit and then went with it.
Made up shit. Tell me one. What did I make up?
No, I'm not going to go through it again, man.
Right.
Roy, you can't say he
because
made
they
up
don't-
stuff but not
They don't
mention one
exist
thing.
because they don't exist.
Can you at least say one
Red
thing
John,
that he said that was
Red John,
wrong?
Barcelona
That was
is a
actually
really
wrong?
stable
Yeah,
team.
Yeah,
can
but
be.
Barcelona
Red John,
is
you won.
great because we're
He's
doing
a
good in
really
La
stable
Liga.
team, man. He's a really
Bro,
stable team. He's so
they
stable
lost.
that we
They
know.
lost to two good teams, Blair. I'm sorry. I'm not going to accept what you're saying. If they lost to the
That's the
fucking teams that
definition of
Juventus
an
fucking lost.
unstable team. That's the
No, it's
definition
not.
of an
What you
unstable
can
team.
lose
Yes,
against
it
two
is.
Tell
good
me-
teams. What are you talking about?
It
Tell
is.
me
That's the dumbest
Barcelona.
thing I've ever
Tell me
heard.
Barcelona. Tell me Barcelona is a bad team when they don't win against Salzburg. Don't tell me Barcelona is a bad team because they lose to Inter. Come on.
Dude, Inter is
So the
worse than
Inter-
Salzburg, man. Inter is worse than
Right.
Salzburg. He's worse.
Right.
You don't believe? I
And
know you don't believe.
then-
me
I
in
think
that,
Inter's
man.
pretty unstable
had-
right now.
You had Mike Magnan to save you from drawing
They're
against
Ter Stegen. They're Ter Stegen.
to
They're
save
the-
you
dude,
to save you
They
to
should have
save you
lost
against an
4-3. They
Red
should have
John,
lost
unbelievable.
4-3,
to
man.
save you against
Tonight,
an Inter
You're unbelievable.
to save you
Dude,
against
Ter
an Inter.
Stegen saved
Okay,
them.
man. Okay.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
but
that's not okay,
to
man.
save you-
You don't
Red
mention
John
that.
is
Why don't
freaking
mention that?
unbelievable.
against
tonight.
to save you against an Inter that had lost against Lazio the game before and lost the game after.
Pure
That was
nonsense.
Really in a bad period right there. But you guys, because you and I and Floki actually have this.
But Barcelona lost against that Inter, man. Do you understand what you're saying? Do you understand that Barcelona lost against that Inter?
Please
And
don't
you're
tell
telling
me
me that
anybody.
Barcelona is stable. That is, Roy. I'm going crazy. Am I going crazy?
Well, no, Laird. I agree. Barcelona this year is nothing special. I don't know why.
He's telling me that Barcelona lost
these
against
guys
a
are
good
like
team,
drooling
Inter.
over
But
Barcelona.
when Milan beats a good team, that
No
good
one-
team,
but-
Inter, is
No
unstable.
one
Roy-
said we're
And you just
drooling
made
over
up.
them.
Roy
though.
doesn't even get the point, man. Roy doesn't even get the
I don't
point.
get
This
it.
is
I don't
the
get
saddest
I
part
don't
of this.
I don't
No
get
one is saying
anything.
that Barcelona is something special. We are saying that Inter is not a shit team, Roy. How do you
It
listen
is
to
because they
conversation
lost against
for
I
10
wouldn't say.
for
I
10
wouldn't say
hours
it's a
and
shit
miss
team.
the point is unbelievable.
I would say Inter is a pretty unstable team right now.
It's
Inter got-
unbelievable.
You
Inter
use the
got 3
term
goals
shit.
from Lazio.
You are the one who's using these
It's
black and white
unbelievable.
terms. You are the
How
one
can you
using
listen
these
to a
black and white terms.
conversation for 10 hours and
It's
miss the point? of the
Inter is a
conversation?
team that is unstable, and an unstable team like
Fucking hell.
Inter was able to kick out an even more unstable team like Barcelona. So why should I be impressed that that fucking Granada can't score against Barcelona?
But Roy,
Checkmate. Checkmate.
Because Granada plays in a league that is better than this league.
Oh my God.
Bravo.
Yeah,
Because
man, you're right. The La
Granada-
Liga is a
because-
better. Is a
because
better league. Yeah, you're
Granada-
right, man.
But the best part is that even
Because
EPL
Villarreal won the Europa League.
Hey,
That's why Granada is
hey,
a better team.
listen,
Because Villarreal won
listen.
the Europa League.
listen, the best part is that
Yeah,
EPL fans
You need to quit.
cannot
Richard.
say shit about La Liga, but Laird from the Serie A can. Fucking hell, bro.
What?
Fucking
Dude.
hell.
But Red John,
Where-
see, Red John,
The
Red John,
fucking
listen to me.
hypocrisy is unreal.
Red John,
bro. It's unreal.
No, the hypocrisy is yours, man. You analyze a team looking at a table, a still picture
Yes.
on Google. You tell me that Barcelona is a
Yes.
stable team. I watched Barcelona. Barcelona on the 90
Right.
minutes.
yeah, but we
Mhm.
had to listen to this whole time that the best teams with defense wins.
Yes. Yes.
Barcelona
And you can
only
see that.
conceded 1 goal.
Yeah, against teams like Granada. That's the whole point. Who
They
cares?
conceded 4 against
Yeah, who
Inter.
cares?
Inter conceded
Yeah.
3 against Lazio.
We
and
had
3
That's
against
a bad
one of the best
argument, bro.
defenses against
Do
teams
you
like
understand that?
Spezia and Benevento and shit like that. Like, we can make the same argument, man.
Yes, and we are not a stable team, Nathan. Who is saying that we are a seal team? I've been telling all summer we need a defender, maybe because we need that.
And by the way, the very bad team Barcelona last season shat on Napoli. Just 5-1.
Yeah, last season. Thank you, Rejon, for
Not
telling
true,
me
not
again.
true,
The season
not
before.
The only thing that Napoli needed to do was press the goalkeeper, and then they would have been fine.
Right.
So it wasn't a surplus.
Rejon,
Were they?
did I say that the
Listen,
Barcelona
yeah.
of the year before was unstable? I'm
Yes.
talking about this one. Can you just
No, but
try to argue this one?
I'm sorry, but didn't you say that the Barcelona of last year was unstable, or you said they were great?
Yeah, I agree with that. But we are
Oh,
talking about this Barcelona. Talk about this
I
Barcelona.
thought they were unstable last year too.
But wait,
Exactly, I agree with that. But let's talk
Wait.
about this
Yeah,
one.
until
Let's talk about
Xavi
this
took
one.
over.
yeah, and then shut on up,
And what happened to Frankfurt?
and they lost against Frankfurt, but on
What-
Napoli they
eh,
shut.
but
No, but
Okay,
but-
Rejon, but who says that the
No one
Napoli
is
of the
saying-
year
buffering.
before
You're
was-
buffering again, Rajon. You're
Rejon,
buffering.
who says that the
But-
Napoli of
but
the year before was an unstable
no one is saying.
team?
Listen, but
Who
Barcelona
says that?
can
Who
lose
says that?
against a better league such as the Bundesliga. I'm talking about Serie A, man. In Serie A, they shut the team in Serie A. That's-
Why did you shut Inter?
They didn't shut Inter because Inter parked the bus. This is the
Yeah.
difference. Inter had to park the bus in order to do
If
something
Barca,
and
if
counterattack.
if Inter
This is
just
the
straight up, if Inter straight up mollywopped the Barca, I would 100% agree with you.
No,
But it wasn't
and they
even. It
didn't.
wasn't.
Inter parked the bus. Barcelona dominated everything. Inter counterattacked. Same,
Yeah, they
same as
counterattack. They counterattack.
same
that
as
team
we would
was
lose.
not dominating anything. They're playing it was
Same-
sterile.
Okay, same as
You're
we would
giving them
lose
way too
every
much
season
credit. Way
against
too much credit.
Udinese. Do you guys remember Udinese? It wasn't this Udinese that we see today. It was the Udinese that would park the bus and counterattack us to death.
A Barcelona that
Same.
played a very sterile game, that plays
And-
a very predictable
guess-
brand of football.
And
They're
I
not
guess
fast. They're a pretty normal team. It's not
And
the
Rajon,
tiki-taka Barcelona.
Rajon, when we lose against that Udinese, what do you think about Milan? Is a stable team? Is a
No, I
formed
think
and finished?
We were just
So
we're just
why
a
the
no,
team that
fuck?
was
Why
we were
the
just a
fuck
team
you're
that was
breaking my
unable to
balls
break them
about
down.
Barcelona?
We were
relax.
just a
But
team
Why
that
the
was
fuck you're
unable to
breaking
break
my
them down.
balls
That's
Garrett,
about
all.
Barcelona?
Garrett, relax.
Yeah,
But
I need to relax
but
now.
okay, but can I
I am
answer,
the
man?
one.
Because
No, you
you
cannot
asked the
answer
question,
because it's not a question. It's not a question.
but
That's
then
a statement. When Milan, no, let me finish the
how
state.
can
Let
the
me finish the
statement
statement.
end with
You
a
didn't.
question mark,
You
bro?
didn't get. You didn't get it. Yeah, I repeat it.
Okay,
When
repeat
Milan
it.
loses against that Udinese, you say we are an unstable team. When Barcelona loses in the same way, you telling me that Barcelona is a good team. That is your logic, Rajon. You want to win
Right,
with that?
Unbelievable.
You won today.
but it really
Unbelievable.
isn't, though. But it really isn't.
This is pretty unbelievable.
Oh, now you're changing your mind. It's not Milan
No,
unstable anymore. We are
not
good.
not at all. Not at
No,
all.
no,
Because
we're good now. Yeah.
But
Oh,
can I answer,
bro,
man?
did you hear
Can I
that?
answer,
We're good.
No, but Rajon is
are
saying
you gonna
some
comment
crazy.
it?
He's just saying shit to stir the
There was
pot.
no question, Rajon. You don't need to answer. There was no question.
Rajon
Okay,
is just
but-
trying to
I
stir the
respond.
pot because everything he's saying is nonsensical.
But when you say it's nonsensical, that's when I know I'm right.
Yeah, you see, he's just trying to stir the pot.
Dude, they bought.
It's easy.
Listen to me. They bought Lewandowski, Rafinha, Kunde, the mighty Kessie.
The mighty Kessie.
And you're telling me they are a good team. They are stable. They fucking got
They are.
4 goals.
They are
I got
that.
4 goals. They got 4 goals.
They are
against
that.
Çalhanoğlu
Inter.
scored
Same-
on them.
4 goals against
Çalhanoğlu.
Inter. 4 goals against Inter.
Çalhanoğlu scored against
Same
them.
as Milan is still a good team, even if they lose to Udinese. But
Do
you
you
just
remember
don't
when
have
we
the concept.
conceded?
You
Do you
just
remember
don't
the
have the
last time
concept.
we conceded? Do you remember the last time we conceded 3 goals or 4 goals against Inter? What type of team we were?
But
The last time, wow. The last time we conceded 3 goals against Inter was last season. You fool.
Yes, yes. We are that
So-
team.
so we are a shit team.
inconsistent.
So
Yeah,
we are a shit team.
inconsistent.
But
dude,
listen,
Uh,
how
my
can
God,
you?
Rajon,
No. But wait.
That-
Sorry.
which
Sorry, Larry.
vocabulary
Larry.
unstable means shit?
that,
Which
Larry.
vocabulary
Larry, I'm
unstable
sorry.
means shit?
No.
I'm sorry, Dad.
No,
Rajon,
you are
Rajon,
crazy, Rajon.
Rajon.
You're putting in my
Rajon.
mouth things I never said.
These guys got
Keep
kicked
going.
out by Frankfurt. They got their ass kicked by Bayern and Inter. This is the team that spends 70 million for bench players. How the fuck are you saying that shit is going good for them? Like, it makes no sense.
Lad, I will come back to you. Lad, how
gonna come back
can
to
you
you,
say?
bro. Be careful.
How can you say? How can you say what you just said, bro? How can you say that?
Dude, I said that we are a team that is still inexperienced. That
How
can
can you
lose
say?
3-0 game against Inter.
Because
You
no,
don't
no,
want to
I'm
accept
just-
that about Barcelona. I don't understand why.
I am just amazed at the fact that you started that point to say when was the last time we conceded 3 goals against Inter, because you forgot about the fact that we conceded 3 goals last season. against
No, I
Inter.
didn't
You
forget,
thought-
man.
You,
Man,
you, you
I
thought
didn't forget. I just
that it
wanted to
happened 2 years
explain you.
ago.
I just wanted to explain you that the team, oh my God, a team that loses 3-0 against Inter is an unstable team that goes for great successes and great losses. Now, if
Right.
you don't want to understand the word unstable, it's your
Mhm.
problem, and it's not my problem. Literally, it's not my problem, man. It's not my problem. That is your problem. You have to deal with that, man. I don't know. You have to deal with that. It's literally not my problem.
Milan would probably not beat this batch at Camp Nou. We would 100% not beat them, because if you don't park the bus against them, you concede 10.
I think tonight was like Laird 7, Rajon 0. It was like that kind of.
Yeah, it's too easy.
It was that kind of game. Rajon, once you endeavor in your like semantics and these scenarios, and you don't use facts to support
I
your
don't use
arguments.
facts. I'm fucking done with this, bro. This is the stupidest shit ever. I swear
Dude,
to
you
God.
defend your point talking about a Barcelona that won against a Napoli a year ago. That's how you defend your point. You don't
No,
tell
I
me
do.
that. You don't
I
analyze
defend.
the fact that Barcelona conceded 4 goals at the Camp
I
Nou against
defend.
Inter.
I
You don't
defend my
say
point.
that. You love that,
I
not to
defend.
mention that.
I defend my point very easily because I see you guys' inconsistency, and I try to show you what the inconsistency are. And this, in this case, is this: you go to a shit league such as La Liga, and you see Barcelona in the first place, right? And you don't analyze anything from it. Then you go to a shittier league such as Serie A, you analyze Inter, and you see that Inter is 4 points behind Milan, therefore, or 5 points behind Milan, therefore Inter is shit. This is the conclusion you come to. And now, because in one league you look at the form and you consider it, but in the other you don't look at the form and don't consider it, you come to the final conclusion that Barcelona is a shit team. It's just
Dude, no,
the bad way
But
to go
that's
about things.
listen. But did I told you that Inter conceded 3 goals against Milan, 3 goals against Lazio?
Sure.
Yeah.
So?
Is that a normal team in your opinion? Is that a healthy team?
Teams have ups and downs. Teams don't
Unstable
remain
teams
in a
have ups
constant
and
form.
downs. As unstable teams have ups and downs. Solid and stable teams, they go for a trend. They go for a trend.
There is no such thing as a solid
Yeah, there
team
is no
in
such a
Serie
thing.
A.
You decided
There
it.
is no such thing. Bayern Munich that is wiping their ass with this shit group because they have an Italian and a Spanish team there, and coming from a far superior league, have conceded multiple times 3 goals in Bundesliga, even though they are wiping their ass with Milan, with Inter, and with
But that's the whole point, man. I can
Are
still
they?
tell you that.
Are they?
Yes, they
Are
are
they?
unstable. Yes, they are.
So everyone is
bet,
unstable.
I bet
They are,
that
man.
with
Oh my
Barella and
God.
Bastoni on the pitch, Bayern is not going to beat Inter.
Bayern toyed with Inter, man. They toyed.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. But with Barella and Bastoni, they're not going to beat Inter.
They toyed with
I'm
Inter.
sure about that. Maybe it's going to be a
Toyed.
tie. Maybe it's going to tie. But
It could be a tie because Bayern is probably going to play their Primavera against Inter.
And Bayern obviously is going to dominate you, but it's not. If there's a team that dominates you, you have to play against that team. You still have to fight.
Bayern is going to play their Primavera. It's the last match. Bayern are fifth in their league.
So even more so, Bayern is not going to beat Inter.
Right.
So
yes.
put your money on that. How about you put your money on that?
On what?
On Inter beating Bayern.
No, I won't put because I'm not certain that Inter is better than Bayern's Primavera.
Oh, okay. Good.
John, when does not know what to say, just goes for the jokes, man, because he doesn't know what to say anymore.
Not a joke at all.
He's like when I tell him that Bayern is an unstable. When I tell him that Bayern is an unstable team that is drawing in Bundesliga and goes and wins against Inter, draws another game in
Bayern
Bundesliga,
is an unstable team too.
Yeah. No, Red John is black or white, man. Football is black and white. Good team, shit team. There's nothing in the middle. There's no moment that a team
good
is
team,
not
shit team. That is literally Red John. That is literally Red John.
For Red John, man.
That is Red John's motto. Good team, shit team.
No, but this is your guy's point, man. Your guy's
That's
point
how
is
I have
exactly
to talk with Red John about football, man.
No, this is your guy's
That's how
point.
I have to talk about.
This is how Lara tries to say that Serie A teams are winning with luck by saying that they play against bad teams.
I didn't say no, Red John. I didn't say. I need to correct you here. I didn't say that Napoli won by luck. I said Napoli dominated teams
that
they were disorganized tactically. Napoli, if Liverpool was organized tactically, Napoli will win 2-0.
Why weren't they? Why wasn't the
Ask Jurgen Klopp why they're not organized, man. Don't ask me.
Right.
They are not.
Is there any match in which the team just wins because they're better, or there is no such thing? There's always
I'll tell you
another
what.
team
I'll
that has
tell
to
you
be
what.
better.
Napoli against Milan, they won, even though Milan was organized and they had a great game. Napoli won against Milan, and they
Why?
deserve it to win because
course
it's a
they
good
deserve it.
team. I never
like
say
when you
Napoli is not a good team. Napoli, I'm telling you, I'm just explaining you that Napoli is winning 6-4, 5-0 because the teams in front of them are disorganized. I never say that Napoli is not a good team. The moment Napoli
No.
plays a good team, organized, they still win. They don't win 6-0. They don't dominate. It's so hard for you to understand that football is not black and white. There's a lot of shades in the middle.
Good
Can you
team, shit
understand
team.
that?
you are
No, good
you
team,
are
shit
the
team.
one
That's it.
you are the
Good
one
team.
saying that. No, but you are the
I
one
am the
saying
only
that.
one,
This is
man.
the
I am
problem.
the only one. I'm fine with
Yes,
that, man.
you
I'm
are.
the only
Yes,
one. I'm
and
the
you
only
are the
one.
yes, but you
I'm
are the
okay
one
with
saying.
that, man.
Okay, man,
I am
okay, I
okay
understand.
with that. Completely okay with that,
Sure,
man.
but you are the one saying that Napoli wins because these teams are shit. You are the one saying, not me.
No,
I'm
oh
saying
my, Roy,
I'm
did I
saying
say
Napoli
that?
wins because Napoli is better than those teams. That's it.
Did I say that? I say
Yes,
Napoli
yes, you
wins
did.
convincingly 6-0 because these teams are shit. If these teams are good, Napoli wins 2-1, 2-0, 1-0, 3-1.
Mhm.
And maybe people will think about Napoli. Oh, Napoli is good this season, but now people are thinking Napoli is going to win the World Cup. But it's not like this. Napoli is not the team people are thinking. It's a good team, but they didn't play teams that are tactically organized. The moment Napoli
Right.
plays a team that is tactically organized,
Would Milan would have scored 6
yes,
as well
3-0
versus these
with
teams.
Rangers 3-0, with Ajax 3-0,
Right.
and with Liverpool
With
3-1.
Liverpool?
Yes.
Of course, yes.
Yes,
Versus
because I've seen
in
worse
Napoli's
teams than
group,
Milan win against Liverpool this season. I've seen
in
worse teams
Napoli's
than Milan.
I've seen worse team than Milan win against Chelsea as well, but I don't see
And
Milan.
I've seen Milan play against Napoli as well. I've seen Milan. I've seen in the pitch.
Yeah,
And we played really well.
and
We had
and
3 chances. So
and
if that Milan goes and plays against Liverpool, we
got
score 3
beaten
goals.
and got beaten by Napoli.
Exactly,
So what exactly is your point?
So if we play against Napoli, Liverpool got beaten 4 goals. We win 2-0 against Liverpool.
How so?
How
Because
so? Leao,
Napoli beat
Giroud.
Liverpool and beat us as well.
Yeah, but us they beat 2-1 with 2 individual mistakes. Liverpool
Uh-huh.
got hammered 4-0.
So basically Verona is gonna beat us tomorrow because Napoli only managed to draw against Verona, right? By your logic. Right?
No, I watched the games, man.
No.
I watched the 2 games. No, you listen to me. I watched the games. I watched the football. I'm not talking about
Right.
results. I watched
Okay,
the
no,
football. I watched
you
Napoli
cannot.
against Liverpool, and I watched Napoli against Milan. They didn't dominate us.
Unbelievable.
Dude, it's incredible, man. It's incredible.
Right.
And
I am
Verona,
incredible.
who's talking about Verona?
I use
Why are you
your
talking
own
about Verona?
I use your own logic against you, but it's
Dude, I'm not using that logic because I haven't watched Verona
Why?
play, man. I haven't watched Verona play.
But
I
you
haven't
did, man.
watched Verona play. I'm sorry,
Your
man.
logic was this. I saw Napoli win 4-1 against Liverpool. They won 2-1 against us. Therefore, we will win 2-0 against Liverpool. And I told you, no, because Napoli also drew against Verona.
No,
Are they
we
now
will
an
win.
unstable team?
I'm speaking English, man. We will win because we play good. Not because I watched Napoli play against Liverpool. They dominated Liverpool. They played against us. They didn't dominate us. They didn't look at the ball. They just got lucky that Serginho Dest came in and
Of course they got
unlocked the
lucky.
game for them.
Well, I would say it's a little bit more than luck.
Well, if Calabria was playing, I didn't see anything from them.
Or even more important, Sechera Nedved.
No. Calabria was in the pitch. Calabria was in the pitch. They didn't do anything.
Pero Sechera Nedved, for real though.
Rejon, I didn't say if Leao was in the pitch. I didn't say if Leao was in the pitch.
No, but I think Napoli has.
If Calabria was
The
in the
thing
pitch.
about Napoli is that Napoli has enough quality that even when they play against tougher teams, they can create moments of magic that they can score. And if they score, then they win those games.
But
like that moment they created with Simeone, It was a little moment of magic, you know,
But
and it came from the third line.
Roy, but when did you hear me say that Napoli is not going to win against a good team? I'm just saying that he's not going to win 6-0, man, or 3-0. That the team that Napoli got, they were really weak. And they're proving themselves. They're proving themselves in every game they play.
But when you say that, dude, I can't be on your side when you say that. Dude. That's just ridiculous.
Okay, but
why
Napoli didn't beat us 4-0?
Because you cannot win 4-0 every
because we
every
know
game,
them
bro.
better. We know them better.
This is why didn't I don't know, Arsenal, that is dominating fucking the EPL, the greatest league on
Arsenal
earth.
scored 3 goals against Liverpool. Everyone is scoring goals this season against
Why
Liverpool.
didn't they win also conceded 2? But why didn't
Yeah,
they
because
win
they are not
4-1?
good in defense. They are not good in defense.
Why didn't they win 4-1, for example?
John, why Liverpool is not finishing a game 0-0, man, this season? Or they are always conceding 2, 3, 4 goals. Why? Can you just say it, man? No, you don't want to admit that.
Because Napoli destroyed their morale. That's why.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
exactly.
They were. Yeah,
Napoli,
that's the reason.
Napoli did that, exactly. Yes, Napoli did it. How about that?
Napoli just destroyed
Catch me
that
outside.
team.
How about that?
Napoli destroyed that team completely. Like just dismantled. They destroyed the soul of that team. Napoli's a team that you got to be aware of right now. You can't face them thinking that they're not going to do anything.
Larry, here's another question. In the last match, Liverpool against Napoli, who's going to win? What team?
Liverpool.
Yeah. Why? Why is Liverpool? I thought they were a shit team.
Well, Rajon, teams evolve, man, as well. Do you know that? Or that's a difficult concept for you? That's a difficult concept.
Liverpool can win at the Anfield. Why not?
But it was a difficult concept for you to understand that even Inter evolves. It doesn't have to say the Inter that gets fucked every single.
Yeah, but I didn't say that
was
they're
hard
gonna
for
score
you to
4.
understand.
Yeah, but I didn't say they're gonna score 4 goals against Napoli. Inter scored 4 goals against Barcelona.
Mercy.
In 2 matches.
No. I'm considering the Aslani one as well. Don't worry,
okay.
man.
No,
I'm considering that as well.
Don't stop there. Don't stop. Consider the Gosens one. Consider the Lewandowski one as well.
No, the Aslani one was gigantic. The Aslani one was so big that if Selemakers does something like that, you guys put it in the square and you hang him.
Oh yeah, but for sure,
Yeah, that's how big was that Aslani one.
I put Aslani on the square as well.
No, you're not putting him. You're not even counting his mistakes.
Unbelievable.
We have Roy as well, the narrator of.
This is some unbelievable stuff. But Rajon is being. I don't know what the word is in English, but in Italian is ottuso. Do you know what ottuso means?
Thick.
I do know.
Rajon is being thick in the wrong places, man. On his body.
Arguably the wrong places. Depends who you ask.
But not so thick, as in more like obtuse, short-sighted, obtuse.
No, short-sighted.
Unbelievable.
Impossible. It's impossible.
Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable.
This was an easy debate, to be honest.
Nah, but you kind of just. And then you
this
move a goalpost all over the place.
Listen,
you start with one topic, then you go to another one. It's like, and then every single topic you get stuff.
We have had many debates here, but I've never won this hard. Like never. Like this.
Rajon, you
this
won.
Was the easiest of them all, to be honest.
Rajon, you won when you told me that the Giroud and Lewandowski are the same level.
But
that's what you won your conversation.
For each of the teams, they hold the same value.
No.
Giroud, Lewandowski is the highest scorer of Barcelona. Giroud is the highest scorer of Milan.
Oh my God, Rajon. But like this, I'm never gonna win against you, man, because everyone is gonna have a relative value. So you're always gonna be right.
Today,
of course, they have a relative value.
Quite something.
Of course, they have a relative value. How could they not?
Quite something done today.
How do things not have relative value? Or people?
So listen to me. Can you ask? Let's look. It's so easy to debunk everything. Does Barcelona? Does the Champions League count for Barcelona?
In what sense?
What sense? What sense do you?
What's up, guys? What's up, man?
What does the question? Does the Champions League count for Barcelona mean? Like, how
does
one
that? No,
understand this?
come on. Don't be. What do you think it means?
Ottuso.
Don't be obtuse. What do you think it means?
Right. I don't know. You explain it to me. What does it mean?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, my
Now
God.
you need to explain
So
it.
now you don't know. So why are you even talking about football if you don't know?
No. How about you try to get your point across more than to
Okay.
act
So
smart?
the Champions League.
Explain
Okay, let me
what you mean.
explain. Let me explain. The Champions League is this competition that these teams in Europe do every year, and it's the first place, second place, third, and fourth. Some countries third place, and it's a very important competition because that's where most of your pedigree comes from, prestige, etc., etc. So, a team like Barcelona every year, it is very objective to go far in this prestigious competition. This year, they're on the verge of not going through the group stages. For a team like Barcelona, that is a huge failure. And that has already happened. That is a fact, undeniable. It didn't happen yesterday. It already happened.
First of all,
the question is, no, first of all, the question I'm asking you is, did they not just fail their European objectives?
First of all.
No, Milan did, but Barcelona no, bro.
First of all, it is not a fact that Barcelona is out. Okay. First of all,
99% out. 99% out.
Sure, but not 100%, which would be the synonym of a fact.
So
right?
let's talk about this in a week.
Now,
let's talk another topic.
Now, Barcelona was in a group of death.
No, you don't need to explain this. I know. You have to tell me right now. They're 99% out of this competition.
Right.
99%. So have they failed? Yes or no? Is it a failure for a club like Barcelona? A club that is pimping out their own fucking stadium to buy the players.
And if they do get out, it is a failure, of course, 100%. So
okay, is it on the verge of being a failure?
No, yes, of course, yes.
Oh, okay. Is it a failure already? Should have they done better with what they spent and what they should do?
Every team that enters a group stage should aim to make
everything.
3 points.
You know what's
should aim to make 3 points out of every match. Any less than that is a failure.
Especially the ones that spend 200 million in the summer.
You know what's crazy?
Anyone.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt, man. You know what's crazy? Is like I told Nathan, he was getting so ahead with this whole Barcelona. I'm like, bro, they don't have chemistry. Don't let these names fool you. We've seen that before. And if they don't qualify, it's just so bad for him. Because I was listening to reports today. They're missing out on 70 or like 80 mil just, on their end. Of course, getting out the group stage and all that, which they desperately need. So that's big than failure. Because I don't even think next year they can really go for a big sign and be able to acquire a player. Unless it's some free transfer stuff.
Failure. The way they did it, the way they paid for the players this year, and the things they had to sell, like everything, right?
Yep.
You need to make that money back. If you're not going into the Champions League, the next stages, you're not making that money back.
Right.
Yeah.
So it is a failure, and Red John said it is a failure, and that's what Lard and I were trying to tell you from the beginning.
Clint, do you think Barcelona is unstable as a team?
They are 100%. Like the moves they made just to acquire these players, and then they have to do big. And so much of those sacrifices where like some players are not getting paid. It's just you're adding more to the wound. Like if I was Barcelona, like to cut that debt, I would have started from scratch and forget a project because you're not getting. You're gonna go out the Champions League twice in a row. Yeah, next year you can come back, but you're gonna start losing your appeal, what they're usually really fighting for. You get in Lewandowski and all that. Yeah, he's always a good player, but I mean, you just saw for yourself against Inter. Another better team than Inter, like demolished them, right? They said they weren't lucky against Bayern. Okay, now how do you explain the two matches against Inter? How do you explain that? Because the first one was like, oh, they were just unlucky. They should have won.
There is nothing to explain, man. They went against a really good team. you can
And
lose.
exactly, no, but it's for other people that they're still in denial that the team, you just don't get a bunch of players and put them together and expect result and just go that crazy in debt. Because if you're doing
Sure.
that, at least then you're okay to wait a couple of years where you're like, okay, it's fine. But they destroy their own economic, like the levers they took. I don't think any club in Europe uses their path. I swear to you.
Don't listen, Clean. Don't worry, they will survive, man. Don't worry. But the thing here is because they make 3 times revenue compared to us, so they will survive. They just signed a deal with Spotify, 400 million for the stadium. Don't worry, man. First, let's make 100 million from our stadium, then cry about the
But then again, we don't have a billion. We're
of the
not
world
$1
of
billion
football.
in debt, which is completely different to them.
Um,
Just saying.
I don't know if I mentioned, but they make 3 times as much as we do.
It doesn't matter. But if they make 3 times as much as they do, why they're that desperate to make it to the next round? For financial reasons. They should not worry about that, correct? Based on your logic.
Who said that they are desperate, man?
They
Everyone
are. I
wants.
mean, reports, bro. I was listening to Julian Lawrence and them this morning. We all listen to sports,
But
broadcasts and all
Clint,
these. What?
Clint, I can assure you, even if you are a billionaire, if you see a $10 bill on the ground, you pick it up and you get it.
Dog, if based on your logic also, if they were making that much money, they would not also sign all these crazy deals to sustain themselves. You're acting like these deals they sign is going to bring them like 80 times as revenue. It's not. It's just like they're really in the financial hole. Don't forget with La Liga, there's restrictions.
No, Clint, before
But I'm not going to debate that, though. I'm not going to debate that.
No, but I just want to clarify this. Before they signed all these players, people were saying that they are bankrupt, that they are fucked, and they
It's
are
a total
economically
failure.
destroyed.
This
They
guy
are
here in the
economically
chat,
destroyed, and here they
it's
are.
a failure, Red John. Stop defending them.
And
It's a
here
failure. It's
they
a
are
failure.
buying as every single time, right? Now the problem here is this: what we are discussing is this: they were against a good team, even though Dart and Roy believe that Inter is shit.
Nobody said shit. I didn't say shit.
Well, you didn't. Maybe Dart did. Inter is a good team. Inter having a drop in form in the league does not make them
Barcelona is a total
does
failure of
not
the squad.
make them
The way they built their squad is a total failure way of building the team.
Okay.
Building a squad like that will never get you anywhere. It's basically it's basically like us when we had Fasone Mirabelli. We had all this money, but we spent it like shit, and that's what Barcelona did. And that's why I, like many other people, Mr. MR, are not surprised that they got their ass kicked at the Camp Nou with a team that is doing pretty poorly.
So, Rejan,
Spotify Stadium.
Rejan, my question to you.
Beat
Watch
that.
this. My question to you, Rejan. Rejan,
you got nothing.
Okay, Rejan, you as a Milan fan, right? Would you like us, let's say, hypothetically, we're in a similar situation. Would you want us, like, hypothetically, to use the same path like Barca did? Do all these sacrifices and get a bunch of players? Like, if you had, like, the option, would you go for that option? Like the way Barcelona did it?
If we are making 700 million, 800 million in revenue every year.
But see, you're saying that, like, is Barcelona making 700? What's Barcelona exact revenue? I don't want to speculate here. That they make a year.
I think
600, 500 something.
Something like
600.
that.
Okay.
700 was before COVID, the peak they achieved.
But then again, if that's what before COVID, after COVID, that's what they're really making, correct, right? Why is that?
No.
Why is that? Is it now? My question is it because La Liga now, like salary cap is that restrictive? Like, why are they that desperate to make?
In 2022, In 2022, FC Barcelona reported a profit of 111 million behind 1.15 billion in revenue for the year ending in June 2022. The reports come after only a year. The Liga reported 1.1. Okay.
Bullshit. This guy, MR, you're bullshitting yourself. 25 million euro, but that's just what? That's just the prize money. What about if you win, you make money? The sponsors, the TV rights, the merchandise, all of that. You have to put all of that together. It comes down to almost 100 million.
Are you talking to me or who are you talking to? Man?
No, to this guy in the chat.
The loss from now, he said the Mexican speaking sounding guy. Right, talking about you?
I don't know, but listen. Barcelona this year has been a total utter failure. We knew that was going to happen because
the
because
Mexican.
I knew that the way when I
Shit
saw
was
Fasone
funny.
Mirabelli and Milan, I knew Milan was going to be an utter failure. The way Barcelona built their team, you cannot win anything this way. It'll never be. These guys
Oye,
will never fight for each other.
chaval,
They
Oye,
will
Jose,
never
por
fight
favor.
for each other. They will never sacrifice for each other.
Somebody brought a good point when I was rerunning the comments from a tactical analysis why they got dominated against Inter is that the way they play and why Lewandowski was so isolated is just like right now Barcelona's not really playing with like a Messi type, number 10, especially the way Xavi wants to play. He starts from what they say, he puts his players too deep, like a 2-3, kind of like a Guardiola type system. Like that's the same thing he's emulating. But the thing is, back then, Guardiola had attackers that could create for themselves. The only thing is when they're saying that the Rafinha and all that, they're a bit predictable. And having people like what's the name, Pedri and all these kids really dropping deep, it becomes so complicated. Because let's not forget too, like Skriniar, as much as I don't like Inter, like he's a top defender. He ain't no bum. He not no walk in the park either. So, they did it the first time it worked. I mean, that's just what it was. It's just like Barcelona too. They're not that ready team in terms of chemistry.
Nah,
that's
they're far from it. They're far from it.
So,
and also, like, even if they make a 600 billion revenue or 600 million revenue, like the masseuses get paid more than our players. So their expenditures are super high.
Indeed,
Bro, they made all this revenue this year because they sealed those deals. They sold 25% of TV rights. They got the deal for the stadium, but the year after they're not gonna do those revenues.
Yeah, because let's say
they came in advance.
Right,
it's like getting in advance.
Right, and that's what they did. It's kind of like these artists. You give them an advance, and then they blow it up, and then they go broke. That's what I feel like Barcelona did. Yeah, they're gonna still get some sustainable type of money. But here's my thing with Barcelona. If they do not win substantial trophies within the next 2 years, they're fucked. That's just the bottom line. They're just fucked. And especially how players are being treated, because they can't pay all their players. It's like an Inter situation, just I guess the better version of it, but it's no different.
They are too big to fail, man. This is the point.
Sure.
Yeah, but Clint is saying on a sports side.
On the sports side, maybe, but Clint is using the financial side to justify the sports
Milan
side.
also was too big to get in the position we were at. I'm just saying.
No, but because at the time when Milan was big, the football hadn't been commercialized as much as it is right now. At the time Milan was big, we were making 100 million in revenue, and we were kings of the world.
I hated to break to this guy, MR, but I am sorry. I guess you're a Barcelona fan, and trust me, I get it. It hurts, but you need to accept that this year you guys failed. It's failed. It's done. Your year is over. Now you're fighting for La Liga. Nobody gives a shit about you winning the Liga. Nobody cares. But you have to accept that this year Barcelona was completely failed. The sooner you accept it, the better it is going to be for you.
Those three players you still mentioning about Christensen or whatever, if they were all there, Kunde and all these guys, I mean, didn't they all start against Bayern and they still got beat? Let's not play these games. Did Christensen not play against Inter when they lost? Like, let's not.
So what, man? But Clint, but how can you say this, man? It's the same as if some Chelsea fan says, "Oh, but these guys that you're talking about, Calabria, Teo, and Magnan, didn't you pay them versus Salzburg?
We didn't pay them 60 million."
But how is this argument, bro? How is this argument?
No, it's not. But no, in the context I'm talking about, no. In the context I'm talking about here, it's just like we recognize when we got on the chat. Yeah, we were missing players, but we played like shit. We're still mad at that. Right? We didn't dismiss.
No.
You still put an 11 up there.
No.
Clint,
Direct was
Richard, I'm not going to play this game
man.
with you either.
Direct was made a
Yeah. Rajon, but our project is not a failure because we didn't spend 200 million.
But man, who gives a shit, man? A guy, listen.
We are talking about a sport project here. No. We're talking about sport project.
Okay, sure. If I lose 5,
bro, he doesn't have an answer, so he doesn't give a shit now.
No,
Dad.
No,
I love that. Don't go far away.
I'm just trying to present to you the idea of relativity. Okay, if I lose 5 million tomorrow, 5,000 euros tomorrow, I get fucking mad. If the guy next to me, who's a millionaire, loses 500k, he doesn't give a fuck. So you saying that Barcelona spent a lot? It's a lot for us, man. It's not a lot for them. They don't give a fuck.
No, if it
but
was
they
a
are
lot for them,
3 times as
No,
much
it
as
was
we
a
do.
lot.
Rejon,
play
Rejon,
that
the
game.
difference. No,
Don't
sorry,
play that
sorry,
game.
guys,
It was
sorry,
a lot
guys.
for them. It was a lot
Sorry,
for them.
guys.
That's what they got all these
No,
Ooh.
no,
transfers.
Clint,
Don't
one
do that.
second, Clint. The difference between Rejon and a millionaire is 10 times.
What? What? I didn't get it.
Yeah,
What did you
Rejon.
say?
Yeah,
Ah,
listen to
tell me.
me. You said if I lose £10 and a millionaire loses 10,000, there is no difference.
Yes.
But the difference between Milan and Barcelona is not the difference between you and a millionaire. We are three
No.
times lower than Barcelona.
Yes.
You are 1,000 times poorer than a millionaire.
Right.
So can you please make another example? The sporting project of Barcelona is a failure. 200 million to go out of the group
But
stage
how can you?
and play Europa League. End of the
But how
story.
can you? But
That's some
how can
savage
you?
shit,
But
dude.
how can you make this, man? But I can tell you the same. Someone who's not getting 5k a month, but gets 15k a month, gives less shit about 10 euros than someone who's getting
No,
So,
5k a month.
so
Like,
but watch
Rejon,
this.
it's the same thing. It's the
Rejon,
same thing.
Rejon, I'll make the example for
Only
you.
Clint can laugh to that.
Rejon, I'll go out on a date
It's
What
the
you
same
mean?
thing.
How I
with a
can
girl.
laugh at that? What you mean by
It's
that?
the same thing.
What you mean?
Rejon, no,
Only I can laugh at
I'll
that,
make
though.
the example to you. I'll go out on a date with a girl.
I make more than 5k, by the way, man. If you're alluding to that,
No,
just
no,
letting
no.
you
I'm
know.
talking about you,
Listen
man.
to me.
I'm not
Yo,
talking about
guys,
you.
Oh,
Rejon
okay.
is trying to, as always, Rejon is trying to move the argument so he can win it in a way, but he's not going to win it.
Yeah, he's always moving the goalposts.
I love it.
It's like you
Rejon,
can't have a
I'll go
linear
out-
argument.
Listen, I go out with a girl.
Mhm.
I go out with a girl, and I bring her for a walk, and I spend $5 on a fucking ice cream, and I don't get laid. Now you go out with that girl, you spend $2,000 on a fucking dinner, you don't get laid. I had a walk and a nice evening. You failed. That's
Yes,
the difference
agreed.
between Barcelona
And
Milan.
MR.
That's the
But
difference between
MR
Barcelona
said, but
and
you're
Milan.
talking just about the Inter game because if they won the Inter game, you won't say it's a failure. But guess what? They didn't. It's done. That was the game. They failed against Bayern. They failed against Inter twice, and it's done. It's finished. So there is no if. We know what the outcome is already. And right now, only Inter can be stupid enough to give this away. If Inter is stupid enough to give us away, then Barcelona is lucky. But as it stands today, Barcelona completely failed.
Because I don't even think, I feel like even Bayern is going to go out their way and beat them. I don't even think they're going to be doing no Primavera or anything because they're not even going to want to risk the gamble also of finishing second of the group if they want to play complacent. So I think they're going to go out their way and try to beat Barcelona and just bury them to the ground. They're not going to feel no sympathy. And especially
Who?
teams, they do have a vendetta
Who
against
are you
Barcelona
talking
just
about?
the way they went about acquiring certain players.
Are you
So
talking about Bayern?
now I'm talking about Bayern's going to go out there and try to
Oh,
even eliminate
well,
them.
yeah,
'cause-
they have to.
yeah, because the way Barcelona went about acquiring certain players, which was displeasing with some of these teams, are like, yo, you guys don't have that money. How y'all doing that? And they have these agendas because when you see like the sporting director, like these different teams come and speak out, they kind of like look at it like it's like they're being favorable a little bit. It's like how you guys get all that, and especially Lewandowski asked to go over there, and you think all of a sudden they're gonna let Barcelona go through? There's no fucking
Did
way.
they play in Germany or in Spain?
They're
the
playing in
first
Spain.
Oh, they're playing in Spain. I mean, Barcelona could maybe even win it, but the question is Inter stupid enough to lose against Pleasant, or even like Inter's playing at the San Siro against this team, Pleasant, but I mean, you have no excuses. If they win, it's done. Barcelona's out.
The problem
They need to draw, Roy. They need a 1-1, 0-0, and they're fine.
And Barcelona's out already.
Yeah,
even if they tie.
Where Barcelona, where Inter is either a draw or win, they qualify. Now Barcelona has to win.
So Barcelona has to win, and Pleasant has to win. If Inter does, then Inter deserves all the bullshit banter they're going to get for the rest of their lives if they can make this one happen.
No, Inter's gonna beat them at the San Siro. Yeah, there's no fucking way. They're gonna try to They're gonna try to like close the game out and get them out of there. And it's just the thing about why I say for Barcelona it's not fair to compared to other teams. It's just like they're trying to override. Like, I feel like you have to take your L in terms of like y'all were really financially irresponsible. Yeah, mind you, it wasn't the other president, but y'all want to override with these deals, which is fine. But a lot of other players had the bad taste, like how they treated Frankie De Jong or all that stuff, forcing them to do the salary. But y'all come and the team be like, yo, we didn't really force any player. We just suggested it. What would it make whatever player to go over there knowing that you're not guaranteed to get paid or lower your salary? And even allowing this type of information to leak out your camp, I just don't respect teams that do this kind of bullshit. You feel me? Like, it's not like, yeah, you can go and play your football game, but boy, God forbid that doesn't work. They don't win the trophy this year. Dude, their stakes are going to go hella down and they're going to have to rethink this whole thing. But then again, La Liga is also their job to kind of upkeep Barcelona and the Madrid for appeal and for the overall money of the league. So I can see why there is going to be the best interest of other teams or, the organization as a whole to upkeep Barcelona to an extent for that appeal and not let them, drain. But I don't know. Financially, they're not. We're making it seem when Yagis kept telling me like, oh, but they make 700 million, whatever. Okay, if that was the case, you think why would they really be stressing signing all these TV deals? They would have cleared the debt quicker. It's not as simple as we think. I feel like they're more in debt than we think. That's why they're putting all these. It's not a 2-day thing. It's not a 5-week thing. So we'll see.
Yeah. So there goes the argument. Yep.
We'll see. But yeah, it's what they said was really interesting, which I think what you call that what Perez said about the Super League. Yes, I had my thoughts. I feel like it was weird, but the more we go and the idea playing devil's advocate, I'm kind of like a bit supportive in extent since football, of course, became a business. Let's put it hands down. And the model, the old approach we're using, like obviously, it's not working. And I feel like that's why Italy is behind. That's why I feel like some other teams haven't kept up because we didn't see those things as a business mind, and it's still the passion. And you have to increase those things going forward because I think the next 10 years, I think it should be the goal, at least for us to kind of reduce the gap with some of these super teams, though. It has to be the goal. There's no way around it. Or we're not going to know Milan anymore, man. That's what I feel like. I ain't going to lie to you.
Yeah.
I ain't going to lie, but yeah, it's the Champions League is interesting. It's if 3 Italian teams get out the group stage this year, I think it's good for the league, and that's what I hope.
Yeah, Milan has to beat Dinamo and Salzburg.
Yeah,
it's going to be very important that we do that. Hopefully, we can.
Yep. Hopefully we can, and hopefully we can, because as long as we even Yeah, go ahead.
What's that?
No, so
have you guys seen the probable formations
of
the next game
for Verona?
Yeah,
that I have not seen it. I haven't looked into it. I'm not really interested because Verona is so bad right now.
Why are you jinxing it?
Verona was really dumb to even let go of all of the top players, the coach. I feel like they're going to get relegated for sure. I put money they're getting relegated. They lost way too much important pieces in their team. Way too much important guys. I feel like they're getting. That's one of the teams I put money for sure getting relegated. They are. Yeah. I think they're going. They're going to have to rethink again. I mean, they won and got who trophy. They had to fire his ass. They should have known. Got rid of Barak. Simeone left. Was it Caprari? No, Caprari was at Verona too, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I think he's not there no more. Like, they let go of a lot of like their top guys, and they're just awful, man. I try to catch those games. Monza, they're picking up steam. I think Monza, they're definitely going to stay up. I think the schedule
Oh
wasn't
yeah,
favorable to them. Them and Cremonese. I think like their first few matches
and
was way too much against good teams.
Guys, Rovella, watch out for Rovella. Rovella is
Isn't
a very
Rovella's a Juve player
he's on loan with
again?
Monza, but Rovella can really make the midfield play. And as soon as he got in that team, all of a sudden Monza's playing and they're winning. Palladino's doing a good job, but Rovella is coming up. Like he's
Rovella been
20
good,
right now.
man. When Rovella was at Cagliari, right?
Genoa.
Oh, was that Genoa? My bad. No, Rovella, he's been good. He's a good player. He's a good
Oh,
player.
yeah, he still has a lot to show. He's really
Yeah, no, I
young.
don't know why
He's
Juve, but
really
Juve,
young.
they're so dumb. Then they're gonna do
Juve's
that. Then some
bunch of-
other team's gonna redeem him. Like, cause just
They're so
the-
stupid.
I don't
So
like
stupid.
Juve. It's because you sell somebody like a Romero, that's a really good defender. Draw Cancelo, you swap them for I don't know who, and these people just excelled. Two top players that if those two players would have stayed at Juve right now, man, imagine. And you're not gonna tell me Cancelo would have not peaked. You feel me? Because he was not that bad at all. It's just they don't give these people proper chance. They let them go and then they excel.
They're total idiots, dude. Total
It's
idiots.
like, what are you doing?
They're
Then you
absolute
give Christian Romero away, you loan him out with option to buy. Like, what did you see in Christian Romero where he was not that good?
I don't know.
Kulusevski,
Romero,
you give him out.
Spinazzola,
Kulusevski would have helped him a lot.
Cancelo.
Kulusevski now, he's killing it in the Prem now. They're going to redeem that guy, and that's it.
Yeah. No, the team is shit, dude. The team is complete garbage. Juventus is a complete garbage team. It's an insult to football. It really is. It's like spitting on football's honor. That's what Juventus is.
It's I don't know, but this league is gonna be weird. I'm just waiting after January, after the World Cup, see what's gonna happen. But you saw those Mbappe news? I was watching French news all day, man. That shit is serious. It's not no rumor. As much as they want to deny it, like that thing is like legit. There's even things that Campos wants to leave. The director just got there. He wants to leave.
It makes sense to me, dude. Like he's destined for a club like Real Madrid. Just a PSG, it's Real Madrid is 100 years of history. Like you're not gonna fucking
that he felt betrayed, and it's just I feel like it's the pressure.
It's politics. Like politics is interfering in his life. Like, bro,
Yep,
let him
he's
fucking
too
play
young for
football.
that. Yep, indeed, and at least for them was to have both players before Qatar have all these three players, because we know Messi is gonna leave. He's not gonna redeem. He's gonna leave. Mbappe wanted Neymar out, and then one of the biggest thing that Mbappe feels betrayed. I don't know if you guys know about like bots being paid to go on a smear campaign online and dissing him. So they did the investigation, and it's on the cheap and it's legit. So like bots, like PSG media team, some people at least in the PSG camp that are close to Al Khalifi were paying, bots a media, which they were saying Barcelona was also doing the same thing back then, where like, players that go against, let's say the club or the hierarchy, they start getting, bad press or nasty comments just on the whole smear campaign, where Mbappe found out and then didn't really like it. You understand? And what they're really saying in France, like as long as these people want to come out and deny it at the club, they're like, people like Julien Laurent and the guy that came, he's really close to the Mbappe family. It got filtered out. And Mbappe didn't come out, like I said the last time, he didn't come out and clear anything. He let it roll because there's a lot of truth. There's a lot of validity to it. And the kid wants out. And, PSG didn't have their way too. And they went on a smear campaign. And the reason why the kid's mainly upset, he didn't get the transfer that he wanted. He was promised a Lewandowski. He was promised a Skriniar. He didn't get these guys. He's promised certain players that he didn't get.
Even Scamacca.
Yep, Scamacca he wanted that he didn't get. So he wanted a number 9. He doesn't want to play up there. And they even went back because, the French people, they go hard for their players. And they were even saying that when he had his interview with France and they asked Mbappe, like, with the national team, he's like, he feels better in the national team because he said at PSG they asked him to do different things. In the national team, he said he plays off Giroud, and he has time and space, and that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to play forward, which is hard. And where he wants to play or the way he wants to play, Neymar occupies the space, so it's a problem for him. He's not comfortable according to him, and that was one of the rules.
Yeah,
that
they
he
play
had
the
going
same
forward.
position. They play the same position.
Yep. So he's not, so he wants out. But the thing is, does Madrid take him? That's a real question. Does Madrid really go and take him?
Madrid's already came out and said that they don't want him.
Yeah, they said that, but are they really about it? I don't, because they're the only one that can really afford him. I think they're gonna try to get him based on their demands. They have the more to bulk him. They get to impose what they want, like a type of salary, like, well, we're putting you on the 5-year, and Mbappe might be us in desperate shit, but like, I'm fine. Because where else can he really go when you look at it?
Hey, I have a question for Laird about Milan's formation tomorrow. Because Laird, you're saying Pioli doesn't do any turnovers, and that pisses you off. But it looks like this formation here has no turnovers whatsoever.
What do you mean by turnovers?
Turnovers.
Yeah, like what do you mean? He doesn't do turnovers? Like I don't understand.
Like rotation of players.
There's no rotation. So
Like taking Tonali out, have Pobega play, take maybe
like having like
resting players, yeah.
Pobega.
What's that?
I said kind of like taking out Benacer and Tonali and playing Bronson and Pobega instead.
Sure, yeah. Yeah. Are you there, Laird?
Yeah. I think he's gonna rotate. I don't believe on this formation everyone is talking about.
It's the Gazzetta dello Sport formation.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Gazzetta is putting the same formation as start against Chelsea.
Are you look? I have the screen right here.
Let me check. 1 second.
I'm sharing the screen.
Diaz, Krunic, Leao. That's wrong, man. They should not play this formation. Pioli is
Pioli out there.
Pioli out, guys. Laird is
Pioli
going
out.
full on Pioli out.
I didn't say Pioli out, but I don't think it's gonna last long. I don't think it's gonna last.
With the owners that you guys saw, we got the collab now with the Yankees, part of our partners.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So yeah, it's the winning mentality. You know, them Americans, they're gonna start losing patience. Cardinale is gonna be on some Toad Bowley stuff. Be like,
So you know what they're doing? You know what the deal is?
The deal? Its partnership is more for visibility. So I think what's going to be happening now, they're going to be promoting a lot of Milan games. Like, not Milan games, but like, like the brand, at Yankee Stadium, New York, visibility. And if there's any city, I will want that. So
basically, the deal is so far that I know some details. I don't know all the details.
Mm-hmm.
One of the details is that in every Yankee store, there's going to be Milan merchandise.
Boy.
And in every Milan store, there's going to be Yankee merchandise.
Oh boy, that's
I hope they make it like truly visible. Like, don't have it like in the
not in the corner of a store.
Yeah, like in the corner of the store. That's because that's hey, Clinton, hey, and Roy. You already know how this is in the United States. Y'all know.
Yeah, they need to.
You got to go in there and be like, ask an associate, be like, yo, where the Milan jerseys at? Oh, it's in the back over there. You got to go dig. Like, bro, come on. Like, put it up front. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure they're going to have clear instructions. I think them Americans don't put $1 billion into anything and just to let it sit. So
they're going to make sure it's visible, and they're going to make it look. They have to, because like they're not going to go into business to not make money. So.
No, not at all. And yo, I ain't gonna lie, bro. That Barcelona OVO Drake stuff, boy, that thing look hard. I'm like,
that
shit.
owl thing looks stupid.
With the owl?
You tripping, bro? It looks hard as hell.
Fucking owl.
But I mean, that's Drake's freaking brand thing, OVO.
Yeah.
Hey, we got someone new here.
Who? Oh,
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
hey,
Good.
what's up, man?
And
Who's
Who are
this?
you?
I can't see
Are you
name.
a Barcelona fan?
No. I'm a Milan fan primarily, but I watch all the Barca games.
Oh,
Okay. All right. So what's up?
yo,
Hello.
Is it fine if I join the chat?
yeah.
Oh yeah. You good?
Thanks.
I mean, if
thank
you're
Yeah,
Milan, any Milan fan is
You're
welcome.
already in the chat.
Yeah, you in here.
Fantastic, man. Thank you.
Yeah. What's your name, man?
So what's your beef?
Mark. You see it? You can see it, right?
Yeah.
Mark.
Nice.
Man, I was almost telling you what a cool place, but I just realized you disappeared.
Yeah, yes.
Lion, it's a millionaire's home, man. Stop playing.
Hey,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
Mark,
no.
what's up? Because you're pretty heated earlier, so go ahead. Get it off your chest.
Who is this? Because I can't really see.
MR.
At the moment, Mike. Yeah.
New panelist.
I hear a lot of chat going on, a lot of delays, but I guess I'm just gonna speak and hopefully y'all can hear me clearly.
Yeah.
No. Apologies for the comments if it sounded heated, but it was just with the word failure. That's all. Because I mean, we got out for the first round last year, right? And then we probably wouldn't have considered it a failure. I know you're talking about the money and how much Barca spent.
But if
and all
I
that.
ask you if it's a failure, you would say yes.
No, I would
What do you
still
mean,
say
no?
no because you said failure in the sense of it being the whole season failure, right?
Well,
So, but the first in the
isn't
league.
sorry, excuse me, but isn't for a team like Barcelona how important is the Champions League? It's literally everything.
Fair
Don't-
point.
you gotta
It
be
is
honest, be
it
honest,
weighs a
be
lot on
honest
their
here.
mind, but they didn't say that we are going to win the Champions League. I think.
Yeah,
for
but they
PSG
didn't
and
say
for
they were
Man
going
City,
to
it
get
matters
out
more.
of the group stages either. Do you really think that this is not a failure if Barcelona doesn't make the group stages?
Do
I
you think
think
if
that
Milan doesn't make the group, if Milan doesn't go?
Wow, I just hear so many people talking at the same time.
No,
Sorry.
go ahead. Express your thought, boss.
What was the question? Do I think it's a failure? Of course, I think it's very bad that they didn't. That
No.
Barca don't
Do
get
you
out.
think it's a failure? Yes or no?
No, it's not a failure. It's
But
actually
that
like
is
what?
being dishonest.
What's his name?
Let me ask you a
the guy,
question.
what's his name?
If Milan doesn't
Red
make
John, I
top
think
four,
Red John said it.
if Milan doesn't make top four, is it a failure?
Oh, if Milan don't make the top four, yeah, now it is a failure this season.
Yes. Okay. If Barcelona doesn't make the next group of the Champions League, is it a failure?
No, because they're still doing very well in the
You're
league.
talking about two different competitions.
Oh, okay.
No, the reason. MR. Let me elaborate for you and maybe give us our thought process before why we say it's a failure. It's just.
But he
based
knows
on-
it's a failure.
It's just based on the revenue they make. You expect it, especially the way they went all out and all these deals they signed. They're at least expected to get out. We're not even talking about getting out the quarterfinals. So if they don't make, let's say even they win La Liga, the fact that they didn't get out, because the revenue of La Liga is not more than Champions League, even when you go deep within that tournament. From that perspective, even us as fans and even the Barcelona camp, they can all admit it's a failure. It's a failure in that sense.
But Clint, let me also say this: like, it's not even. Yes, the financial aspect is a huge failure, but also footballing wise, it's a huge failure for what the club represents and what the fans expect from the club, and what the club expects from itself. You know, the investments they made is because they want to produce this great football that is appealing, that is a winning brand of football. This year, it did not happen. And they're on the verge of getting kicked out of the Champions League. That is the metric that is used in Europe today in football to see how good you are. So they have failed. They have failed.
But Roy, they're in a group of death.
Yeah,
So
we
what?
can't use that
So
as an
what?
excuse, man. Come on, bro. It's Barca.
I mean,
No, but if you think
yes, I
about it, right,
understand,
a
but
lot of
it's
what matters
still
is the quality of the football
internal
as well, isn't it?
bias.
I mean, for Milan, we also determine how well we play based on the quality. Like, for example, the Chelsea game, in the first 20 minutes, we were dominating Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. Even in the return leg, we were playing really well. So we wouldn't say that we were a failure in the last two games against Chelsea because the quality of football matters. And I'll just give you a very quick example,
Excuse
right?
me,
Let's just say, oh, yeah.
Sorry, I need to stop you right there. Because, yes, you can say Milan, the way they played is not a failure. Sure, but if we don't make the group stages, is it a failure, yes or no?
For me, it
If
is.
Milan don't get into the second round and we played really well, I think there will be a lot of justification.
And what do and
for
if
the
we
way that
play
play.
really
So I
well, what
wouldn't-
do we get? We got a pat on the back if we play really well, but we
if
don't go to the
we
next
play
round.
really well, we know that we're on the right track. So the fans would know that, yeah, there was probably other circumstances, such as maybe lack of fortune, or maybe that day the team was not on form. So I wouldn't say that it's a failure if we
But
don't get
these
if
are
Milan don't get out.
excuses. These are excuses. Because if
No.
Milan doesn't make the next round this year, it's
Yeah.
a failure financially and footballing wise. First of all, we don't have any excuses. We don't. And it is the goal of this club to become a Champions League prepared team. This year should be the year that we go through. If we don't make it into the next round, this year will be a failure. And the same goes for Barcelona, the same goes for Bayern, the same goes for Man City, Juventus, PSG. If they don't go through the next group, next phase, the season is a failure. Then, of course, you can still fight for the domestic league. But on the European front, you have failed. There's no way two ways about it. Saying, oh, you played well, hopefully next year you can do better. Yeah, next year is a different competition. The competition is today.
And also in our context, the thing that makes you got to also look at the sacrifice that be made to get the same position, especially for a team like Barcelona. What they did during this summer, the amount of people they had to get rid of, the things that they have to do with their intent was not to go to no Europa League, or they're gonna get the treatment of like Victoria Pilsen. If okay, you get out, it's fine. We played well. That doesn't stand. There's higher standards with Barcelona. That's just the bottom line. So you failed.
Okay,
Therefore
but
they failed. So within
let's
that
just
context,
say that a failure meant that the club would have to renegotiate everything. But let's just say that Barcelona drop out of the Champions League, right?
they're
Which
gonna
they
have to sell
probably
some
will.
players this summer. I can tell you that before you continue.
Sure. But let's just say that they go out of the Champions League and they reach maybe the semi-final of the Europa League. They win La Liga. Maybe they win the Copa del Rey. I'm pretty sure that Xavi won't get sacked because
No,
the
we're not
board and
saying
the
he's
fans
getting
will not.
sacked
Yeah,
at
I
all.
know. But
But it's still
if
gonna
you
be a
deem it
failure.
being a failure, you definitely sack the coach if you deem it being a failure, right?
No, not in that
Because of all
context.
the-
No,
I think they
Because
would,
that's
given
why
the fact
I
that
think
they've
our
changed so many
definition.
coaches
I mean,
over the
it
years.
is possible. Don't get me wrong. It is possible.
It is, but the failure is in terms of like
But
the aspect
sorry,
is the
guys.
overall
MR,
sport project.
no one is asking Barcelona to win the Champions League. We are asking Barcelona to achieve a result that Inter, Club Brugge, Benfica, other clubs are achieving. No one is. Milan probably is going to achieve that, spending 35 million this summer.
Yeah, but
So it
Milan's
is a
not
failure.
playing against.
If you buy the
Milan's
best
not-
striker in the world, you renew Dembele with a lot of money.
How much they buy
You
Rafinha
buy
for?
Kunde 60 million. You buy a lot of players for a lot of money. It is a failure if you don't go ahead to the group stage.
Okay, it's a failure in the Champions League, right? I think we all agree on that. But you
But that's
already
what
mentioned the
matters,
point.
though. Anything else, I think, is secondary. Not talking about anything else. We're just talking about Champions League.
But why Barcelona bought
totally.
all these players to go ahead to the Champions League, not to?
Right. It's a failure in general, but then you have the league. But anyway, you see, we got you to say that it's a failure. So
No,
it is.
I'm saying it's a failure in the Champions League, and I
It
think
is.
that was not the debate, right? The debate is whether it's a failure for the whole season, which is what you're saying, Roy.
Yeah,
It's a failure for the whole season.
which for Barcelona. Hold on, Roy. Which for Barcelona, the reason why they got a Lewandowski was not for La Liga. The
Yeah.
reason why they got Kunde was not for La Liga. It was for Champions League. Them not
For
able to
Champions
make
League
it
what?
out, it makes that season a failure because the pieces you brought in, which for is for like a purpose goal. It was not for no Copa del Rey or any of that. They win that without these guys. They brought all these players. They bought Rafinha, all that for 60 million was not for La Liga. That's just the bottom line. It's for Champions League. That's what the revenue matters, and that's why we mean it's a failure, and it is a failure if they don't qualify.
I
That
mean,
overshadows the whole season, no matter if
I
they
want
win.
to add something. If Milan doesn't go ahead this group, a lot of people are gonna start to question Pioli, but no one is
because the teams they're
questioning
playing against are
Xavi,
not as good.
and no one is questioning Xavi, which is just so absurd for me.
Yeah, but again, I think all of us would know. And we bought so many players. I think we bought 10 players, right, in the We Are Rich era, right? And then we didn't expect all of them to gel. So I think the fans would
And
know at the end of the
and
day,
the
if you play
coach got
well.
sacked.
Yeah, but if you play well, then that's a sign that you're progressing, right? So nobody would deem it as a failure of the season. They would say that, wow, it was terrible that we got out of the Champions League. We spent all this money for the Champions League. But if you win La Liga, you win another, let's say, a cup, and then you do well in the Europa, that the fans won't say it's a failure.
No,
But boss, I
you,
think what
you're making it sound very easy and
yeah,
no,
I
they,
think
they
what you're
care, man.
forgetting,
They
I think
care. For them, it's very important.
right,
what they
right,
go through.
yeah, and then I think what you're forgetting, what Barcelona did is not like a 5-6 year project. It's in the now. They got these players to go ahead now. Because if that was the case, they would have never put themselves in so much debt. They would have kept their little pieces, the Gavi, and let them grow up and let them gel. They wouldn't go out their way and get all these free agent ends. So they don't have that luxury to wait 3 years for stuff to gel or the next year. At least
Okay.
the least they can even do is to at least even get out the group stage. I mean, they're gonna fail twice in a row. How much money revenue
Yeah,
right now?
but Clay,
Barcelona is desperate.
but Clay, you still have to understand that they're still playing against good teams. Inter and Bayern are not.
Yeah,
some
I mean, like,
yeah,
so
Okay.
and I get it, but this is a group of death, and we all know
No, it's
anything can
Nathan.
happen
It's
in
not
a
a group of death. I'm
It-
sorry,
it-
Nathan.
It
It's
is
not
a
a
group
group
of
of
death.
death.
No,
Yeah,
Blair,
yeah,
no,
it's
Blair,
No,
it
it's
is.
not
It is.
because Victoria
Bayern,
Pilsen is
Inter,
not
Barca,
Porto. Victoria Pilsen is not Porto.
Bayern, Inter, and Barca constitutes a group of death.
Yeah, but
Plain and
this now
simple.
is 3 teams, not 4. Group of death with
It
all
does-
4
it-
teams are good.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's
No,
a
it's
group
not.
of death.
It
I'm
is the
sorry.
most.
No,
It
there's
is the most competitive group.
No, the
Okay, well,
most
let me ask Clint, right? Like, let's
so
just say
so
that
it's the most
Barcelona get
competitive
into the
group,
next.
and that's what it
it's not a
is.
group
Oh,
of death,
no,
guys.
guys, let Mr. He has a question.
Oh yeah, thanks. I apologize for dragging on this conversation about Barcelona when it's supposed to be about Milan. But let's just say that Barcelona, right now, let's say we all are in agreement that they have no chance in the Champions League, right, of making
They
the
have
next round.
failed.
Let's just say
Say,
that.
say
Okay.
they have
In,
failed.
in the
They
Champions
still
League,
have a
they
small
have failed in the
chance.
Champions League,
Thank you,
right?
thank
Right.
you.
Okay. In the Champions League. Okay. Let's just say that the reverse was true, meaning they are technically knocked out of La Liga, meaning they are down in 15th place or in the relegation zone, but they make it to the next round of the Champions League. Would you say that that's a failure?
Well, but that, but
You
I
wouldn't,
mean,
right?
the league finishes in May. The group stage is finished
No,
right
but
now. There's 2
yeah,
more
but so
games
in
left.
terms of being ruled out, right? Let's just say that right now, because you're talking about Champions League, so if you compare apples with apples, if you get ruled out of the league now, meaning there's absolutely no chance of even finishing the top 4, right?
Like
Would you say that
Sevilla,
that's a
like
failure? But
Sevilla.
they get into, yeah, like Sevilla, for example, but
Okay,
then they get into the next round of the Champions League. Would you say that that's a failure?
but okay. First of all, that is not what is happening. Second of all,
It
that
is, but
no,
it's
it's
a what
not.
if scenario. It's
Yeah,
a what if scenario.
exactly. It's a what if scenario.
Oh,
But the
okay,
It's
but
about
reality,
something
I
that
have a,
happened.
hey Roy, let me add something real quick. I had
Okay,
like
but
let me add
Barca
something real quick.
technically are still in.
Yeah, let me add something real quick, right?
they're
Like
hanging by a
before
thread,
yo,
man.
before what's
They're
his
still
name
in,
got
though.
sacked, before what's his name got sacked, he won at least I think 3 trophies. Kuman. He won 3 trophies with Barcelona. At least I think won the Super Copa del Rey. He won it. What they did, they still got him out of there. Why? Because the expectations were on the Champions League. They didn't really care about the league or any of that. He
No,
still
come
got
on,
sacked.
guys.
that's
This
not
is
true.
listen.
Putting
that's
them
not
in the
true.
league was horrible.
Every single team that has finished either first or second in their respective leagues, it will be a failure for them if they don't go into the next group stages. It's not just Barcelona. Like I said earlier, it's a lot of teams. If Man City doesn't go into the next stage, it's a big failure. If Liverpool doesn't do it, if Juve doesn't do it, it'll be a huge. It's a huge failure for Juve.
Yeah,
Did
but
Juve fail in the
yeah,
Champions
but
League? Am I-
if City was in a group with, let's say, Napoli and let's say, just for the sake of a what if, Napoli and PSG,
No, Nathan,
if
you
they
make
if they didn't
bro.
make it out,
Why
You
are you
can't do
making
nothing about
excuses
it.
for Barcelona?
Hey,
No,
Nathan, you're being hypocritical because in the summer, what you said about Barcelona, you're screaming
I
all
said
night.
Barcelona's going to win the league. I said they're going to win the league. I said they will win La Liga.
So now why you copping the plea with them? Why you copping the plea? Why you
What do
saying
you
now
mean?
that like, oh, but what if you're in a group of death? Why would the group of death matter? Whose roster is better, Inter or Barcelona?
Bro, but as a team, if
Oh,
you're
but
playing in the group of death, it doesn't matter. It
tell you-
doesn't matter how good your players are. If
But
you
I
really
told
want to
you,
go,
like, no, they'll be good. The chemistry's already there. And I told you, I'm like, bro, those names are not gonna matter. Barcelona's still not gonna be convincing.
bro,
But
I said that they were gonna win La Liga. That's what I said.
Yeah, sure, Nathan.
I mean, you remember? Oh wait, but you remember what happened after the first Barcelona
And you
game?
told me, Nathan, and you told me they're not gonna go ahead to the group stage. Yeah, I remember that.
Wait. You remember after Barcelona what tied their first game, and all of you guys came on here and said, "Oh, Nathan, are you sure about that bet now? Are you sure about that?" They're on the top of the table right now. So where's the same energy?
They got the same point as Madrid, bro.
It don't matter, bro. Are they in first place? Yes or no?
But is that impressive? Is that impressive? This is the question we had earlier.
After how Barcelona was with Koeman, yes, this is miles better.
But you know what they finished when they were with Koeman?
Bro, Messi saved them, bro. Xavi doesn't have the luxury of Messi.
Okay, but they finished always third or second.
Yes,
like, this
with
team
the luxury
is always going to finish in the top three.
With the luxury of Messi.
Okay,
Xavi
but
doesn't
they don't need
have
in La
that
Liga.
luxury.
You don't need Messi to finish in the top three. You don't need Messi to finish in top three.
Right, come on.
Oh, Nathan, you're making it sound like Xavi's playing with Selemakers, Krunic, and Giroud, man. Please, Nathan.
No, I'm not making any excuse for them.
Yeah, that's how you're making it sound.
I'm saying that they're playing against two good teams, Bayern and Inter.
Oh my God.
So guess what? Anything can happen when you're playing in such a competitive group. Shit happens.
It's not competitive.
That is true.
It is
competitive. It is
no,
competitive.
it's not.
It doesn't matter what you think, but this is
But
a competitive group.
It's not a group of
I
death.
disagree with Larry.
According to you, Larry, it's not. But everyone else knows that this is a competitive group.
It is a competitive group. Yeah. And I was positive that Inter was going to go above Barcelona.
Roy, but group of death is one thing. A competitive group is another.
No, see, Larry, you just don't want to accept the fact that Inter is actually a good
Nathan,
team.
Let me
That's
answer
what the
this
problem
one.
is.
Let me answer this one. In right now, if you look at all the other groups, you can argue that is the group of death. There's not a group that has we had a real group of death where all four teams were top teams. This year, if you look at all the other groups, this one has to be the most competitive one. You can't really deny that. Maybe Napoli is the second one. Napoli, Ajax, Liverpool is the second one. But this one has to be. Whether or not it is a classic group of death with all four teams, but it is the group of death of this season.
Exactly. And Larry, you just don't want to accept the fact that Inter is a good team.
But I knew Inter was going to beat Barcelona and go ahead of Barcelona.
Dude, you don't want to accept that Barcelona had a failure, not going ahead to the group stage.
Larry, I'm glad you went ahead. I'm glad you went ahead and just changed what the topic was. But okay, everyone agrees that this.
Everyone agreed. I missed that part.
What happened to Nathan? Did he disappear?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, yeah. Like it's if Milan does not go through the group stages, it is a failure, guys. It is a failure.
A failure for the season or a failure for the Champions League?
A failure for the season.
Maldini said we need 3 seasons right in the Champions League before we can do well.
No, to buy big players.
Oh.
If we don't make the group stages, that means that our winter Mercato is going to suffer a lot, and it means that our players don't get to experience the in and out games, and it's one more year delay of that. So yeah, it is a failure. Absolutely. Now we can win the league, and then we forget about it. But as far as growth goes, and that's what is important because we need to get to that level, it is a failure.
He's a failure, yeah. I mean, not winning against Dinamo Zagreb and Salzburg is a failure. We have 2 games to win. If we win against Dinamo Zagreb and Salzburg, and that means 10 points, and you don't go ahead the group stage, I will say, okay, it's a failure, but we still managed to do 10 points. And we lost points just in a period when we had 10 injuries. But still is a failure, as Roy says, in terms of growth and allowing our team to grow in a meaningful way.
Yeah, but if we get more points and we don't make it to the next round, that's still growth, isn't it?
It's not gonna the players are not gonna perceive that. And the most important thing is what the players perceive. The players will perceive that it's a success and they will grow mentally and as a player when they achieve the goal. And that is important for us to grow, to manage to do that.
Yes, yeah. It is a failure. If we win the second star, it's people will celebrate, but
yeah. But if we win the second star and we don't get out of the Champions League, we get 10 points or however many points in the Champions League, but we don't get out to the next round and we win the second star and maybe we do well in the Coppa Italia, that's not a failure for a season, right?
Well, it's hard to call it a failure if you.
That's.
Yeah, but then the point of getting out of the Champions League for Milan is not the crucial factor, isn't it?
No, it is crucial. It is very crucial.
Hey, boss, how long you been a Milan fan? MR?
Look at me.
Yes.
Let's say 97.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So 97. So you, of course, even with Milan, of course, you have standards, right? Because you saw us at least win 2 Champions Leagues.
Yeah.
Which I think is what we most like. It's 2 is the most we won. So going a little bit, I know you guys thinking I just came back from a shower. Like, so you go back with there's just expectations, right? At least, and that's why us as Milan fan, we've been expecting our second year to at least get out the group stage because we won the Scudetto. I feel like any other team, let's say if it's a Udinese, for example, right? Let's say they randomly win the league, right? And like their second year, I don't think their fans even get too mad them not even getting out because I don't think they develop that set of standards. That's why with Barcelona, for them it becomes a failure. There's a set of standards. You got to look what these guys did within the past 10 years. We know we can't scratch it off and say now it's a group of death. It doesn't matter. That's why not Barcelona. You're talking about people that are able to see their team win 5 Champions Leagues, within the space of 15 years. They're not going to come in now barely getting out the group stage based on some group of death stuff. Us is a bit different because we went like 10 years and into dark days, which I think they're barely at the Benta era. And they try to pull them from even going really deep within the Benta era because they kind of won trophies within, the last 5 years. So I feel like that's why it's a failure for them if they don't get to where they need to be at. Because I think fans have standards, the club will have standards, and I think they'll all go hand in hand in terms of like the standards you have for yourself, especially when you're successful.
Clint,
yeah.
If we buy Lewandowski, Rafinha, and Kunde, not winning the Champions League for us will be a failure. Us as a Milan supporter and as a Milan as a club.
I disagree, but I guess that's
no. Come on, you telling me if we buy Lewandowski, Rafinha, and Kunde, you will be happy not to win the Champions League?
I'll be happy if we reach the semi-finals, right? Because we didn't get out of the group stage last season, and it takes a lot to win the Champions League, as we all know, right?
No, believe me.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. You say if we have those, I'd be okay if we reach the semi-finals.
Yeah, and
what
let's
if
say
we don't
win the league?
What if we have those players and we don't pass the group stage?
Yeah, but then if we have those players and we don't pass the group stage, then it would matter in what we do in the other competitions, right? If we win the Coppa Italia, we win the league, we have the second start, that all factors in as a big deal.
If we had those players in the group that we're in right now, then it would be a failure. But if we were in the group with Bayern Munich, PSG or some shit like that, then it would be like, we played other good teams.
For Barcelona's standards, a group of death shouldn't be a problem.
Y'all need to stop with Barcelona. There's no such thing as group of that shit. I can understand to Italian teams because we're part 3.
Nah, there is a group of death. Don't change the standard, bro. We always say there's
No,
groups
but
of
for
death.
Barcelona,
Barcelona is a
shouldn't be.
part 2 / a part 1.
Oh my God, what we're talking about, man. Imagine us buying Lewandowski and Kunde and Rafinha and still, oh my God, I want to win the Champions League, guys. I'll be honest with you. If we buy these 3 players, I want to win the Champions League.
But if you don't win the Champions League, and like I said, you do very well in the Coppa Italia and you win the league.
Listen to me. You better no, because I'm winning the league with Selemakers, Giroud, and Kalulu. So if you put
but that was
Lewandowski,
we won by 2 points.
Nathan,
was beyond our expectations.
Oh Jesus, I can't believe he's replying like this to me. I can't believe he's doing that now. We won by 2 points. Okay, Nathan. I want to win the Champions League. If we buy Lewandowski, Rafinha, and Kunde, I want to win the Champions League.
Yes, but Larry, it depends on the circumstance.
No, there is no circumstances in this case.
There is. That matters.
What?
There is.
No, there was not. No, there is not circumstances. Because
let's say you had a lot of goals disallowed. Let's say that you win the league.
No, you guys didn't accept these circumstances when happened to Milan with Giroud and Rebic.
Good point. Good point. Nathan talking about Milan with Chelsea. But you can argue, Barcelona was unlucky because at the San Siro they should have gotten a penalty. Ref clearly made a mistake. But all of that stuff means nothing once the deed is done. Once you're out, you're gone. The season is over as far as what your big objectives are. Now you're fighting for the Europa League. They don't give a shit about the Europa League. They're going to try and go for La Liga. For a Barcelona fan, that is pretty bad.
Yeah, but you're weighing the two, right, between the Champions League and Europa League, and every team will want to do better in the Champions League. However, if you compare winning the Europa to not winning at all, then of course the Europa would define a relatively okay season, right? If you win the Europa and perhaps you win La Liga, but it's the same as Milan. If we got Lewandowski and Rafinha and Kunde, it will take time for them to gel, right? It's not like we spend 200 million.
Well, we are not waiting Cdk to gel.
What do you mean?
We are putting pressure on Cdk while he's not performing. Imagine having Lewandowski and Kunde. You will wait for them. You will be more like, I want to win now. If I'm not winning the Champions League,
and you brought a good point. And who's the person that you said, I don't give a fuck, we bought Cdk for 35 mil when I had time?
Yeah, who is that person? Clint.
I ain't gonna say no names.
Wait. What? Say this? Who said what? Who's
the one that really goes hard against CDK? Like, you spent 35 million, we don't care. He needs to perform now. Okay.
Who is that person, man? Where this person lives, man?
Just say my name. I can't say nothing else. I'm taking a shower, but go ahead and say my name. I'm out of.
It's you, boy. It's you, boy. I have to say it, right? You can't use that logic for Barcelona either, right? We're not waiting for them to gel. They need to perform, and they spent triple the amount that we did. So we can't use that.
I'm not waiting for Lewandowski to gel, man. He needs to bang goals and win against the Inter.
Yeah, but the circumstances will matter as well, isn't it? That's what we're debating here, whether circumstances factor in, isn't it? Circumstances matter, right? Because you're saying that circumstances don't matter, but they do. If we play very well, we don't get out of the group stage. We know that we played really well, and that circumstance will then say, okay, you know what? It's not failure. We played much better than last season.
Well, for me, like even if I look at last season and look at Milan, like I think that we got screwed again by the referees, and we should have gone through. But the fact that we didn't go through was still a failure, even though it was a group of death. Like, not going into the next group of last year.
Yo, people are disconnecting out of nowhere.
Bad service. I guess it's the Barcelona bots, man. They don't want us to talk about their team.
So then, did you think that last season was a failure for us? Probably not, right? Because we won the league.
But yeah, no. The last season for us was
There you
not a
go.
failure because we won the league, and that our team was not built to get
Right.
back to the top of the world. You know.
Exactly, but Roy said that it was a failure because we didn't
You
get
can
out of the
still,
group stage.
for me, that was a little bit of a failure, a little bit.
But
it was
I'll tell you
it
what.
was
I'll tell-
understandable. It was an understandable failure.
MR.
This year, sorry, we don't have any excuses. So this year will be a failure. Barcelona has zero excuses. They didn't have any excuses last year, the year before, blah, blah, blah. Barcelona has no excuses. So them not going through is a total failure. Period.
Yeah, but excuses is a subjective term, right? Because if
It's
then
not.
say, for
It's
example,
not.
they had 3 of their starting centre backs not available.
I have a question for you. Mark.
Yep,
Your name is Mark.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
What when a team starts its competitions, do they not set objectives?
Of course they do.
And if you don't meet those objectives, doesn't that mean that you failed at achieving those objectives?
Yes.
And so therefore, isn't the objective of Barcelona to go through to the next group stage in order to compete and try and win the Champions League?
Is the objective in the Champions League? Yeah.
So they failed to meet that objective.
They failed to meet the Champions League objective.
Yes, and that
but that doesn't mean that the season is a failure. It doesn't. It's two different things.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know that you're separating Champions League with La Liga, but the Champions League for these teams is big.
But you gotta look, MR, here's what I'm gonna say though. And I get your point, you can separate it. But when we look at the overall aspects and like the inclusion about certain players, it goes to show that like overall, like the team prioritizes something. And we can all agree that Barcelona, they're prioritizing the Champions League. I don't think they really care if they win La Liga. Great, they might win La Liga. But I think for revenue, because they're that deep too, like the debt aspect, we can't really detach it from it because they need any funds that can come their way. So them not even be able to advance is going to be a failure. No matter how we want to put it, yes, some fans might be happy, oh, we still won something, but there's no fulfillment. I think that's what we need. We're coming to the conclusion with that. They're not going to be fulfilled because the overall objective was to get someone in the champion, which they're not even going to get out. We're not even talking about even they got out of the round of 16, and I can understand, well, they still passed the the group stage, but they stopped there, and it's luck. At that time, is it like a new tournament? Okay, they're not even getting out. Most of them, 80%, they're not getting out the group stage. It's a massive failure because these players they brought in, again, like we repeat, they brought these guys in for Champions League purposes. It was not for the league. I don't think Barcelona, that was in their head. It's like, yes, they want to over compete with Madrid, but they bring these players in I'll give you an example. When Madrid brings an Mbappe in, or if they have an attempt to really bring in Mbappe, or they bring in Mbappe for to win La Liga, or they bring in Mbappe for Champions League purposes. And that's why I think that's what we're trying to explain, especially for Barca, especially the financial leverage they really pulled, I don't think was to win La Liga.
So I think that the only team or teams that you can use the analogy for are Man City and PSG because they probably win their domestic leagues very consistently. So if you take PSG as an example, I think it's very clear that PSG is probably the only team that has the Champions League as the priority over the league. Right? Because even if, maybe Bayern as well. Right? So if they don't win the Champions League, then that's a failure for them. But for Milan, we don't win the league all the time. For Barcelona, they don't win the league all the time. Even maybe for Man City over the last, let's say, 10 years.
No, they did. Barca did it. Other than the last 2 years, ask how many league the Messi has. You know how many times Barcelona at Ronaldo's era they won La Liga doing like that Messi all stuff. They'll win. Barca was winning back to back. We can't even use that. We can't even use Barca. Barca over the past 15 years. Barca won the league more than 5 times, more than 6 times, if I'm not mistaken. I think 8, which is a long run. And they even said it. They said they're going to look back at that Barca and the way that they're going to look at that run they had in La Liga, and it's almost going to be a match. They dominate La Liga for a really long time. Let's not even get that twisted. Madrid did not win a lot of La Ligas. They were winning a lot of Champions League, but they were not winning a lot of La Ligas. We can go back and we can look, during that whole transition, all the way up to now. It's not until COVID, that era where Zidane came back and they finally won it because it was that long. So I think La Liga, I don't think they really care about that, brother. I don't think they really care about that. I'm be quite honest.
So of course they have a priority. Go ahead, Larry.
You analyze things in a right way, but you are too detached from the situation, in my opinion.
I think we are talking about semantics here. I think Roy mentioned it's a little bit of a failure, not so much of a failure.
It is a failure. In my opinion, it's a massive failure because they spent 200 million. I want to repeat this. They spent 200 million. Not going ahead to the group stage is a failure. That means you're not a good team.
In the Champions League.
The money you bought. Yeah, the players you bought are not good enough.
But so you know that they have scored the most goals in La Liga and considered the least goals in La Liga. They only considered 1 goal in La Liga. I know that you're going to shoot back to the priority, but again, the thing that I'm contesting here is the fact that the season is not over, and yet you're writing it off, or at least
yes,
what
it
some
is
of the people
done.
saying.
Their season is finished because after they're out of the Champions League, nobody's going to be talking about them.
Okay, sure, but let's just say that they do very well in other competitions. They will They will be barely satisfied. Yeah, let's just say that they win the Europa League because they didn't win it last season.
And what if they don't win the Europa League?
Then yeah, if they don't win the Europa League, then it will be probably a failure on the season. But that hasn't happened.
Do you think Laporta, that went through all this trouble to get Xavi players, is like, don't worry, Xavi, at least you're playing well. Let's go and have a picnic. Like what, you know? No, it's these guys are pissed off. They're scrambling. They're tearing their hair out. Like it was a huge failure for them this year. And it
was a huge failure in the Champions League.
It came really fast. And the Champions League is the most important competition these teams play.
It is.
Sure.
Listen to me.
Yes, I agree.
It is a failure because they're not going to win La Liga. Believe me, they're not going to win La Liga.
Okay, so yeah, if they don't win, then of course there's no argument now, right? Everybody would say that the season is a failure. But now, if you're talking about what is going on, right, there is a huge disparity between their performance in the league and their performance in the Champions League, right?
But we don't know if there is a huge disparity or the team they are playing against are not good enough. We don't know.
Okay, then you look at history. How many times have a team scored 20 goals, like the most goals, and considered only 1 goal in the league at this stage? Very little, right? Probably.
Very little, yeah. Let's say very little.
Yeah, so therefore they are doing very well in the league and very, very poorly, abysmally in the Champions League.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, but you're being a little bit unrealistic when you think teams like this separate the two. Like it's, they look at it as a whole. And
so then, why do you think that they are performing well in the league? Then why don't they just skip?
Because
like
did they play against Real Madrid? Did they play against Atletico Madrid? Did they play against? I don't know.
And that is a fact. Actually, what Laird is saying right now is an absolute fact, because what I just saw earlier when I looked at the table for the past 7, 6, 10 years, it's always been the top 3, those 3 teams, Atletico, Barcelona, Real Madrid. That means that the season is decided based on what happens in those games. So whoever wins those games is going to be the team that wins the La Liga. So it could be Bayern, it could be Atletico, Madrid, or Atletico, who knows?
Are they going to win El Clásico? El Clásico, they're playing on Sunday. Barcelona against Real Madrid.
I don't know.
Are they going to win that one?
I'm really not sure.
Yes, Barca's going to win.
Who says that?
Nathan says that.
Okay. I'm coming back to you, man. Don't worry.
but they might win. Like, even if they win La Liga, unfortunately, for a team like Barcelona, it's still going to be a failure this season. Like, not a big failure. It's not. If you win the Liga, okay, it's a consolation. And yeah, they're going to celebrate and they're going to forget about the group stages, but they're not. They're going to pretend to forget about the group stages. The truth is that economically, it's a huge hit. Sporting wise, it's a huge hit. And right now, Laporta is furious with Xavi for results, which will again send his Barca to the Europa League. And that's what the newspapers are writing. That's what they're saying. That's what it is. So there is no excuses, really. I mean, it's pretty ruthless. It's a dog-eat-dog situation. If we spent all that money that Barcelona spent, I would demand, the team would demand, to go far in the Champions League.
Win it, man. I want to win it. If you are to this Milan, Lewandowski, Rafinha, and Kunde, I want to win the Champions League.
But what are the chances of that happening if they came this season?
Pretty
With
high.
Pioli tactics, doubt it.
See,
Yeah,
that's
we
the
don't
funny
know, right?
thing.
We don't know.
Pioli gets shit. Xavi, let's wait. I love that, man. I love the logic.
I
here.
never said anything.
Yes, I love that. I love how the
I never said
Xavi
anything.
tactics are good and the Pioli tactics are shit. I love that.
I don't think
Did
anyone's saying
you
that Xavi's
watch-
tactics
did
are
you-
good, right?
In fact, did you watch the Barcelona versus Bayern game, or do you only remember the score?
I saw it.
Yeah, I saw it as well.
So do
I
you
saw it,
remember
but
how many
I don't
clear-cut
remember the
chances
game, I'll be honest.
Lewandowski missed?
It was an even game.
Do you
Yeah.
remember how many chances Lewandowski missed? That
Oh yeah, he
any
missed
other
a lot
day
of
he puts
chances.
Yeah.
forward?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then. So it's just unfortunately, it's just bad luck because Barcelona should have mollywopped Bayern.
Yeah, but bad
It
luck.
should have been at least 4-2.
Bad luck is not a consolation to you know.
I'm not saying it is, but I'm just saying that anything can happen in these groups. Anything can happen.
But I love.
Hey, I
wish
like
you use that
how you
logic
go.
with us, Nathan. I wish you used that logic with us. I wish, man.
What do you mean? How many clear
No, because
chances
you
did
tell
we
me the
make
Selemak
against-
is not good enough. You're not telling me that everything
isn't.
can happen. You're telling me the
He isn't
Selemak
good
is
enough.
not good enough.
If Barcelona was in our group, I would fully expect them to make it out.
What? What do you say? I'm confused now.
No, he was saying that if Barcelona had the same competitors as Milan in the group stage, then he said that Barca will get it out. Like, we'll make it to the next round.
Against Salzburg and Chelsea.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. You guys always have an answer for everything.
No, but
And
Nathan,
I'll tell you,
not
if
Nathan.
I had Lewandowski, Rafinha, and Kunde, I would dominate that group.
Yeah, and they
No,
also
but Larry,
they got
really-
Kessie, they got De
Yeah,
Jong,
Kessie,
they have
I don't wanna-
Dembele, they have all these players that are supposed to be these incredible players, blah blah blah. Like
But Inter
it's a
and
failure.
Bayern also have incredible players as well.
Oh, incredible.
I agree.
I
I agree.
on the incredible one, man.
I put Inter in front of Barcelona.
Oh my God, we're doing that now. Because in August we didn't do that. But that's fine.
No, but this is how low I think of Barcelona right now. I put Inter in front of them.
Oh my God. I wish Nathan would tell me everything can happen instead of telling me that Selemak is not good enough for Champions League. I wish I had that as a reply.
Yeah,
Because
we've
you're still
seen
in time to
Salzburg
tell me
miss.
that Rafinha is not good enough for Champions League. You can say that as well.
This team is so unorganically built that there's no way these players are going to gel.
And that's what, and that's what I said at the beginning. And that's why, I knew my fear was that getting too much a bunch of randos and that type of pressure is not gonna get the good combo. And to be quite honest with you, like Xavi does not have really like a tactic identity yet, bro. He doesn't. He's building off some Guardiola shit, and this is not the Middle East. This is not the Middle East Championship, and he's realizing that in Champions League. He's learning the hard way. He ain't no genius as we want to make it seem he is. He's not. That's why he needed to get all these guys in. And that's why he's struggling, and that's just the reality. That's just what it is. Like, I don't care. When you got people like the Eric Garcia, like Eric Garcia, he's just a trash. I don't like that kid, man. I never liked him at Man City. I don't like him now. I'm not gonna like him forever. Fuck him.
I hate him, man.
They overrate these guys. Like, there's a second coming or whatever. Rafinha, they're becoming predictable guys, bro. We're talking about this same Intes formation that Leao ran all over. Come on, bro. Like, it just shows you Barcelona, they're just not there. And they say, don't act like these Barcelona players also, they have like 80 years to live. Like, a lot of these guys are old. Maybe not the Pedri and the Gavi, you can take them around, but you still got Piqué in the team. You still starting the Busquets. They can't run, bro. This is Europe.
PK's not even a starter.
What about Busquets? How do you explain him?
No, they only have 3 players that are old, right? And one is not a starter, PK. They only have Busquets and Lewandowski who are old. The rest of the team are pretty young. Even the left back is Balde. He's like 19, 18 years old.
Yeah, but then does Balde even start like that? Because last time I checked, they like playing Jordi Alba. Like, there's another guy that he's a shadow of himself. But, I just feel like they have to, them not getting out, and let alone, let's put the financial thing aside. Let's say you don't perform in the Champions League the next 3 years. That's how Milan was doing, right? And then out of a sudden, all the next hot prospect don't want to come to you no more. You're lucky enough because of Lewandowski, they were able to see you when you were great. These new kids that are born in 2004, 2005, that haven't seen Barcelona really win a Champions League since 2015. Now, from 2015 to 7 years ago, I remember 2015, I was like, yo, Milan won the Champions League like damn near 8 years ago. And that's how the years increase and you don't win nothing. And then nobody really knows you're in Europe no more. And then you're a shadow of yourself. I'm being serious, man. Like, they play around, they don't win, or they don't go deep into nothing. Like, the next big talents are not going to want to go to Barcelona.
If you want to say something positive about Barcelona, is that they do have a lot of very promising young players, so they can build on that in the future. Sure.
I just feel like Barcelona, what they also need to do is just like, from a tactical standpoint, they need to innovate. I feel like they still drunk off of like the tiki-taka from back in the day. I swear to you. I feel like they haven't got to that mind yet. And that's why they're failing.
They didn't get the right players to do that. They did it.
No, I disagree. They have the right players to do it. But, I mean, Barcelona's problem, even when Guardiola was there, was their defending capabilities. The only thing is that Guardiola had Messi to bail him out. There's no Messi there. So now you guys are seeing a Messi-less Barcelona, and so everyone's getting carried away.
If I wanted to play like Barcelona of old, I would have gotten Lobotka and Viceverskini. But instead, they got Kessie and Rafinha.
Kessie doesn't even start.
And Kessie
That's the sad part. Start. He's playing scraps. Fucking
but
like
we
the dude in the kitchen.
Kessie
is like a fucking homeless guy. He's like a homeless guy that's looking for McDonald's scrap after trash.
But we knew Kessie was
bad blood. Bad blood.
No, it's not bad blood, bro. It's just how they treating him. That's how they treating him. I love Kessie. I mean, he's from my country. Why would I not? But they treating him. That's what happened.
You're saying Barcelona's treating
him. But Clint, come on, Clint. Are you really surprised that Kessie's not starting? We call him Timberlands for a reason. It's going to take Kessie time to actually learn how to play like a Catalunya player.
But the sad part is like Kessie is 35 years old. I don't think he has that longevity to be able to learn nothing.
What did you say? Wait, what did you say?
Did you say Kessie was 35?
Oh, fuck, dude.
Man. Clint, you remind me of my dad, man. He always does that, man. When he sees an African player that
he's 35 years
doesn't
old.
look young, he always says, man, this guy.
I got love for Kessie, but it's just like how he's being treated. Like other players are starting because I think Kessie starts the game against Inter. I don't think they would have been struggling like that.
I mean,
think they would have still.
Yo, what a great idea to start a Serie A player against a Serie A team, but Xavi didn't get that.
Because you needed some people with physicality. Look how fucking Lautaro is just bodying these guys like they.
Yeah.
Yep, his connection went out.
How long does this live stream go on for?
It's been 6 hours now.
Right. Forever, if you want.
That's a median number for us. 6 hours. That's lightweight.
6 and 30 minutes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I noticed, bro. I be caught up in the live, bro. We be going 7-8 hours. Damn, bro. Jeez. That'll be content forever. If somebody's bored, they'll be like, yo, let me run to these Milan. See what they're talking
about. Does that, man. Floki takes 7 hours.
God.
Yeah, he does do that. And I'm like, bro, you got time.
What bullshit is he spreading nowadays?
Man, Floki's cooling, man.
The same old.
He's just giving Rich John a hard time in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Red
Good
John is
old,
addictive, man.
good old Rajon, man. Rajon funny, man.
Red John is getting fight from all the sides, you know.
Yeah.
It's like Germany during the Second World War, man. It's losing on all fronts, man.
But John loves that shit. He fucking loves it.
It's I like when
Floki has the
Rajon is in
worst
there.
takes in the history of
I
football.
like when Rajon is in there and Rajon be going at Nate and they start their little argument. That'd be so funny to me. He's like, but you're not listening. You're not listening. He's like, but you're not
That's because
listening. That's
Red
the
John.
problem. That's the problem. He said, that's the
That's
problem. You're not listening.
It's because Red John struggles against someone of my caliber. That's why.
He said, you're not listening, Nate. That's the problem. You're not listening to me. But listen, like,
How's
with your logic.
how's Safe? We haven't seen Safe in a long time. At least on the lives.
Oh man.
Saif was actually shocked about Barcelona.
Oh right, because for him, Barcelona was going to win the Champions League.
I mean, he was one of the he was saying there was one of the favorites. Which I would say the same if Milan buys the players Barcelona bought. You know
Barcelona,
what I mean?
yeah.
But
I mean, you
the
can
problem
say
is that
that,
Barcelona doesn't have what Milan has right now.
which is what?
Yeah,
Easier group.
No, 9 out of 10 players. But Milan has a goalkeeper. Milan has a defense, a left back. We have a midfield. We just need
We're built better.
Lewandowski.
Yes,
We just need Lewandowski.
Barcelona is built really poorly. Really poorly.
It's built wrong.
No, what do you mean by built poorly? They got their
very
defenders
well,
in,
actually.
they got their midfield, and they have forwards.
Yeah,
Just
but
didn't
for
happen.
this year, I just did not see it. Like, you can't build a team like that. There's no way those players. Look,
No,
football
but
is
you
about
keep saying you can't build a team like that. But
football
go
is
through
about
their
sacrificing for one each other, right? You need to have a family
Yeah.
of footballers on the pitch that
Yeah,
sacrifice
but
for
guys,
one another.
True.
This team, the
guys,
way it
we
was
wouldn't.
built, will never happen in a million years.
Of course it
This is
will,
why
because you're giving
Roy,
them
you
time
So
to gel.
Roy,
they will play tiki
Roy,
taka,
you.
they'll play, but when it comes to the real fight, the gritty fight, these guys are not gonna.
Yeah, but
Because
Roy, you wouldn't be
this
saying
guy
this
is
if
not
they
getting
if
paid. This guy's getting paid way too much. These guys are supposed to be playing, not playing. That guy's supposed to be doing this. They owe this guy a billion here. They owe that other guy 15 million
come
there.
on, Roy.
We're
You're
selling
over
this.
exaggerating.
When you cannot build a team that way. It's too much bureaucratic and financial bullshit. That team will never be able to.
You are over exaggerating the things you're saying.
No, I'm pretty sure. And
I mean, it's
actually,
an unorthodox
and
approach
actually, I
for
was right.
sure.
I was actually correct on this.
It's a
No,
quick growth. I don't think quick growth works, guys.
No,
Let's
it
be
doesn't.
honest.
No way,
Yeah.
no way.
Yeah. I agree with you. Yeah, it doesn't work,
So if
but it's what they
Barcelona,
needed to do.
if Barcelona decides to go for, let's say three defenders this summer, 3 real defenders, not Christensen, a proper one, and that's it, and keeps Aubameyang and keeps Ferran Torres, sells
they
them.
don't have Aubameyang.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Keeps a real team, a team that actually achieved that top 4 the year before, and they were looking forward to play that Champions League. But no, they just disrespected their players. They disrespected De Jong. They just told them, "Fuck off. We want to play other players now."
Yeah, but their priority
No.
was very different from the players. Their priority was to get their debt sorted out, right? So it is not fair how they treated their players. I think we all agree they treated Frankie de Jong very poorly and a lot of other players, right? So that's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about the fact that any team will take a very long time to gel. The expectations that they will hit it on the ground running, right, is pretty much unfair. But that's what we did as well when we spent 220 million, right, filling a whole new starting 11.
Yeah, we were off.
Yeah,
Other people
but
will say the same things about us.
We're absolutely
It's
off.
not the same thing. It's not the same thing. First of all, we were not playing Champions League at that time, so we couldn't attract A-list players. Barcelona can attract A-list players. And second thing, we were not how can I say, coming from 10 years of immense success. We were in 10 years of struggling. So It's not the same thing. And another thing is Barcelona has the money, has the stadium, has everything to succeed. Just fucking do it properly. Just bet on the right player. And you don't need to spend 75 million on Rafinha. You can actually say, you know what? Ferran Torres is good enough. Gavi is good enough. Let's buy another young player, young talent on 20, 30 million. And let's move on. Let's buy players that want to hard work. And they have a lot to demonstrate. You can add Lewandowski in there, and that's it. Or Kunde, 60 million. Do you really believe you need to spend 60 million to fix Barcelona defense? With 60 million, you can buy 3 really good defenders, no one. So, I don't know. I think they did things too quick. They wanted the shortcut, which I guess maybe sometimes is needed for them because they are big and they need some stars to sell shirts and to keep their revenues high.
Yeah,
But
I
they
don't think they
could
could have
have
done
balanced
anything
the
different.
thing.
They did it. It's something which we would never want to do, and no club would want to just buy players with money that they don't have, right, and having to sell their club and all that. But in their circumstances, like I mentioned, they prioritize keeping the club financially afloat more than anything else, at the expense of a lot of things.
I mean, look at what Real Madrid is doing at the end. Real Madrid is buying young talent for a lot of money, but they're buying young talent. They're integrating them slowly. So they have already their star. They have Modric, Kroos, and they're putting Camavinga. Slowly.
Real Madrid is doing it the right way. Correct. Yeah,
It's bringing in slowly and without putting pressure on these players.
Yeah, but the financial situation is very different, isn't it?
They have been doing it the right way for a long time.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Some years they did it wrong when they bought Hazard and stuff like that. But
but in general, they're doing it the right way.
When they did it wrong, people told them, "You guys did it wrong," and now we have to tell Barcelona they're doing it wrong. Simple as that.
Yeah. It doesn't pay the way Barcelona does. It doesn't pay.
Yeah, but we are thinking about it from a different perspective. We're thinking about it from a fact that all other clubs are not $1 billion in debt, right?
Yeah.
So given their circumstances,
so maybe they should worry about that first.
Difficult. Exactly. So the only way that they could have fixed it was what they did now. That's the only way they could have fixed it.
Okay, but so then you have to agree with me. You see, like at the end of the day, everything always leads back to why you started the conversation in the chat. You're arguing that it's not a failure, but everything everything that you're said now leads to yes. So it ended up being a failure.
I don't see that way.
Yeah, I know, but regardless, yeah. I mean, whatever. If teams built this way, you can't expect anything special from a team built this way. You just can't. I mean, Jesus, look how fucking.
So if you can't, then why do you say it's a failure in the Champions League? No, you said that you can't expect teams to be built this way, right? So they were built this way, which is really not the way which we will build a proper team organically. Right. But then yet you still have all these expectations for them to succeed immediately.
Oh yeah, that's why they did it.
Yeah, but then
because they thought it was going to work,
isn't it? Yeah, but it shouldn't be a failure to you because you said that it's not what you would do. Why shouldn't it be a failure
to me?
Because
I'm just saying what happened to them. I'm not making up it's a failure. They will tell you it's a failure. If you ask Xavi, if you have Laporta, if you ask them, was this season a failure? They'll tell you yes, this season turned out to be a failure. And they are going to live by that because for them, the amount of pride that it comes to being one of the most important teams in Europe, the amount of pride, not even about finances, just in football in terms. For them not being there and fighting for the Champions League is a huge failure. As far as the tradition of the club, the culture of the club, the spirit of the club, and also the amount of money they spent for the players. So it is a failure, period. And even if they win La Liga, it's less of a failure, but if they don't win La Liga, then it's a total failure. Because then what was the point of pimping out your stadium? What was the point of selling this and selling that? What was the point of selling your soul to buy Rafinha, Kunde, Lewandowski, Kessiba? What was the point?
I mean, I'm sure you know that it comes as a package, right? It's not just looking at all these steps in isolation. All of these steps was to mainly reduce the debt. I mean, you know
Right.
this. I don't have to tell you, right? So
Yes.
it's not, you can't just isolate it and pick it out as one thing. Oh, why did you buy players when you don't
But-
have money? No, they needed to do that to get people back in the stadium. So it all came as a package. They couldn't have
Right.
done it any
And,
other way. you see.
and you know where they sell the most tickets?
Where?
In the Champions League. So nobody's going to go to the stadium in the Champions League because there is no Champions League anymore.
Okay.
So that's a big part of why they spent the money in order to make it back.
Definitely,
right?
yeah.
Because that's how you make money in this sport. You have to win. That's how all sports work. The more you win, the more money you make. You spend money in order to win, so you can make more money, and you can't win anymore unless Inter fucks it up. They are still hanging on the Inter thread. I'll give you that.
Man,
Yeah,
Inter
I mean, that's
can
the only thing they
fuck
can
it
do.
up. Inter can fuck it up because it's so unstable this season.
Yes, Inter can actually fuck it up.
Yeah, no, but
It's
let's
crazy.
just say that they play very well in their home games in La Liga. They score 3 goals, like as you would have seen, right? In the first, apart from the first game, the second, third, fourth, fifth game, they're scoring 4 goals per game. The stadiums were full. The stadiums were
Oh,
full.
of course. I mean, Barcelona
so-
is always going to be full, no matter what.
Yeah, so if you're talking about revenue, right? Yes, the money that it costs to buy a ticket for the Champions League is more, but their stadiums are going to be full if they play very well in the La Liga.
Those stadiums are always going to be full.
Yeah.
But you're minimizing the value and the importance of the Champions League too.
I'm not. No, I'm just
you are.
contesting only the fact that it doesn't equate to the whole season being a failure.
That's semantic. That's
But
a
that's what you
semantic
meant, right, isn't
argument. Because
which is what is all
because
argument
a season is not based on one thing and the other. It's a whole package.
Yep.
And you as a sporting team have objectives. And a sporting team like Barcelona, its first objective before winning La Liga, before winning Copa del Rey, before anything, is to go through the group stages. Because that's the first objective that you can have.
So what is Milan's first objective this season?
It should be to go through the group stages of the Champions League and finish top 4.
Okay, so which one is the priority? Let's just say you had to pick one, right?
Champions League.
Getting out of the group stage in Champions League. So let's say we don't get out of the group stage in the Champions League and we win the league, and then we get the second start. Is that a failure? No, right?
It is a failure, yeah.
No, I think a lot of fans will be very happy because
they'll
we
be
beat our
happy.
rivals,
But
so
as
then
far
I
as
think that won't be a failure.
the technical growth of the team, it would be a failure because you miss out on a market, first of all, right? Because when you have the allure of the Champions League, you can make your team better, right? By using the allure of the Champions League in the winter market.
Yo,
So-
guys, I need to go, by the way. Have a good night.
All right,
bro.
later.
Take care.
So you lose the allure of the winter market, and also your players, especially in our team that are so inexperienced, don't get to experience those in and out games. And in order for us to get better in the Champions League, we have to do better, because by doing better step by step, you're going to get better. So for us, it is a failure economically, first of all. It is a failure as far as the market goes. It is a failure of the fact that we don't get experience in the league. Therefore, your season becomes a failure.
So you are equating the additional experience and financial money, right,
Yeah.
as the main definition of a failure.
Yes.
Right, but I'm not lah, because if we get more points than the previous season in the group stage of the Champions League, that's an improvement. To me lah, the players would have seen that they got more points, so that's an improvement in the Champions League. We got more points,
That's
right?
But
If we win the
but
league,
you're
then that's
you're
consistency.
okay. But you're okay with skipping steps.
No, you're talking about improvement, right?
Yeah, and it's step by step. You're okay with skipping the step this year.
No. So
I don't think
what is the next
I don't
step?
think Maldini is okay with that.
So let's say we got 7 points. I can't remember how many points we got in the Champions League group stage last season, but let's say we got 7, and then now this season we get 10 in the group stage. Both seasons we don't make it to the next round. Is that an improvement? Of course it is. What?
But it doesn't matter. But what
It
improvement
matters.
is that?
So that's
Is that a medal I can put on my shoulders? Is that something I can touch? No,
But you're
that's just
talking
something
about
people
progress,
can say.
isn't it? You're talking about progress for the team,
But it's
the
not
learning
progress.
experience.
If I
It is.
the only progress is going through. I would rather just have 5 points and go through rather than have 10 points and not go through. Because the experience comes with what happens after.
Not
That's where the experience
necessarily.
comes. And
No.
also the money comes from what happens after.
No,
But
because if we win the league the second time, then we get the second star. That's a huge sign of consistency.
No,
The
okay,
team would
but
know.
that's
Yeah.
okay.
So that's
but,
good, isn't it?
But okay. Obviously, if you win the league and you don't make the Champions League, it's less of a failure. Maybe you can even argue it's not a failure if you want to be kind. But sporting-wise, it still is a failure. Now, winning the second star covers that, kind of makes you forget about it. But at the end of the day, Milan is not a team that wants to win the Scudetto every year. Milan is a team that wants to compete for the Champions League every year. And that's what our objective is, because when you're competing for the Champions League every year, that means you're competing for the Scudetto every year, not vice versa. So that is Milan's objective. Skipping, not going through the group stages this year is a big failure because we can't improve on what we already have. We have to go back. We have to take a step back. And if we win the Scudetto, great. We celebrate our success, our domestic success. And but Champions League is the metric. That is the metric. It's not the Scudetto. It's not the same.
Yeah. So I just want to end off this topic, right? I mean, of course, you're more than welcome to carry on, but I just want to end off by saying that we started off with you saying failure to saying not so much of a failure to saying that you could argue that it's a success. So you can go down the line in terms of what you're defining it because
Sure,
there's degrees,
absolutely.
right?
There's the
But if
degrees
there's a
of
degree-
failures.
Yeah, if there's a degree, I would not have any argument with you. I would not have any contest. I wouldn't even have posted
Right.
if there was a degree. But I posted because to you it was a very clear definition of a failure. And then now if you say that there are degrees to it, then yeah, that's fine.
Well, if we the maximum failure for Milan would be we don't make the Champions League group and we don't make top 4. Then that would be catastrophic. Crisis.
Yes.
Okay? That's crisis. I'm not saying Barcelona is in a crisis. I said they have failed. Milan now, we don't know yet if it will fail. Maybe they will. And yes, if we win the league, maybe our failure will taste less sour. But I assure you, what's your name, Mark, right? Mark?
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah, I assure you that Maldini, Masada, the team, the players, they set it up in their heads that the objective this year is to go through. And if they don't, they will feel like they have failed.
Okay, so yeah, sure. I agree with all what you said. But is that true? As in that they actually said, like Maldini actually said that going through the next round of the Champions League is more important than winning the second star?
No, Maldini has not
Okay.
said that. I've not heard him say that. No. But I know that that's the objective, to go through. I mean, Pioli has said that we know it, but he's not said that he'd rather win the star instead of going through the group stages. No, I don't think that was even asked.
Sure.
But what do you think his answer would be?
In my honest opinion, I think his answer would be to win the second star.
Instead of going through?
Yeah. No, well, not instead of going through. I think that you need to go through, ideally. But if he really was forced to pick, if he had the sword to his neck, he would probably pick the second star.
Pick the second star.
Yeah, I think so. I think.
I mean, the second star is such a special thing, so why not? I can agree with that because the second star is a special thing. What if it was the 25th Scudetto?
Yeah, no. Not only that the second star is so special, but it's because our rivals also have the same amount as we do.
Right. No.
So
This is true. I will not disagree with that. So the second star right now is very important because we are literally neck and neck with Inter. So it's a beautiful, beautiful battle that is going between Milan and Inter. And winning that second star holds a lot of weight, a lot of value. So you can argue that if you win the second star, it will taste even better because it's the second star. Yeah. But I cannot concede that not going through the group stages wouldn't be deemed as a failure. It would.
Yeah, I mean, I think that destiny is in our hands, and we are playing teams which we can beat. So I think we should expect to go through, or we should want to go through.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah,
All
great.
right.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on. Really
Hey,
appreciate
man.
it.
Yeah. Come on anytime you want.
I actually thought I have to be a subscriber and
Well,
do the Patreon thing.
Are you not a subscriber?
I am a subscriber, but I thought by Patreon subscriber to come on.
No, basically, when we do Champions League, is only for members. So you can join the lives if you're a member. But when we do our Let's Talk Milan, it's open.
Great.
Yeah. All right, my man. Good talk. Good chat.
Likewise.
I'm going to close here. Everybody in chat, thank you for joining us today. It was
Thank
a good
you,
live.
everyone.
And we'll see you next time.
See you.
Have a good one, Mark. Good night. Bye.
Thank you. Forza Milan. Bye.
Forza Milan.